I don't know either. The servant thought for a while and said, but I heard that last night, more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages went back and forth on the street countless times. Are you sure it's transporting grain? Shopkeeper Zhao said in surprise, that's thousands of stones of grain. Where did Li get it from? He put down the tea in his hand, got up and walked out. No, I have to go and see for myself what he is up to. If he got so much grain, then they wouldn't be able to sell it at a good price. The grain shop owners, headed by shopkeeper Zhao, gathered together. Are you sure? It's really grain? Shopkeeper Zhao nodded. Of course, I see it piled up like a mountain, wheat, rice, and extremely rare fresh corn. Where did he get them all from? He was really puzzled. Not only that, he hasn't raised the price. So far, I haven't sold a single bean in my shop. This Li has always been unsociable. Some time ago, we all raised the price, but he said he had a conscience and refused to raise the price. Huh. Conscience, don't we have a conscience enough? A grain shopkeeper said, we only raised the price 5 times, while other towns and villages raised it 8 or 10 times. That's right, only Li said that we made money from the national crisis. What's wrong with making money from the national crisis? As long as I can make money and earn money, I don't care whether it's a national crisis or something else. His words made many shopkeepers nod their heads frequently. Yes, what's wrong with making money from the national crisis? If we don't make money now, do we have to wait until the plague is over? What kind of wealth will we make by then? Others eat meat and drink soup, but they can't even see any meat scraps or meat. In a person's life, there may be only this one opportunity. If you seize it, you can soar to the sky. If you don't seize it, you deserve to fall into the quagmire. Shopkeeper Zhao smiled and said, it's not difficult to solve the current predicament. Please give me some advice, shopkeeper Zhao. We can have someone buy out everything in his warehouse, and when it comes back to us, he will be left with nothing, and who knows where he will regret it. Shopkeeper Zhao's words drew many applause. Regret medicine? If I'm right, he will have to drink Hedinghong. At this time, shopkeeper Li's shop was packed with people, and people from the whole town came to buy food. Shopkeeper Li, you are still conscientious. There are so many shops in our town, but your food is the cheapest, just like before. An old man stepped forward and said with a little excitement, thanks to you. Otherwise my family would have starved to death. This old man was a regular customer of the grain store. He had been buying food here for more than 20 years. Shopkeeper Li smiled and said, how can it be my credit? It is thanks to the person who provided me with the food. She did not want to reveal her name, so I was able to do such a great good deed. Immeasurable merit, immeasurable merit. The person who was arranged by shopkeeper Zhao to purchase came back and whispered, shopkeeper, it's not possible. In his shop, each person can only buy a pound of rice and wheat and 6 corns a day. Apart from that, not a grain of rice can be bought. Shopkeeper Zhao frowned and said angrily, didn't you say that I am willing to pay twice the price and buy all of them? I did. But shopkeeper Li got even angrier after hearing this. He asked me to get out quickly and also asked me to bring you a message, say. Shopkeeper Zhao heard this and slammed the table hard. What are you talking about? Hurry up. I'm trying to persuade you not to waste your energy. If you make money in national calamity, you will suffer retribution. Hearing this, manager Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the man surnamed Li was determined. In this case, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Shang Ruai was thinking about Song Fengji's matter, so she didn't go to the milk tea shop, but returned to the He family. Shang Ruai came to her yard. When Song Fengji saw her coming, she hurriedly invited her into the room. Song Fengji dismissed the servants and closed the door tightly. Seeing her so cautious and anxious, Shang Ruai asked in a low voice, what's wrong? What happened? Song Fengji cried and took out a broken jade pendant and a letter from her arms. This is my father's jade pendant. Some time ago, I woke up in the middle of the night one day, and the jade pendant and the letter were placed beside my bed. Shang Ruai unfolded the letter and saw the content on it. Shang Ruai's eyes dimmed slightly. The letter said that she must find the ring of the Dinghua Palace within half a year, Otherwise, the 40-odd members of her Tsong family would be uprooted, and even her niece, who is still in her infancy, would not be able to escape. After it is found, someone will come to take it. It seems that there are still many spies in this palace. Shang Ruai sighed and said softly, "So you suspect that this poisoning is a warning from that person to you?" Song Fengji nodded. "Aunt Zhao must have been bribed by them, so she poisoned me, and the previous poisoning must have been their warning to me. Sister-in-law, it doesn't matter if I die, but I can't ignore the child in my belly and the lives of dozens of people in my Tsong family." Shang Ruai patted her arm and comforted her. "Let's find a way together." She looked at Song Fengji, her eyes flashed. "I really want to help you, but that ring was stolen by He Jinghe. For this, He Jingheng is also very anxious, but what's the use of being anxious? We don't even know where he went." After listening to this, Song Fengji's eyes fell even more fiercely. "What can we do?" She thought about it and suddenly asked, "Could it be that the ring was not lost at all? Was it hidden by my uncle? How is this possible?" Shang Ruai said in a low voice, "Others may not know about the ring, but I know it clearly. Ever since the ring was lost, your uncle seemed not to care on the surface, but in fact, he was furious. But I've never seen him get anxious and angry about the ring." Shang Ruai sighed. "I heard him say that the ring was a symbol of the Dinghua Palace and was passed down by the first generation of Duke Dinghua. It didn't have any special meaning. Now that the Dinghua Palace no longer exists, the ring is just a souvenir. I don't know if these people are bored and have nothing to do, and always think that the ring has some extraordinary meaning." Song Fengji fell silent after hearing her say that. If this ring really had some meaning, the Dinghua Palace wouldn't have become what it is today. Shang Ruai shook her head and sighed. "I have been destined to be a hard worker in this life. It's fine that I didn't have a good life in the Prime Minister's mansion, but I thought I could live a leisurely life after marrying him. I didn't expect that my life would be even harder than before." Song Fengji looked sad. "Then my father and them. Relax, let me think of a way. We are in the far north now, out of reach. Even if we want to help, we are powerless. What's more, the power of the Dinghua Palace is not as strong as before." Shang Ruai whispered, "For now, we should try our best to find He Jinghe. That's the only way." Song Fengji touched her slightly bulging belly and said softly, "I don't care, but it's hard for the child in my belly. He has to suffer with me and has been poisoned before he was born." Shang Ruai smiled. "Good people have their own blessings. He will be born smoothly." Shang Ruai left Song Fengji's yard and returned to her own yard with a serious face to tell He Jingheng about the matter. He Jingheng's face sank slightly. This man is very capable. He can put the letter and jade pendant on her bedside without alerting the secret guards. This is not something that ordinary people can do. I will pay attention to this matter and send someone to investigate." Shang Ruai held the ring in her hand and said with a smile, "What is the use of this thing? Why does it attract so many people to come and go? Didn't I say it? This is the symbol of the Dinghua Palace." He Jingheng looked at her. "I have handed over the lives and property of everyone in the Dinghua Palace to you." Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him and smiled. "Since so many people want it, why don't we mass-produce some?" "Huh." Shang Ruai smiled. "It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Since everyone wants it, let's have one." He Jingheng's eyes lit up. "This is really a good idea. Sometimes, no one can tell the real from the fake, and everyone thinks that what others have is the real thing. At that time, they will fight each other, and you will benefit from it. It's wonderful." The grain sales in the town are still in full swing. Shopkeeper Li is so busy all day that he doesn't even have time to drink water. Shopkeeper Zhao and his men tried many ways, but they were unable to get the grain out of his warehouse. "What should we do? Why don't we set a fire and burn down his grain warehouse?"
"No,"
one of the shopkeepers said in a deep voice. "We are only after money, but we can't do such an immoral thing. That's grain. If we burn it, we will be punished by God." Hearing what he said, those people didn't know what to say. Shopkeeper Zhao thought for a while and said in a low voice, "If you can't think of any way, just disperse. At most, we can adjust the price back. I don't think it's necessary. Could it be that the Li family has an endless supply of grain? When he sells all the grain, won't this place be our world again? Everyone thought what he said made a lot of sense. At this time, a servant from an unknown family ran up, panting heavily. Shopkeeper, the Li family grain store has received another batch of grain. I think it's much more than before.
What?
They almost fell down in one breath. Where did he get it from? Shopkeeper Zhao's eyes were fierce. I didn't expect him to be so hidden. Shopkeeper Zhao, what should we do? What should we do? Shopkeeper Zhao snorted coldly. Since we are going to cut off our livelihood, we don't need to show any mercy. What is heaven's punishment? I only recognize money. Hearing him say this, they knew Shopkeeper Zhao's decision. Although they were a little afraid of the idea of heaven's punishment, as long as they could make money, what did heaven's punishment matter? The government naturally knew about Shopkeeper Li's big move. Zhang Wenyi listened to the report from his servants and said in a deep voice, "Send someone to follow him and see where the grain comes from." "Sir, do we need to bring him here for interrogation?" "Stupid. He didn't commit any crime. What reason do I have to bring him here?" Zhang Wenyi glared at him. "Send someone to keep an eye on his movements and see where the grain is transported from." Li's grain store is completely famous in Qingzhou. Not only do people in the town come here to buy grain, but even people from other towns and counties drive ox carts to buy it. The prices of other grain stores in the town have fallen, but no one is interested, not only because the prices here are cheap, but they can't get used to eating anything else after eating the grain here. "Manager Li, where did you get this grain from? I have lived for most of my life and have never eaten such sweet and soft rice." Mr. Tian is one of the richest families in the town. He said this, which shows how delicious this rice is. "Thank you for the compliment." Shopkeeper Li smiled naively. "To be honest, I bought these grains from somewhere else. The family that sold the grains didn't want to reveal their identities, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn to do such a good thing." What a righteous man. Master Tian glanced at the Zhao family's grain store not far away and spat. At night, several men in black shuttled through the streets. Taking advantage of the night, they came to the backyard of Li's grain store. He took out a tinder from his arms, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and threw it into the warehouse where grain was piled. Just when the man thought he had succeeded, a figure came out and stepped on the tinder to extinguish it. The next moment, 6 or 7 men surrounded the men in black. You guys." Before the men in black could finish speaking, several guards rushed up and beat them up. Not long after, Shopkeeper Li came out. His face was gloomy. He didn't expect that what Madame Shang said was really right. Before leaving that day, Shang Ruai reminded him, "You must be on guard against others. If he does this now, many people will definitely be dissatisfied and may even think about his granary." At first, he didn't take it to heart, but he always felt uneasy when he thought about it. Fortunately, he listened to what Shang said, otherwise, wouldn't his full warehouse of grain be burned? He walked forward angrily, and when he saw the faces of the arsonists, he recognized 2 of them as servants from other granaries in the town. He couldn't help but get angry. This is grain. They are selling grain themselves. How can they do such a heartless thing? Aren't they afraid of retribution? The next morning, Shopkeeper Li sent these people to the government. Before those servants were beaten, they confessed who their masters were. When Shopkeeper Zhao got the news, the shopkeepers who sent people to set fire had already been arrested. "Boss, those people won't betray you, will they?" Boss Zhao sneered. "What does this have to do with me?" He drank tea calmly. "I just provided them with an idea. I didn't ask them to set the fire. Those idiots, just a little mention, they couldn't hold back and sent people to set the fire. They are stupid themselves, can they blame others?" A hint of success flashed across Boss Zhao's face. "What the shopkeeper means is..." Haha, Shopkeeper Zhao Fu smiled. "People in the same industry are enemies. We now have a common enemy. We can maintain an alliance for the time being. Once Li's grain store collapses, we will become opponents again. Only by defeating his opponent can he truly dominate the market. When he is the only grain store in the town, will he still worry about not making money? The servant did not understand what he meant and scratched his head. Shopkeeper, so, what are you going to do next?
What?
Nothing. Zhao Fu sneered and waited to see how the government would punish him. As for Li's grain store, it would not last long. He offended so many grain stores and he didn't need to do anything at all. Someone would take care of him. Due to the famine, Shang Ruai's milk tea shop was also greatly affected. These days can be said to be extremely bleak, and only a few cups can be sold all day. Shang Ruai simply closed the door. It seems that this shop does not need to be opened before the plague and famine are over. Not only her, at least 80% of the shops in the town were closed. Some of the shops that were not closed were all related to people's livelihood. The only one that was not affected was Xia Village. Most of the people here worked for the He family and had 2 meals a day and were full. They naturally knew about the famine. If it were in the past, most of the people here would starve to death. But now, they don't worry about food and drink at all. Those who didn't go to work for the He family before were all worried. That day, Wang Erju came to Shang Ruai with some embarrassment and scratched his head for a long time. What's the matter?
Shang Ruai asked.
Boss, there is something I want to discuss with you. Wang Erju said hesitantly.
You say.
My neighbor, named Ma Wu, is also my wife's cousin. He has been asking me to help him find a job these days. Hearing that I am capable here, he also wants to come to work. His face flushed, and he said very embarrassedly, I know that food is tight now, and it is not easy for the boss to continue to provide us with food and drink. But he goes to my house and knocks on the door every day, which is really annoying, so I thought of coming here to ask, do you still need help? Whether you need it or not, I can reply him. Shang Ruai saw Wang Erju's embarrassment. She thought that the man must have said a lot in front of him. Since he is his brother-in-law, his wife might also help persuade him. So he had to come to her. In that case, let him come. I see there is a vacancy at the gatehouse, so let him stay there. Yes, thank you, boss. Wang Erju got her nod, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. His face was filled with a bright smile. When he returned home tonight, he could give his wife an explanation. The next morning, Ma Wu followed Wang Erju to the He family. Since Shang Ruai had agreed yesterday, Wang Erju took him to the gatehouse. There was not much work in the gatehouse, but he just had to let the police know when someone came. The wages were not bad, and he could get 2 meals. On weekdays, everyone was vying to do this job. But in winter, it was not as good as in the greenhouse. The temperature in the greenhouse was high, and it was enough to wear thin clothes. There was only a small charcoal basin in the gatehouse. This winter was particularly cold. If he didn't wear a cotton jacket, he would probably get a cold. Ma Wu shivered with cold just after standing for a while. He thought about it and went directly to the greenhouse to find Wang Erju. As soon as he entered the greenhouse, a warm feeling came over him, and his body, which had been shivering with cold just now, instantly warmed up. He couldn't help but brighten up. How great is this? Isn't it better to work here than to be frozen like a grandson outside? Brother-in-law, can you please tell the boss that I want to work here? The gatehouse is too cold. It's not suitable for people to stay here. Woozy, the boss doesn't need people. It's good enough to arrange you here, so don't be picky. If the boss gets angry and doesn't let you work here, what will you do? How will your family survive this winter? Brother-in-law, didn't you say that you are good here? It's just a change of job. How can it be as difficult as you say? At this moment, Shang Ruai walked in. What's wrong? Wang Erju heard her voice and hurried to greet her. Boss. Shang Ruai knew everyone working here. When she saw a new face, she knew that it was Wang Erju's brother-in-law. What happened? Wang Erju sighed. Before he could speak, Ma Wu stepped forward and said, Boss, I'm Ma Wu. I just arrived today. I want to work in this greenhouse. When Ma Wu saw Shang Ruai for the first time, he was amazed by her appearance. He thought he was very handsome. In Xia Village, many unmarried girls wanted to marry him, so he was very confident to show himself in front of Shang Ruai. If he didn't look at her with such disgusting eyes, Shang Ruai might agree. We are not short of manpower in the He family. If Wang Erju hadn't come to me, I would never keep you. If you think the work of the gatehouse is not good, then go home directly. Shang Ruai's words made Ma Wu very dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything for fear that he would really be driven home. He had no choice but to hastily salute and turn around to leave the greenhouse. Wang Erju bowed his hands in embarrassment and apologized. Boss, Ma Wu is ignorant. Please don't be angry. Shang Ruai did not respond, but just looked at the maturity of the crops and left. Wang Erju was afraid that his job would be ruined, so he was very careful all day. When he returned home in the evening, as soon as he entered the door, he heard Ma Wu complaining to his wife in his home. Sister, didn't you say that your brother-in-law is very capable in the Nahe family? How come you dare not even in front of the boss? You can't even do such a small thing as changing shifts. Sister, talk to your brother-in-law again in the evening and ask him to guard the door for me. I will stay in the greenhouse. At this moment, Wang Erju walked in with a sullen face.
How dare you say that?
There are so many people who want the job of a janitor, but you actually asked for it in front of the boss today. If the boss gets angry, not only you but also I will have to leave. Wang Erju said angrily, if you can guard this door, then guard it. If you can't, just get out of here. Your family will starve to death, but don't come to me. Ma Wu heard him say that, and his voice was even louder than his. Brother-in-law, how can you say that? It's just that you helped me find a job as a janitor, just like I owe you a lot of money. He stood up, patted the dirt on his body, took 2 steamed buns from the table, and pouted. You are a son-in-law. What qualifications do you have to shout here? After that, he turned and left. Wang Erju was so angry that he almost went up to beat him up. His wife hurriedly stopped him. Wu Zi is like this, don't argue with him. If he wants to go to the greenhouse, you can find a chance to let him in.
Get in?
Wang Erju looked at his wife and said angrily, he has offended the boss today. Am I crazy enough to run into the edge of a knife? He pointed at the steamed buns on the table and sighed. If I am driven back by the boss because of Ma Wu, let alone the steamed buns, I am afraid we can only eat northwest wind. Hearing him say this, she stopped talking. Ma Wu returned home, looked at the simple meals on his dining table, and then looked at the steamed buns in his hand, and couldn't help feeling resentful. Tianshun's famine has not been resolved yet, and Liangzhou City has received bad news again. Dr. Jiang can't stop the spread of the epidemic. Now in the whole Liangzhou City, the number of bodies burned every day is too many to count. Emperor Tianshun smashed countless rare porcelain in the imperial study. During the morning court session, someone reported, Your Majesty, it is said that a miracle doctor named Lingjun appeared in Qingzhou. Rumor has it that she cured the plague in a county in Qingzhou. Oh, is this true? Emperor Tianshun was suffering from a lack of solutions, but he did not expect that a miracle doctor who could cure the plague would appear. Although it is a folk rumor, I sent people to investigate, and it is true. Although the miracle doctor is young, she is indeed a superb doctor. Emperor Tianshun was very pleased and immediately sent people to Qingzhou to find Lingjun, saying that as long as she could solve the problem of the plague, she would be rewarded heavily. He Jingheng received the message from the 4th prince and frowned when he looked at the contents of the note. He did not expect that even the miracle Dr. Jiang was helpless against the plague. Shang Rui whispered, if you want to solve this plague in addition to my pills, I need to go to Liangzhou City in person. Go to Liangzhou City? He Jingheng stopped her immediately. No, the epidemic in the city is so serious. How can you take the risk? Absolutely not. Although I don't know what the significance of Liangzhou City is to your Dingwa Palace as a doctor, I can't stand by and watch someone die. She had heard that the divine Dr. Jiang would go to treat the patient, so she didn't say much. Now it seems that she has to go in person. Seeing that she was determined, He Jingheng sighed. Do you know how dangerous Liangzhou City is now? It's just a plague. What's there to be afraid of? Early the next morning, Shang Ruai set out for Liangzhou City. The 4th prince didn't know Shang Ruai's identity. When the servant reported that a man named Lingjun was coming, he hurried to the city gate and greeted him in person. Divine Dr. Lingjun, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am the 4th Prince Healingchi. Shang Ruai was stunned when she saw his dress. This prince seemed a little too approachable. I am Lingjun, a humble servant. I am honored to meet the fourth prince. Stand up. Lingchi stepped forward and said with a smile, I heard that Master Lingjun had cured the plague in Qingzhou, so I specially invite you to come and help. Shang Ruai followed him into Liangzhou city. Her brows furrowed. The scene here was similar to what she had imagined. The streets were empty at this time, and Liangzhou city at this time was like a dead city. We will gather the people here in the north of the city, and those who are not sick will be gathered in the south of the city. Shang Ruai nodded. Effective isolation does help control the epidemic. They walked for a while, and the fourth prince whispered, The epidemic area is not far ahead. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Shang Ruai. Shang Nian came over with a dusty face. Shang Ruai was still wearing a mask at this time. She was not worried that her scumbag father would recognize her. After all, he had never stayed with her for more than 10 years. As expected, after Shang Nian's eyes swept over her, he respectfully saluted the fourth prince. Although he was on the side of the crown prince was still the crown prince after all, and had not yet become the emperor. How could Shang Nian, this old fox, put all his hopes on the crown prince? Fourth prince this is divine Dr. Lingjun. From now on, the entire epidemic area must obey the command of divine Dr. Lingjun. The fourth prince said loudly, No one can disobey. But divine Dr. Jiang. Before Shang Nian could finish, the fourth prince said in a deep voice, Even divine Dr. Jiang must listen to Master Lingjun.
Yes.
Shang Ruai walked into the epidemic area and saw many people lying in it in a mess. She frowned. It looks like there are thousands or tens of thousands of people here. All of them have the plague? Just then, Dr. Jiang came over with a gloomy face. He recognized Lingjun, who embarrassed him in front of Shan Hung at a glance. What are you doing here? Shang Ruai just thought his question was a little funny. I came here to travel around. She sneered. Dr. Jiang choked, knowing that she was mocking him, but it was not easy to get angry in front of the fourth prince. Just then, Shang Nian stepped forward. The two doctors know each other. Shang Ruai glanced at him. I'm not here to recognize my relatives. After saying that, she walked straight inside. Seeing that there was even a baby lying on the ground, she couldn't help but feel distressed. She opened the medicine box, took out a pill from it, put it into the child's mouth, and dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water into his mouth. The pill melted in the mouth, and even an unconscious person could swallow it. Dr. Jiang walked behind her, and seeing her movements, he said in a cold voice, What did you give her?
Poison.
Shang Ruai glanced at him. Dr. Jiang, the fourth prince invited me to Liangzhou city. Are you guarding against me like this? Are you afraid that I might do something here to hinder you? She looked at Dr. Jiang, and the corners of her lips slightly raised. Or, are you afraid that the news that your medical skills are not good enough will be leaked out? Nonsense. Although I dare not claim that my medical skills are unparalleled, there are few rivals in Tianshan. Dr. Jiang's beard was about to fly up, and he said angrily, You little kid, don't think you are great just because you cured the young master of the Qiao family. Then what are you worried about? Shang Ruai sneered. Dr. Jiang, instead of keeping an eye on me, you should go and treat a few more patients. I heard that before Dr. Jiang came, the number of people who died from the plague in Liangzhou city doubled. I don't know why. Dr. Jiang heard that his old face turned black. What she said was indeed the truth. At this moment, the breathing of the baby, who had just been fed spiritual spring water and pills by Shang Ruai, was obviously much more stable. Dr. Jiang saw this scene and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Who exactly is this Master Lingjun? Plague is not like other diseases. It can be fatal at any time. He has never seen the effect in such a short time in his life. Dr. Jiang looked at her with a very heavy gaze. If this person stood in front of him, wouldn't all his original plans be ruined? Not only Dr. Jiang noticed the changes in the baby, but even Lingqi and Shang Nian noticed it. Shang Nian couldn't help but exclaimed, Miracle! Miracle! Shut up! Shang Ruai gave him a cold look. What are you shouting? You scared me. You are the only one who has a mouth, right? Miracle, miracle. Are you blind? This is clearly the effect of the pill. How can it be a miracle? Xiang Nian is the prime minister and has been in office for many years. Except for the masters in the palace, who would not be respectful when seeing him. Who would dare to talk to him like this? Now in Liangzhou city, a small doctor dared to talk to me in such a scolding tone. Who gave her the confidence? His eyes were slightly fierce, and just when he was about to show his identity as the prime minister, Shang Ruoyi said coldly, "Prime Minister, block the light." Xiang Nian was so angry that his beard could not stop shaking. "You!" Xiang Nian pointed at her and said, "You unruly brat, I don't want to bother with you, but you are taking advantage of me, right?" Shang Ruoyi's lips curled up slightly under the mask. "Are you angry already?" "Prime Minister Shang, I am only speaking the truth. The position where you are standing does block the light. If you feel that I cannot cure you well, you can do it yourself." After she finished speaking, she stood up, dusted off the dust on her body, and looked at Xiang Nian's funny outfit, and could not help but sneer. Xiang Nian's nose was wrapped in 3 layers of white silk cloth inside and outside. The silk cloth was coated with Jiangshan doctor's medicine, which could minimize the risk of infection with the plague. Since this kind of powder was limited, only a small number of officials and yamen runners could use it, and the people of Liangzhou city could not use it at all. "Prime Minister, you really value your life. The people can't use it, but you wish you could immerse your whole body in the powder." Shang Ruoyi rolled her eyes at him and sneered. "It is said that the current emperor is diligent in his work and loves the people, but I see that Prime Minister Shang, who is the emperor's right-hand man, has not learned a single bit of it. You little stinky boy, you are full of nonsense and you are a miracle doctor. Is this the kind of family education you have?" Family education? Her scumbag father actually discussed tutoring with her? There is such a thing as tutoring in the Shang mansion? She has never heard of it in the past 10 years in the Shang mansion. However, since it comes to this, she really wants to talk to him. Her hands did not stop the treatment. Without raising his eyelids, he sneered and said, "I wonder where the high position of Shang Xiangye came from?" Xiang Nian was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" "I thought Shang Xiangye was a smart man, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even understand the sentence." Shang Ruoyi followed the same method and fed the spiritual spring water and pills into the mouth of an adult, staring at the man's face intently. "I heard that Shang Xiangye married the daughter of a wealthy businessman a few years ago." This was the first time Shang Ruoyi mentioned her mother in front of him. Xiang Nian was stunned at first, then he realized what she was talking about, and his face suddenly became ugly. Shang Ruoyi sneered. "Could it be that the prime minister is from a scholarly family? You are still talking about family education here. You even exchanged your official position for the wealth of your concubine's mother's family. Not only that, you didn't treat her well and let her die of illness. Is this what you call family education in your prime minister's mansion?" She curled her lips. "As for this family education, I might as well be the person without family education in your words. Besides, I really have no one to teach me." Shang Ruoyi cast a glance at him. "My mother died early and my father is a rascal. No, even worse than a rascal, with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Worse than a dog and a pig. He is simply among scums. I am not like him, thanks to my mother's teachings." When she said this, she looked into Xiang Nian's eyes for every word. He couldn't help but sweat. Why did he feel that every word she said was spoken to him? Why are you looking at me?" He took a step back, his heart sinking slightly. Many people did know that she used the wealth of her concubine's mother's family to pave the way for herself, but where did she hear about those inner house matters? Nothing. Shang Ruoyi retracted her gaze and saw that the man who had used the spiritual spring water and pills had recovered a little. She felt relieved. Hearing him ask this, Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Prime Minister. It's mainly because you and my scumbag father are really similar." She stood up and ignored Xiang Nian, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and said to Lingqi, "Fourth Prince, I seem to have known the treatment for this plague." As soon as she finished speaking, not only the fourth prince, but also the divine Dr. Jiang who had been beside her couldn't help but get nervous. How is this possible? How could a treatment be found in such a short time?
No.
This is absolutely impossible. However, the visible recovery of the two people was seen by everyone with their own eyes, and it couldn't be faked.
Oh?
Can divine Dr. Lingjun really cure this plague? In fact, the fourth prince had long known that she could definitely cure the plague. After all, if she could make pills to prevent the plague, how could she not be able to cure the plague? Moreover, this was the divine doctor recommended by Lingheng. He was definitely not an ordinary doctor if he could say the word divine doctor. At least, he must be much better than divine Dr. Jiang. Shang Ruai took out 2 porcelain bottles. The white porcelain bottle contains the liquid medicine made by the common people. Just drink a few drops before taking the medicine. The blue porcelain bottle contains pills. Take 1 pill a day, and you'll be cured after taking 5 pills. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. That was the plague. How could it be easier to cure than the cold in her mouth? The fourth prince took the 2 porcelain bottles and was a little unbelievable. That's it? Shang Ruai nodded. Fourth prince, you will know if you try it? Divine Dr. Jiang's face completely sank. May I take a look at the medicine in here? Before the fourth prince nodded, Dr. Jiang took the porcelain bottle away. Healing Chi's face was a little unhappy, but due to Dr. Jiang's identity, he was a doctor appointed by his father, so he did not get angry. Shang Yan also wanted to go forward to take a look, but thinking of how he had just lost face, he lost the mood. Divine Dr. Jiang looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he said in a deep voice, "Can I take these 2 things back to study them?" Shang Ruai nodded. As long as Divine Dr. Jiang pays money, he can take them away. Silver? Seeing his stunned look, Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing. What? Did I say something wrong? Since Divine Dr. Jiang wants my medicine, he must pay silver. Even if the emperor takes the pills from me today, he still has to pay silver. After the voice fell, she turned to the fourth prince and Shang Yan and said, "I'm not saying this to you. Please don't worry about it, fourth prince." Lingqi raised a helpless smile at the corner of his lips. At this point, he was not a child, so he naturally guessed what Shang Ruai meant. "Master Lingjun, we have so many patients here and need so many medicines. How can I take advantage of you for nothing?" Lingqi smiled and said, "How much are the 2 medicines in total?" Shang Ruai smiled when she heard him say that. 8 taels for the white porcelain bottle and 10 taels for the blue porcelain bottle. There are exactly 5 pills in it. Then these 2 kinds of medicine together would cost 18 taels. Liangzhou City would need to prepare at least 10,000 doses, which would be 1,800,000 taels. Hiss. Such a large amount of silver made the fourth prince frown. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shang Ruai curled her lips slightly. "These are all the costs of my medicines. They are already very cheap.
You can go and ask."
Those counterfeit medicines are already sold for 1,000 taels each. How much? 1,000 taels? Who would spend so much silver to buy pills? Isn't this just pure brain disease? At this moment, Shang Nian stepped forward and bowed, then took out a piece of silver from his and handed it to her. "I'll buy another one." "TSK," Shang Ruoi sneered. "If the Prime Minister wants to buy it, I'll have to think about how much silver this medicine costs." Shang Nian was stunned. "What do you mean?" He frowned, and his tone was quite unfriendly. "Mr. Lingjun, do you want to raise the price?" "Oh, raise the price?" Shang Ruai sneered. "If the emperor wants to buy it, I naturally dare not ask for a price. Does the Prime Minister think he is the same as the emperor?" Shang Nian heard her say this. How could he dare to talk back? "I am also a human being. Could it be that I turned all that gold and silver into something?" Shang Ruai glanced at him and said, "Prime Minister Shang, just give me a total of 100 taels for 2 portions of medicinal materials." She turned to Dr. Jiang and said, "Dr. Jiang is just average 100 taels. I didn't expect that Master Lingjun's medicine would be so expensive."
No.
Shang Ruai smiled and said, "I'm not like that to everyone." Hearing her say that, the 2 looked even uglier. Dr. Jiang took out a silver note from his and handed it to her, then put the 2 porcelain bottles into his. He wanted to see what the medicine in the porcelain bottles was. Shang Ruai naturally knew what Dr. Jiang wanted to do, but she was not in a hurry at all. Not to mention the composition of the spiritual spring water, which could not be measured even with the most advanced instruments. Even the medicinal materials for making pills, some of them were made from herbs cultivated in space, which could not be seen outside. As expected, no matter what method divine Dr. Jiang used, he just couldn't figure out anything. He couldn't help but wonder, who on earth is this Lingjun? He couldn't even determine the ingredients of these two medicines. Even more annoyed than him was Shangyan. He didn't even have 100 taels on him when he came out this time. Ever since the treasury of the Shang mansion was stolen, the money in the mansion couldn't be turned around. In addition, Shang Yufu asked them to set up tents and provide porridge for the refugees, and the money in the mansion was almost gone. He only brought 70 taels of silver on this trip. Now Shang Ruai asked for 100 taels. How could he take it out? He couldn't help but be very annoyed that he had lost such a big person in front of the fourth prince. Seeing his embarrassment, Healing Qi took out 100 taels and handed them to Shang Ruai. Shang Nian took the 2 porcelain bottles in his hands, his old face flushed. "Thank you, fourth prince. It's a small matter." The fourth prince smiled and said, "This shows that Prime Minister Shang is an honest official." Hearing him say this, Shang Nian's expression eased. Shang Ruai curled her lips. Honest official? If he was an honest official, there would be no corrupt officials in this world. Shang Nian was born in a poor family. He was lucky to pass the imperial examination and marry Shang Ruai's mother. His life was getting better little by little. However, he could not change his petty citizen face at all. Even after ascending the throne and becoming a prime minister, he was still eager for gold, silver, and jewelry. She found a lot of good things in the Shang family's warehouse. Although they were not as rich as a country, they were also rich. At this time, it was completely in her space. If Shang Nian knew about it, he would probably faint. The fourth prince looked at Shang Ruai, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Master Lingjun, can this silver be less? If his father knew that he used 180,000 taels to buy medicine for disaster relief, he would be so angry that he would fall backwards. Shang Ruai shook her head and said firmly, "Fourth prince, this silver is already the limit. If I didn't pity the people of Liangzhou city, I would ask you for 100 taels each. I believe that for the safety of the country, the court will have to agree in the end." The fourth prince knew that she was telling the truth, but now the treasury is empty. Where can I raise 180,000 taels? I can't let my father open his private treasury. Based on his understanding of his father, this private treasury will never be opened. This silver will most likely need to be looted from various ministers. Master Lingjun, I have bought this medicine, but the money can only be settled after returning to Beijing. Shang Ruai nodded indifferently after hearing him say this. Since the fourth prince was on the same side as Lingheng, her money would not be lost. Let me go back and prepare some herbs. Someone will deliver them in 2 days.
Okay.
Dr. Jiang heard her say this and hurried forward. I can help. No need. Shang Ruai glanced at him. This is my master's secret recipe. Dr. Jiang, could it be that you want to steal his skills? Although his thoughts were exposed, Dr. Jiang did not feel embarrassed at all. He smiled and said, Since young friend Lingjun does not need it, I will not go to offend others. Shang Ruai came to another isolation area. At this time, several soldiers were moving several large barrels from the car. At this moment, a strange smell entered her nose.
Wait.
Shang Ruai walked to the side of the carriage and asked in a deep voice, What's in it? The soldiers were about to drive her away when they saw the fourth prince walking towards them. They knelt down and saluted. Shang Ruai walked forward and saw that these buckets were filled with porridge. Rather than porridge, it would be more appropriate to describe it as rice soup. There was only a small amount of rice at the bottom of each bucket. At present, food is in short supply, and there is a severe drought. It is very difficult for them to get some rice soup. Shang Ruai frowned. The strange smell came from it. She scooped out a little with a spoon and put it under her nose. Why is there a little smell of corruption in it? She was startled and asked in a low voice, Where did you get this water? Seeing her sharp tone, Lingqi knew there was something wrong with the porridge. I'm asking you a question. Where did you get this water? Your Highness, this water is taken from the river. Take me to have a look. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. If she guessed correctly, the reason why so many people got the plague was directly related to this water. Soon, they came to a river. It's here. A soldier pointed to the shallow river. This used to be the place where the people of Liangzhou city got water. The years of drought have almost dried up the water here. At this time, a very faint smell of corruption came over. Shang Ruai was shocked. It was indeed the problem with the water. Where is the source of this river? Shang Ruai said in a low voice. Perhaps Liangzhou city is not the area with the most serious epidemic. Upstream of Liangzhou city, there is a Dahuang Village. The village is not big, with only more than 100 households. There is a mountain behind Dahuang Village, and the water flows down from that mountain. It seems that we have to go to Dahuang Village. The fourth prince heard this and figured out the key. Could it be? His heart sank. If it was really as they thought, then Dahuang Village would probably be finished. The fourth prince wanted to go with Shang Ruai, but Shang Ruai declined. The pills will be delivered soon, and your highness still needs to be in charge here. Then let Dr. Jiang or Prime Minister Shang go with you. It will be better to take care of them. There must be a doctor here, and Dr. Jiang needs to stay here. Shang Ruai looked at Shang Nian with a playful smile on her lips. When Shang Nian saw her eyes on him, he waved his hands and held his waist and said, I don't know why my waist hurt a lot a few days ago. I'm really old and useless. Shang Ruai knew he was pretending and sarcastically said, Prime Minister Shang is old and weak and can't stand the fatigue of traveling. As for your waist pain, Shang Ruai sneered. It seems to be weak. What? Weak? Everyone looked at Shang Nian with a little subtlety. Shang Ruai left Liangzhou city, and not long after she left, a figure appeared behind her. Shang Ruai reined in her horse and looked at the person getting closer and closer behind her, and was stunned for a moment. Ling Feng, why are you here? I have an old friend in Liangzhou city. I wanted to go see him, but the city gate was heavily guarded. I was about to go back home. I saw you from a distance, so I caught up with you to see you. Ling Feng looked at her and said lightly, Where are you going? Dahuang Village. Dahuang Village? What are you going there for? Shang Ruai expressed her doubts. Ling Feng frowned when he heard it. I'll go with you. Aren't you afraid of the plague? Ling Feng grabbed the reins, patted the horse's head, and said with a smile, following Master Lingjun, What's there to be afraid of a small plague? Shang Ruai smiled and said, In this case, let's go together. The two rode their horses to Dahuang Village. In less than half a day, they saw the 3 words Dahuang Village engraved on a huge stone from a distance. There was no one at the entrance of the village. Shang Ruai got off her horse and walked into the village with a heavy look. The whole village was deserted. Her heart sank. At this moment, a breeze blew on her face, and a foul smell rushed into her nose. She quickly ran in the direction of the smell. Ling Feng also smelled it and hurried to follow. Not long after, she came to a stream and saw many rotten corpses piled there, and some were even bones. So, the source of this plague has finally been found. Ling Feng was horrified. It seems that everyone in this village is dead. Shang Ruai looked at the state of these corpses, and her eyebrows jumped. It was obvious that someone had thrown these corpses here. It seems that the villagers of this Dahuang village did not necessarily die of famine, and it was more likely to be man-made. At this moment, a strange sound of footsteps came. Shang Ruai hurriedly took Ling Feng to hide. The next moment, a group of people in black appeared in sight. Where are the people? They were here just now. Where did they go? They must still be in the village, and the horses are still at the door. A man in black said in a deep voice, We must dig 3 feet into the ground to find those 2 people. We must not affect the master's plan. Yes, sir. Shang Ruai was shocked when she saw this. It seemed that what she said was right. What should we do? Ling Feng said softly. How do we leave? As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, a steel knife was in front of them. Haha, it turns out that there are 2 big fish here. The silver needle in Shang Ruai's hand suddenly shot out and hit his neck. The man, who was a little proud just now, lay on the ground silently. Ling Feng had seen her methods. "Can you avoid them and leave the village?" Shang Ruai asked in a low voice. "What are you going to do?" "Go to Xia village to get help." "Then what are you going to do?" Ling Feng frowned slightly. "Why don't you go get help? I'll stay here." Shang Ruai rolled her eyes, silently in her heart. Asking him to get help is not just because she feels that he is a bit of a hindrance. With him around, I can't get anything out of the space. Just do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. Go to the He family to find He Jingheng. He knows what to do. Seeing her insistence, Ling Feng had to do as she said. After he left, Shang Ruai took out a crossbow from the space. As soon as she came to the pool, she heard a man's furious voice. What? Ran away? Trash. Such a group of people can't even catch two people.
Ivildi.
If it affects the master's plan, not to mention you, all of us will be doomed. The man said in a deep voice, It is not advisable to stay here for long. Let someone pack up the things and leave quickly. Yes. Master?
Plan?
Shang Ruai frowned. For a moment, her breathing was disordered. The black-clothed man, who had originally raised his foot to leave, looked in Shang Ruai's direction with a sharp gaze. The next moment, the long sword left his hand and shot straight at her. When he came closer, he found that his long sword was stuck in the ground. Boss, what's wrong with you? The man pulled the long sword out of the ground, shook his head, and just as he was about to leave, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at a long black hair on the grass, and his heart was shocked. His feeling was not wrong. There was indeed someone here just now. Shang Ruai entered the space and looked outside. She couldn't help but sigh secretly. Although this person must not be a good thing, she had to admit that he was definitely first-rate in terms of martial arts and carefulness. The long sword that had just been shot out was full of murderous aura, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Find her. The man held the long hair and said angrily, Be sure to find her. Yes. Shang Ruai stayed in the space until night fell. She changed into a nightgown and walked out of the space. When she came to the pool, Shang Ruai keenly discovered that there seemed to be a few more corpses here. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. She came to the corpses, and sure enough, there were two corpses, one big and one small, lying there. The younger one looked less than 1 year old. Both of them were covered with black lines, densely packed, and it was chilling to look at. At this moment, she found that the younger corpse was actually breathing weakly. She walked forward and sniffed her breath with her hand. Sure enough, she was still alive. Shang Ruai took her directly into the space. After giving her a sip of spiritual spring water, the black lines on her body lightened a little and her breathing became smoother. Shang Ruai took out a pill and dissolved it with Lingjun water. This is an antidote pill which can remove most toxins. After giving her the antidote, she still showed no signs of waking up. Looking at the black spots on her body gradually fading, Shang Ruai felt relieved. This spot looks like corpse spots, but it is very different from corpse spots. Rather than corpse spots, it is better to say that she has been poisoned by corpses. Corpse poison? Could it be that those people are refining corpse poison? At this moment, a pungent smell appeared, and Shang Ruai frowned. This is the smell of corpse oil. At this time, outside the space, two people were patrolling here with lanterns. The pungent smell came from the lantern. Hey? Why do I remember that there was a corpse here just now? Where did it go? Yes. I also remember that there were two. The two of them looked at each other. Could it be a resurrection of the corpse? As soon as the voice fell, a chill rushed from the soles of the feet to the forehead, and they wanted to throw the things in their hands away directly. The next moment, 2 silver needles flew out. One bullet hit the man right between his eyebrows, and the other bullet hit the mute point of another man. No matter how he shouted, he couldn't make a sound. Looking at the person who appeared out of thin air, he was extremely sure that this must be a fake corpse. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard a gloomy voice behind him. Kill a person and pay with your life. Debts must be paid back. The man was so scared that he wet his pants. If his mute point was untied, he would definitely beg for mercy. Shang Ruai looked at the lantern he threw on the ground. The smell coming out of it was sure that it was corpse oil. She couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. The person who did these things must be a murderer. Otherwise, how could he do such a cruel thing? The cruelest thing is that he didn't even let go of babies. During the day, she found the skeletons of several babies. No matter who it was, she must pull him out. She exerted force with her hands and directly brought the man into the space. The man looked at the changing scene in front of him and almost fainted. Where is this? It was dark just now. Why is it light now? Looking at the surrounding scenery again, it was actually a strange place. When he looked at Shang Ruai again, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. He could not make any sound, but it was not difficult to guess what he was saying from his mouth shape. It was nothing more than the gods letting him live. Let him go? Shang Ruai sneered. Since she brought him into this space, she didn't want him to leave alive. She walked forward, took out the silver needle from his neck, and said coldly, "Whatever I ask you, you tell the truth, understand?" The man nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "Understood, understood. Who are you, your subordinates?"
Who are you?
"I am a subordinate of General Mora of Biling." "General Biling? What are you doing here? What are you people from Biling doing here?" The man blinked, as if thinking about how to answer her question. Shang Ruai sneered, "You'd better answer honestly, otherwise, you may not be able to leave here." Shang Ruai's words instantly made him give up the idea of lying to her. "The general is developing corpse poison here." "It really is corpse poison. Don't ask questions without answering. Tell me everything you know." Shang Ruai said angrily. "Yes, yes, yes." He swallowed his saliva. "We in Biling have never won the war with Tianshan, only because the cavalry of Dinghua Palace is too powerful, so the general came up with a way to poison, and developed corpse poison in Dahuang Village, and then threw the poisoned people into the river, and the toxins will gradually appear in the river. The downstream of the river is Liangzhou city, and half of Tianquan's grain is produced there. By then, the people who grow grain will be poisoned, and Tianshan will inevitably face a food shortage. If the court does not care, many people will starve to death. If the court uses the silver money in the treasury to relieve the disaster in order to avoid the people's livelihood, it will inevitably buy grain from other countries. We in Biling are rich in grain, and we will take the opportunity to make a fortune. This cycle will repeat itself, and sooner or later Tianshan will be emptied." He swallowed his saliva and said cautiously, "When the time comes, we will go and kill them." Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes. This general of Biling really has a set of tricks, which are linked together and cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. "So you killed all the people in Dahuang Village." The man lowered his head and dared not speak after hearing her say that. It is true that a general's success is built on the bones of thousands of people. Shang Ruai sneered, "What a great General Biling. I have told you everything I know. Can the gods let me go?" He pleaded, "I have old parents and young children to take care of. My child is less than 1 year old. If I die, what will they do?"
What?
Shang Ruai said angrily, "You actually have the nerve to say this." She picked up the child she had just rescued and saw that the black spots on her body had disappeared. She is also a baby in swaddling clothes.
How could you do that to her?
The man was stunned and then lowered his head. Shang Ruai looked at him, and a silver light flashed in her hand, and a sharp scalpel was pressed against the man's neck. "Where is your general now?" The dagger shone with cold light, and a drop of blood flowed down his neck. He stood with his legs crossed, fearing that one of her men would use force and send him to Hades. "The general is in the easternmost tent." Shang Ruai heard this, and the corners of her lips curled up. She waved her hand, and the scene changed again. At the moment she left the space, she slashed the dagger in her hand and directly cut his neck. According to his words, Shang Ruai walked all the way to the east. Just as she was about to leave the village, Shang Ruai saw some black tents standing on the ground. Several teams were patrolling with lanterns. Shang Ruai hid in the dark and looked at those tents. In the deepest part, there was a tent that was much larger than the other tents. It must be the residence of General Biling. At this moment, several painful shouts came from the tent not far ahead. Shang Ruai avoided the patrolling soldiers and came to the front of the tent. She opened a corner of the tent and saw several people tied to scaffolds with several wounds on their bodies. A soldier was pouring a bottle of liquid medicine on his wounds. Painful sounds kept coming out of the mouths of several people. From the smell emanating from it, Shang Ruai knew that the porcelain bottle contained the extracted corpse poison. Her eyes were slightly fierce. She wanted to help but was afraid of alerting the enemy. After thinking, she took out a cylinder containing a drug. After a few breaths, there were several sounds of falling to the ground in the tent. Looking inside, those people were unconscious. Shang Ruai continued to walk towards the tent. After finally arriving outside the tent, before she could lift the curtain, she heard the man inside say in a deep voice, "The people from Dinghua Palace have taken Hiyuan back. Why hasn't there been any movement so far?" Shang Ruai's hand suddenly stopped. "It's them. It seems that they were the ones who kidnapped Prince Hiyuan of Dinghua. General Biling. We injured him so badly, it's already difficult for him to be alive. What else can he do?" His deputy General Shiga sneered. "I didn't expect that there would be such a day in Dinghua Palace. It's really refreshing. Hiyuan has been tortured by us so much. Why don't you kill him, by the way?" Morta's mouth corners were pressed down. His eyes were full of cruelty. "Kill him? Oh, isn't that a bargain for him? I just want him to suffer so much that he can't hear, see, or speak, and it will be difficult for him to die even if he wants to. What if Dinghua Palace finds someone to heal him? How is it possible?" Morta said in a deep voice, "I spent a lot of money to buy those medicines from Nanchi, just waiting for this day." He clenched his fists. "I finally avenged the brothers who died under the iron cavalry of Dinghua Palace." "General." Shang Ruai heard all this and couldn't help curling her lips. As a general, he avenged his brothers not on the battlefield, but took advantage of others' danger and tortured them when they were injured.
It was simply a mean act.
Shang Ruai's eyes were cold. This Morta was definitely not a good guy. Putting aside the matter of Dinghua Palace, the fact that he slaughtered all the villagers in Dahuang Village, coated them with corpse poison, and threw them into the river was enough to prove that he was a disaster when he was alive. At this time, the voices of two people were heard again. "How is Lingheng?" Shiga said with a smile. "Our people sent back a message that he is still in a wheelchair. It is said that the divine Dr. Jiang was invited before, but the divine Dr. Jiang asked him to marry his daughter in exchange for treatment. Lingheng refused without even thinking about it. He couldn't help but sneer. I really don't know what's so good about Lingheng. He is already but there are still people who want to marry him." "Oh, stupid." Morta sneered. "It seems that his disability is not thorough enough. He should have had his other leg tendon cut off at the beginning." Shang Ruai's face completely sank when she heard this. It seems that these people also did something to Lingheng's leg. As a general of the three armies, Morta was extremely sensitive to murderous intent.
"Who?"
The next moment, the sleeve arrow in his hand flew out in the direction of Shang Ruai. Seeing this, Shiga picked up the big knife and walked out. Shang Ruai entered the space, and no matter how they searched, they found nothing. "General, did you feel it wrong?" Morta's face sank slightly. "Absolutely not. There was definitely murderous intent around his tent just now." At this moment, a soldier exclaimed, "General, for some reason everyone in the prison tent fainted." "What?" Morta's heart sank suddenly, and he walked quickly into the prison tent. He saw that everyone was lying on their backs on the ground, and the people tied to the scaffolds were also unconscious. A doctor came forward and checked for a long time, frowning. "How is it?" "General, there is no sign of poisoning nor any sign of drugging, but for some reason, they just can't wake up." He said slowly, It's like they were possessed by evil. The people of Biling believe in witchcraft the most among all countries." Now hearing what the doctor said, everyone took a step back. Shang Ruai didn't expect that her unintentional action would make them look like this in Xiacheng. Don't talk nonsense. How could he be possessed? Mora said angrily. Someone must have sneaked in. At this moment, the team responsible for finding Shang Ruoi and Ling Feng returned to the camp. A man stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "General, the two people are not found." Mora walked outside, his eagle eyes swept across the camp. His eyes fell on the slightly raised curtain of the tent. He quickly walked towards the tent, lifted the curtain, and his eyes suddenly fixed. I saw a man wearing a silver mask sitting in the place where he just sat, drinking tea calmly. The general's tea is not to my taste. I prepared some good tea myself. Would you like to drink some? Who are you, sir? A sleeve arrow fell into his palm. Shang Ruoi smiled coldly. I thought that as a general of a country and a commander of 3 armies, you must be an upright person, but I didn't expect that you are also a despicable person. She glanced at Mora. General, there is no need to hide the hidden arrow in your hand. When Mora heard her say this, the danger in his eyes became even more intense. Who are you? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Shang Ruoi sneered. I should ask the general this question. She drank the tea in the cup. In our Tianshan, you slaughter the people at will, use them to poison the river water, causing the outbreak of plague, and tried to control the grain production of Tianshan, and then purchased a large amount of grain crops from your Biling, and then emptied Tianshan. He raised his eyelids slightly. You even took into account the Dingwa Palace. Mora frowned. How did she know about his plots? General, do you think everyone is a fool? Shang Ruoi stood up. Originally, I had no interest in what you did, but you really touched someone you shouldn't have touched. If I don't deal with you, I won't be able to rest in peace. Someone who shouldn't have touched? His pupils shrank suddenly. Are you from the Dingwa Palace? Shang Ruoi thought for a moment. You can say that. Mora snorted coldly. Are you a little too confident in yourself, sir? He opened his arms and laughed. This is the general's tent. The whole camp is full of the general's people. Even if you are God, you can't think of walking out of here alive today. Really? Shang Ruoi pouted. General, try to cover your mouth when you speak. Otherwise, I'm afraid the strong wind will your tongue away. You are so bold. Shiga stood behind Mora and said angrily, You dare to be so rude to our general. Believe it or not, this deputy general will pull out your tongue. As soon as the voice fell, she saw a silver light flashing, and the next moment, a silver needle was inserted into his tongue.
Ouch.
Shiga covered his mouth. He didn't even see how the silver needle flew over. Seeing her reaching out like this, Mora's eyes flickered slightly, and his hawk-like sharp eyes stared at her fiercely. He didn't expect that she really had some ability. No wonder she was so rampant. Aren't you going to pull out my tongue? Shang Ruoi sneered. I have always avenged my grudges on the spot. I take revenge when I have grudges, and I redress my grievances when I have grievances. It's not my style to drag things out. So, if you don't like what you say, don't say it in the future. Her needle had completely cut off his chance to speak in the future. Mora picked up the big knife, and the soldiers behind him also took out the weapons on their waists. The sharp tip of the knife was facing her. Shang Ruoi calmly filled her teacup and whispered, Use tea instead of wine, villagers of Dahuang Village. Today, I come to avenge you. She spilled the tea on the ground. Mora's eyes were cold, and he raised his knife and chopped towards Shang Ruoi. Shang Ruoi sat on the chair and looked at him calmly. Just when Mora was only one step away from her, his body suddenly froze. A burst of severe pain made it impossible for him to move at all. The next moment, all the soldiers near the tent fell down,
twisting their bodies in pain. You.
Shang Ruoi supported her chin with a slight curl of her lips. A dose of bone-dissolving powder, for you and your soldiers. Dissolve. Bone-dissolving powder? That's right. Shang Ruoi said lightly. The medicine is as its name suggests. It will dissolve your bones, melt them, and merge with your flesh and blood. Mora didn't expect that the man in front of him was actually a master of poison-making. He had never heard of bone-dissolving powder. Who are you? His voice trembled constantly due to the pain, and he looked at Shang Ruoi with deep fear and dread in his eyes. If it was really as she said, wouldn't he become a useless person? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you are about to die. Shang Ruai walked forward slowly, with anger in her eyes. You hurt Prince Dinghua, right? Yes, we have an irreconcilable hatred with the Dinghua Palace, and I avenge my brothers. What's wrong with that? You are not wrong. Political struggles and military struggles. It's impossible to tell who is right and who is wrong. It's just a different standpoint, but you shouldn't add insult to injury. He Jingheng's leg was also your handiwork. Shang Ruai's voice fell, and Morta's face changed slightly. You heard it outside the tent? So I said, you touched people you shouldn't have touched, had thoughts you shouldn't have, wantonly slaughtered civilians, killed innocent people and even babies. She stood beside him, looking down at him. So, it is not unjust for me to kill you. Let me go, what do you want? I can give it to you as long as you detoxify me. Detoxification, letting you go, either of these two things is a delusion for you. Shang Ruai sneered. I only want your life, the lives of the soldiers around you. At this moment, a chuckle came from outside the door. A black figure was standing not far away. If he didn't speak, no one would have noticed. Why do you have to kill him yourself? He Jingheng walked in with a mask very similar to hers. You dirty your hands in vain. Shang Ruai smiled. Get rid of harm for the people. You, who are you? At this time, the bone-dissolving powder was taking effect in his body. It seemed that there were thousands of insects gnawing at his body. He could feel that his bones were melting little by little, losing consciousness and couldn't even move. You can't even recognize my voice, Mora. You are really going backwards as you live. You are. He Jingheng? He looked at his legs in disbelief. He had sent people to cut his tendons. How could he still stand up?
Absolutely impossible.
Impossible. You must be someone else pretending to be you. Absolutely impossible. He Jingheng stepped forward and said in a cold voice, You have done so many evil things in Tianshan. It is not a loss to leave your life here. He Jingheng, Emperor Tianshan is afraid of you and your son, and the palace of King Dinghua. Even if you have gained fame and honor, he will still exile you. Even so, you are still working for Emperor Tianshan. What is the difference between you and a dog? Morta said in a deep voice. He Jingheng, cooperate with me. I can help you get revenge. Then Tianshan will be ours. You and I can share the world. How about it?
Ha.
He Jingheng sneered. Share the world? Don't you think it's ridiculous for a general like you to say such a thing? He Jingheng walked up to him and said in a cold voice, We naturally have our own way to settle the matter between the Dinghua Palace and Emperor Tianshan. This is our Tianshuan's own business. What does it have to do with you? He lowered his voice and said in a cold voice, Who told you that I was working for Emperor Tianshan?
What?
Morta's mind was shocked.
You want?
The next moment, a silver light flashed in He Jingheng's hand, and a soft sword swept across his neck. Blood gushed out, and Morta was no longer alive. At this moment, several black shadows flashed, and wailing sounds outside the tent sounded, and soon it was completely calm. Shang Ruai knew that all the Biling soldiers in the camp were dead. He Jingheng looked at Morta's body, his eyes full of coldness. He Jingheng. He turned around, and Shang Ruai found that there were a few drops of scarlet on his mask, which made him look like a messenger from Hades, which was terrifying. Are you afraid? He Jingheng clenched the soft sword in his hand, looking at the eyes under the mask, feeling a little regretful in his heart. He was just overwhelmed by hatred. How could he forget that she was standing behind him? If she saw the bloody scene just now, she would have nightmares at night. He was afraid that the gentle appearance he pretended to be in front of her was completely gone. He was most afraid of seeing fear in her eyes. He was afraid that he had forgotten who poisoned everyone in the camp. This kind of scene was not worth mentioning to Shang Ruai. At this moment, a chuckle came from his ear. Killing the evil. Why are you afraid? If the evil is not eliminated, the good people will be killed. He Jingheng's heart, which had been falling rapidly, returned to its original position in an instant. Seeing that there was no fear in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He was about to go forward to hold her hand, but Shang Ruai walked out of the tent. He Jingheng looked at his empty hands and couldn't help but sigh. She came to the prison tent and looked at the person who had been smeared with corpse poison, frowning. She took out 2 porcelain bottles from her sleeve pocket and poured the spiritual spring water on his wound, only to see white foam coming out of the wound. The spiritual spring water in only 1 porcelain bottle was not enough. Just when she was worried, a medicine box was handed over. Master Lingjun, a medicine box. Shang Ruai looked at Yunqi and said with a smile, "Thank you." Although her face was covered by a mask, it was not difficult to hear the joy in her voice. He Jingheng glanced at him and felt the coldness emanating from his master. Yunqi hurriedly said, "You are too polite, master. The master is thoughtful. The master said that you might be able to use it." Shang Ruai took the medicine box and focused all her attention on the injured person, as if she didn't hear Yunqi's words. Yunqi felt the coldness of his master getting heavier and heavier and was too scared to speak. Shang Ruai took out some spiritual spring water and poured it on the man's wound until the white foam stopped appearing on the wound, and the corpse poison was considered to be resolved. However, because the injury was too serious, he did not wake up for a long time. In addition to disposing of the bodies of the Biling people, Yunqi and his companions also cleaned up the bodies in the pool. The water in this pool is full of toxins. The corpse poison and the toxins from the decayed bodies mix together, causing the entire river water to be polluted. Biling, these rascals, I should have stabbed them a few more times earlier. Yun Tian said angrily. Everyone looked at the bodies that were salvaged, and they wished they could chop the bodies of the Biling people a few more times. Send the bodies of the Biling soldiers to the Emperor of Biling. It seems that it will be his birthday in a while, and these are the gifts from the Dingwa Palace to him.
Yes.
Yunqi's eyes flashed with excitement. If the Emperor of Biling received this gift, he would probably faint from anger. Thinking of that scene made him feel very relieved. They set their eyes on the pool water. This water is the main source of drinking water and irrigation for Liangzhou city. Now it is already dry and food is scarce. If this pool water can no longer be used, the northern part of Tianshan will be in chaos. At this moment, Shang Ruai stepped forward, and under the horrified gaze of everyone, she was about to put her hand into the pool water. He Jingheng rushed forward and pulled her up. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Shang Ruai smiled. "I am immune to all poisons." "What do you mean by immune to all poisons? How is that possible?" He Jingheng frowned. "Really? She has spiritual spring water in her body, and all poisons are no threat to her. Why did you put your hand into this pool of water?" Shang Ruai blinked. She originally wanted to put her hand into the pool water and use the spiritual spring water to remove the toxins in the pool water, but she forgot that He Jingheng was still with her. If she really did this, he would definitely find out. "I said I just wanted to see if this water is drinkable. Do you believe it?" Shang Ruai said, and received a cold look from He Jingheng. "Can you detoxify this water?" Shang Ruai didn't say anything. She looked at his legs and said softly, "Your legs are recovering really fast." He Jingheng's face didn't change at her deliberate change of subject. He just nodded. "By the way, where's Ling Feng? Are you talking about the man you brought back from Shanheng?" He Jingheng said in a low voice. "What do you mean by a man you brought back?" It was as if there was some shameful relationship between her and Ling Feng. "He told the gateman that you were in danger here." Shang Ruai's eyes flashed slightly. "What about him?" "He left after leaving a message." He Jingheng frowned when he saw her fall silent. Thinking about another man in front of him. Thinking that he was dead? Shang Ruai didn't notice the dangerous look in He Jingheng's eyes. At this moment, a chill emerged from his body. His face under the mask changed suddenly. How could it be? How could the ice bone poison attack again? Shang Ruai saw his slightly staggering steps and whispered, "But is the poison taking effect?" He Jingheng nodded. Once the ice bone poison took effect, his 5 senses were completely blocked. He used all his strength to whisper a few words in her ear, and then he fainted. Shang Ruai's eyes were solemn. Yunqi, build the tent. The master.
Quick.
Yunqi knew that He Jingheng was in the state of poison, but the master had just had an attack of poison some time ago. It stands to reason that the next attack of poison should be in a month. How could it be so frequent? Not long after, a simple tent was built. He Jingheng and Shang Ruai were in the tent, and the others were waiting outside. At this time, He Jingheng was surrounded by cold air, and a layer of light ice crystals appeared on his body. Shang Ruai held the silver needle in her hand, but she didn't know where to insert the needle. She didn't expect that the ice bone poison in his body would spread so quickly. She poured the spiritual spring water into his mouth. The ice crystals did not increase, but they did not disappear. Shang Ruai entered the space and the laboratory. Looking at the essence of the Tianhun grass juice that had been extracted, a trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. The Tianhun grass was dry in nature, and it was originally supplemented with other medicinal materials to neutralize the medicinal properties, but now it was obviously too late. If the poison in He Jingheng's body could not be removed in time, I am afraid it would really endanger his life. Take out the Tianhun grass juice and drip it into his mouth. In a few breaths, all the ice crystals on his body disappeared, and a trace of heat emanated from his body. Shang Ruai was glad that she only dropped a few drops, otherwise the Tianhun grass would burn his internal organs. After a while, the heat on He Jingheng's body became more and more, and his face became redder and redder, as if he was on fire. Shang Ruai frowned and put her hand on his forehead. Suddenly, He Jingheng opened his eyes and looked at Shang Ruai steadily. The next moment, his hand grabbed her wrist fiercely, and with a sudden tug, Shang Ruai fell on him unexpectedly. The cold touch on her body made He Jingheng couldn't help but sigh. He Jingheng, let go, let go. Seeing her struggling, He Jingheng whispered, "Don't move." His voice was low and hoarse, like a whisper in a state of confusion. Shang Ruai's nerves were tense, fearing that He Jingheng would do something out of line. She even held the silver needle in her hand. If he really did something he shouldn't do, she would definitely give him a few needles. Fortunately, He Jingheng just put his arm around her waist and didn't do anything he shouldn't do. When the heat in his body gradually faded, He Jingheng slowly let go of his hand. Shang Ruai struggled to sit up, and she didn't know whether it was because of the heat or shyness. Her little face was flushed, and she looked beautiful at the moment.
Sorry.
He Jingheng coughed a few times. Thank you for today. It's okay, but if you do this again in the future, I will definitely throw you out. He Jingheng touched the tip of his nose and nodded. You have a good rest for a while, I'll go out first. Seeing that He Jingheng also wanted to get up, she said sternly, You dare to get up and try. She didn't lower her voice when she said this. Yunqi and others heard it clearly and couldn't help but be shocked. Who would have thought that their prince was actually afraid of his wife? It seems that the one who really has the final say in the future is not the prince, but the prince's wife. When Shang Ruai walked out of the tent, Yunqi and others all lowered their heads. Shang Ruai walked slowly to the side of the pool and put her hand into the pool. The spiritual spring water continued to flow into the pool along the palm of her palm. I don't know how long it took, and a sense of fatigue came from the body. Since the space appeared in her body, she rarely felt tired. She retracted her palm and felt that the toxins in the pool water had disappeared under the effect of the spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water entered the downstream river. It would not be long before the water could be used again. When she returned to the tent, it was almost dawn. He Jingheng was already asleep. Shang Ruai yawned and lay on the bed with her clothes on and fell asleep slowly. Hearing the even breathing sound coming from beside him, He Jingheng opened his eyes and looked at her hands that were a little wrinkled by the pool water. A dark color flashed across his eyes. What secrets are hidden in her? After sleeping for only an hour, it was already dawn. After solving the problem of Dahuang Village, Shang Ruai naturally had to return to Liangzhou city. As for He Jingheng, he had to go to the western regions. There are some things in the western regions that require me to go there in person. Don't worry about Xia Village. I have already settled everything. But this time I will take most of the secret guards with me. The He family needs you to take care of it. Shang Ruai never asked much about what He Jingheng was going to do, and it was the same now, but for some reason, she was a little flustered this time, so before leaving, she took out some pills from the medicine box. These are for detoxification, this one is for hemostasis, this one is for healing internal injuries, and this one is for removing dead flesh and regenerating new flesh. With a smile on his face, He Jingheng watched Shang Ruai carefully as she placed the porcelain bottles in front of him one by one, and carefully introduced the function of each pill. In the past, if someone else had been nagging like this, he would have been impatient a long time ago, but now that Shang Ruai said this, he actually felt very happy. Do you remember everything I said? Shang Ruai asked in a low voice. I remember. Then repeat what I just said. He Jingheng. He was just busy looking at her, and naturally did not hear a word she said. He never thought that Shang Ruai would use this trick on him. Seeing his embarrassed look when he couldn't fight back, Yunqi and others couldn't help laughing. They never thought that the prince would have such a day, just like the disciple who couldn't recite the book and was punished by the teacher. He Jingheng glanced at Yunqi and said coldly, I remember you asked me for Yunqi before. Since you want him, he will follow you.
What?
Yunqi, who was still secretly happy just now, was stunned for a moment. The master meant that he should follow the prince's wife. This is really great. Nowadays, even the prince has to bow his head in front of the prince's wife. It is rarer than a god to be able to serve the prince's wife. Really? Shang Ruai's face was a little excited. He Jingheng nodded. When have I ever lied to you? He turned his gaze to Yunqi. From today on, she is your master. Yes. Yunqi came to Liangzhou city with Shang Ruai. Yunqi was not like Yuntian. He often followed He Jingheng in public. Except for the people in Dinghua Palace, outsiders had almost never seen his true face. Therefore, no one recognized him when he followed Shang Ruai. However, when he came to Liangzhou city this time, she still changed his appearance. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Besides, everyone knew that she was young Master Lingjun and not Shang Ruai. If Yunqi used his real appearance at this time and followed her in the future, people would soon know that she was young Master Lingjun. When Shang Ruai returned to Liangzhou city, Dr. Jiang was treating patients. Seeing her come in, his face couldn't help but look a little unnatural. Shang Ruai smiled. Dr. Jiang must have no idea about his two medicines, otherwise he would have shown off in front of her. Shang Ruai came to the water source. The spiritual spring water had already flowed here, removing all the toxins in the pool water. Shang Ruai finally let go of her worries. She turned to the fourth prince and said, the poison in the water has been removed. The water here can continue to be used for drinking and irrigation. The fourth prince was overjoyed when he heard this. As for how she did it, the fourth prince did not ask, but Shang Nian was very curious. You are indeed a genius, doctor. I admire you. Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him. It is really rare to get the praise from the prime minister. Her unfriendly tone made Shang Nian frown again. As the prime minister, he was repeatedly bullied by a brat. For him, who has been in a high position for many years, how could he swallow this breath? Yunqi saw all this and couldn't help laughing secretly. Shang Nian would never have thought that the person who was so rude to him and he dared not offend him was actually the concubine who he looked down upon. At this time, the fourth prince brought a box. Master Lingjun, this is part of the money, a total of 30,000 taels. I will send someone to make up the rest when I return to Beijing. Shang Ruai nodded. I still believe in the character of the fourth prince. With Shang Ruai's pills, their bodies recovered quickly, and the epidemic was controlled and no longer spread. But the problem of food shortage was not solved. This winter, if there is not enough food, it is unknown how many people will freeze to death or starve to death. When the spring of next year comes, there will still be a large-scale epidemic. However, the epidemic can be controlled, which makes Emperor Tianshun very happy. Not only did he make up the silver behind, but he also opened a private treasury to reward many treasures. After returning to the capital, the fourth prince bathed and changed his clothes and came to the palace. At the celebration banquet, Emperor Tianshun's face was full of smiles. The more he looked at He Lingqi, the more he liked him. He Lingsheng saw all this and his heart sank slightly. No one thought that such a serious epidemic could be cured. Fourth prince, you have done a great deed this time. Is there anything you want?
Tell me about it.
Emperor Tianshun had a smile on his face. He Lingqi hadn't seen his father smile at him like this for a long time. He actually felt as if he was in another world. After a moment, he stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "It is my honor to share your worries. I dare not take credit for it." "Okay."
Haha.
After Emperor Tianshun laughed, he looked at He Lingqi and suddenly made a decision in his heart. "Announce my decree. The fourth prince He Lingqi is both talented and handsome, studious, and has extraordinary intelligence. He is suitable for important tasks and is named Prince Bao."
What?
He Lingxing's hand paused. Prince Bao. The ministers were shocked when they heard this. This is the first prince canonized by the emperor after he ascended the throne. One by one, they hurriedly stood up to congratulate him. He Lingxing stood up with a smile and congratulated. "Congratulations, fourth brother. You have been awarded the title of Prince Bao just for solving the plague." He Lingxing's words implied that the fourth prince had picked up a great bargain. He Lingqi was not a fool, so he naturally understood what he meant. He stood up, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not accept your grace. I ask your Majesty to withdraw your order." Emperor Tianshun thought he was making an excuse and refused several times. He couldn't help but frown slightly. What is the reason? There is a severe drought in Tianshun. Many places have no harvest and victims are everywhere. I am heartbroken. How can I be rewarded at this time? He Lingqi's words startled Emperor Tianshun. He didn't expect that his son, who had been ignored by him, was so outstanding and cared about the world. He thought for a moment, the imperial edict has been issued and cannot be taken back. However, since you have such a broad mind, I will give you another task, disaster relief. He smiled. There is a severe drought in the north. If you can solve this problem and bring you back to Beijing, I will personally crown you. Thank you, father. During the time that Shang Ruai came to Liangzhou city, the town's shopkeeper Li was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Seeing that the grain in the grain shop was running out, Shang Ruai had not been contacted for a long time, and no one sent any more grain. Shopkeeper Zhao listened to the report from his servants, stroked his mustache, and sneered. "I knew he wouldn't last long. We are now the largest grain store in Qingshi town. You are really smart, shopkeeper." The servant gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. "You are really good at predicting things. After those shopkeepers were arrested, you collected all their grain. Now you can sell it for a good price." Haha. Just as he was feeling complacent, the heavy rutting sound echoed on the road. Shopkeeper Zhao couldn't help but be shocked. He walked quickly to the window and saw dozens of carriages full of grain heading towards Li's grain store. How is it possible? Didn't they say that there wasn't enough food? Where did they get it from? Shopkeeper Zhao looked at the carriages with a grudge in his eyes. "Shopkeeper, with so much food delivered, what should we do with it?" The servant standing behind him said tremblingly. "What should we do? How should I know?" Shopkeeper Zhao said angrily. "Investigate. Find out where the food comes from at all costs." "Yes." Shopkeeper Li looked at the full bag of food, his face beaming with joy. "Madam Shang, you are amazing. You can get so much food. I really admire you." Shang Ruai smiled. How could she do this? If there was no space, where could she get so much food? Shopkeeper Li, right now there is a food shortage in the north, and it is winter, so it is inevitable that many people will have some bad intentions, so you have to be more careful. Of course. Shopkeeper Li said in a low voice. "If it weren't for your reminder a few days ago, my granary would have been burned clean." When Shang Ruai returned to the He family, she heard that Qin was ill. Shang Ruai came to Qin's room, and He Yuni was sitting beside her bed feeding Qin medicine. "Mother." Shang Ruai walked in and saw Qin's pale face, so she walked forward to feel her pulse. "Nothing." Qin smiled. The doctor said it was just an ordinary cold, nothing serious. She coughed a few times, and her originally pale face looked even more bloodless. After Shang Ruai felt the pulse, she found that it was indeed, as she said, just a cold. But why was it so serious? Shang Ruai added some spiritual spring water to the water they drank daily. Although it was diluted a lot, It could still play a role in strengthening the body. Normally, she would not get sick. When did mother catch a cold? Shang Ruai whispered. Today is the third day. Hyuni sighed. The temperature suddenly dropped a few nights ago. Maybe the cold has passed. Shang Ruai took out a pill and handed it to her. Mother, take the pill and have a good sleep. Maybe you will feel better tomorrow. Qin took the pill and didn't feel anything at first. As a result, in less than a cup of tea, Qin, who was about to rest, suddenly vomited blood. Suddenly, everyone was in a mess. The news that Qin vomited blood quickly spread throughout the He family. Even the old princess who had already rested was alarmed. What's going on? The old princess asked anxiously. After Shang Ruai felt the pulse, she frowned and said in a deep voice, Poisoning. Mother is poisoned.
What?
Poisoning? How is this possible? What did she eat before she went to bed? Hyuni thought for a moment. Before going to bed, my mother only ate a bowl of tremella soup and the pills given by my sister-in-law.
She didn't use the rest.
Everyone's eyes fell on Shang Ruai, and she whispered, From the pulse, it is undoubtedly poisoned, and the poison is very overbearing. It has attacked the heart meridian in just a moment. Sister-in-law's pills are definitely not poisonous, so the only possibility is tremella soup. Hyuni said in a deep voice. The tremella soup was also used yesterday. Hyuni brought the bowl that was placed beside her bed and had not been taken away yet and handed it to Shang Ruai. Sister-in-law, this is it. Shang Ruai took out a silver needle and tested it a few times. The silver needle did not turn black, indicating that it was non-toxic. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but frown slightly. This is not poisonous either, so how did Qin sure be poisoned? At this moment, a burst of fragrance came into the tip of the nose. Shang Ruai's pupils shrank suddenly. It's that. Shang Ruai looked at the person standing at the end, with a look of disbelief on her face. How could it be her? The old princess felt uneasy when she saw that she didn't speak. Child, do you know what poison your mother has been poisoned with? Shang Ruai shook her head and said softly, I don't know yet. I can only control the poison of mother through acupuncture, so that it will not spread. However, it will take some time to develop an antidote. She took out the silver needle and pierced the acupuncture point on her body. As soon as the needle was inserted, Qin spit out blood again. Mother! Sister-in-law! Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Shang Ruai put away the silver needle and glanced at the purse on the waist of the person without showing any expression. She just tried it with the silver needle, but she really couldn't hold her breath. The silver needle in Shang Ruai's hand shot out suddenly. Just when everyone didn't react, a cry of pain came from the door. Everyone couldn't help but look at the door. There was a silver needle stuck on the back of Xiangyu's hand. She looked at Shang Ruai in shock and knelt on the ground with a plop. Madam, spare my life. Shang Ruai sneered. Spare my life? When did I say I wanted your life? But this silver needle. She quickly closed her mouth before she finished speaking. What's wrong with this silver needle? Shang Ruai glanced at her lightly. Tell me, how can this silver needle of mine take your life? Xiangyu's face changed slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at her. Shang Ruai stood up, walked to Xiangyu, and reached out to take the silver needle off the back of her hand. With a sneer, she said, How do you know that my silver needle is coated with poison? Your servant, your servant. You understand pharmacology. Shang Ruai held the silver needle with her fingers and shook it in front of her eyes. Or rather, you understand poison. Young madam, I don't understand what you are saying. Don't understand? Shang Ruai reached out and took down the purse hanging around her waist. What's in your purse? Xiangyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and she whispered, I like to play with some flowers and plants on weekdays, and there are dried lilac flowers in it. Previously, I saw that the lilac flowers in the backyard were blooming very well, so I picked some and dried them to make sachets. Lilac, Shang Ruai sneered. These words are okay to deceive others, but they are not good enough in front of me. She poured out the contents of her purse, which were indeed very similar to lilac flowers and even smelled exactly the same, but Shang Ruai saw through it at a glance. This is not lilac at all, but a fallen leaf flower. Xiangyu looked at her in shock. How did she recognize it? Fallen leaf flowers, as the name suggests. When this flower appears, the leaves growing on the stem will fall off instantly. It smells non-toxic alone, but its smell will become highly toxic when combined with Notopterygium wolfortii. Shang Ruoyi's face was cold. Before, it was you who told Aunt Zhao the location of the sachet hanging on the head of Song's bed. Being able to avoid the secret guards and put things on the bedside, this kind of thing must have been done by one of their own people. There are not just 1 or 2 secret guards here, and they protect them 12 hours a day. If an outsider enters, the secret guards will definitely find it, unless the martial arts are extremely high, like He Jingheng. But if that kind of person really wants to do something to the Dingwa Palace, it would not be as simple as just leaving a letter. When she and He Jingheng were not there, they would have wiped out the He family. So she concluded that there must be a traitor in the He family. Madam, I really don't know what you're talking about. This is clearly lilac. How could it be a deciduous flower? Xiangyu knelt down and cried, I am innocent. Please look carefully. Song Fengji stepped forward and said to Shang Ruoyi, sister-in-law, is there any misunderstanding here? How could Xiangyu poison me? Yes, there must be a misunderstanding. Xiangyu has been serving in Fengji's room. How could he have the time to poison me? Lin said softly. Xiangyu knelt on the ground and cried, Madam, I am really wronged. Shang Ruoyi raised the corner of her lips slightly and nodded. Maybe I am too worried. Her words made Xiangyu's hanging heart slightly relieved. At this moment, a silver needle flew towards her with a sound of breaking through the air. Subconsciously, she turned her body and dodged it. Her action could not be done by people who had not practiced martial arts for many years. Your abilities are so powerful that they can't be seen at all if you don't show them. Xiangyu's face suddenly changed after Shang Ruoyi's words. Song Fengji and Lin didn't expect that they had just excused her, but they were taught a lesson in the blink of an eye. You. Xiangyu knew that he was exposed, and he didn't plan to pretend anymore. I didn't expect that you would find out. Xiangyu raised his head and looked at Shang Ruoyi with a cold look. You are really hard to deal with. It's my negligence that you can lurk here for so long. Shang Ruoyi's eyes were cold. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Xiangyu didn't speak. His eyes fell on Song Fengji not far away, and the next moment, her figure suddenly ran towards Song Fengji, and just when his hand was about to pinch Song Fengji's neck, his body suddenly lost strength and fell to the ground. She looked at the purple on the back of her hand, full of unwillingness. She never thought that Shang Ruoyi would doubt her and be injured by the silver needle she shot. The silver needle was coated with poison, which should be a kind of muscle softener. She couldn't lift it at all. Xiangyu half knelt on the ground, his body shaky and unable to support himself. Now tell me, Shang Ruoyi said coldly. Tell me who you are and who is the person behind you. It's impossible for me to betray my master. Even if I die, I will never betray. She looked at Shang Ruoyi coldly and then turned her eyes to the people in Dingwa Palace. Suddenly, a trace of black blood flowed out of her mouth. I curse you. Curse all of you. After she finished speaking, her body fell down, her eyes wide open, and she died with her eyes open. There was a deadly poison hidden in her teeth. People like this are all dead warriors. Shang Ruoyi looked at Xiangyu's body, thinking. Song Fengji sat on the chair and gasped for breath. The scene just now really scared her. She really couldn't believe that Xiangyu, who had been serving her all the time, was actually a spy. And just now, she was almost in her hands. She must be coming for their Song family. It must be. Thinking of this, she felt a pain in her stomach. At this moment, she felt a pain in the skin of her hand. She came to her senses and found that Shang Ruoyi was holding a silver needle and stabbing her. Relax. Shang Ruoyi said in a deep voice. Don't think too much. Worrying too much is not good for you and the fetus in your belly. Song Fengji recovered, and her pupils gradually focused. Sister-in-law, don't think about anything. I'm here for everything. Just take care of your body and give birth to the baby. Shang Ruoyi put away the silver needle and Song Fangji felt the pain in her stomach slowly disappear. She looked at Shang Ruai for a long while, and her eyes gradually became firm. Shang Ruai walked to Qin's bedside, fed her the spiritual spring water, and used silver needles to several major acupuncture points around her body to protect her heart meridian. She then took out some silver needles as fine as cow hair and pricked them into her arms. Everyone looked at the densely packed silver needles and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. He Yuni shed tears silently. If I knew the person behind Xiang Yu, I would never let him go even if he was at the ends of the earth. At this time, Ling Feng was drinking tea in the courtyard. An old man came over and whispered, Xiang Yu was exposed and committed suicide. Ling Feng nodded and smiled. Did Shang Ruai find out? Yes, it was her. Haha, it's just as I expected. She is really smart. Ling Feng put down the teacup and curled his lips slightly. What an interesting woman. Young master, Shang Ruai has ruined our business again and again, and you still want to keep her? The old man said in a deep voice, I know that you are concerned about her kindness in saving Miss Kerr, but even without her, Miss would not be in trouble, right? If Shang Ruai were here, she would definitely recognize the identity of this person. It was the shopkeeper of Shan Hung Tianyan Casino, Qian Jinyan. I kept her, and it has nothing to do with Kerr. Then why did the young master? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ling Feng. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Tell my brother to cause more trouble for He Jingheng's people in the western regions.
Yes.
Qian Jinyan didn't dare to say anything more after hearing him say this. The young master had the same temperament as the former master. Once he made a decision, he would not change it easily. However, although he had only had a few brief contacts with Shang Ruai, he could feel that this woman was very cunning and very smart. The young master was reluctant to take action against her. Could it be that he had some thoughts that he shouldn't have? Thinking of this, Qian Jinyan frowned even more deeply. Thinking of Shang Ruai's identity and their hatred with the Dinghua Palace, he barely suppressed the anger in his heart. If the young master was bewitched by Shang Ruai, he would definitely kill her even if he risked the crime of disobeying his master. Shang Ruai was still detoxifying Qin at this time. She cut a hole on Qin's fingertips, and thick black blood slowly flowed out. Shang Ruai did not remove the silver needles one by one until the black blood turned bright red. After bandaging her finger, Qin's complexion had returned to normal. Everyone's hanging hearts slowly settled down. Not long after, Qin woke up slowly. What happened? Mother, you are poisoned. If it weren't for my sister-in-law, something serious would have happened. He said in a crying voice. Qin patted Shang Ruai's hand. Child, you have worked hard. Mother, you are polite. Do you still feel uncomfortable? Shang Ruai put her hand on her pulse. Qin's pulse was stable, and she was fine. Qin shook her head. It's okay, I feel much better, but I just feel a little weak. Shang Ruai put the pill into her mouth. This pill is very effective for recovery after illness. Take it and have a good rest. You will feel much better tomorrow. When she came out of Qin's place, it was already bright. At this time, the sky was dark and cloudy. A gust of wind blew. Shang Ruai tightened her cloak. Looking at the weather, it seemed that a heavy snow was coming. She didn't know at this time that they were facing more than just a snow. Not long after, it really snowed heavily, and the snowflakes were getting bigger and bigger. Shang Ruai took out the pot that she had asked Old Wu to help make earlier and went to the kitchen to get busy. Several cooks were helping her. Madam, what are you going to do with so many green vegetables? Hot pot. Hot pot. What is it for? Shang Ruai smiled and said, You will know when the time comes. There is no beef or mutton here, but fortunately, a lot of pork was frozen while it was cold, and a few chickens were killed in the kitchen. There are many white fish in the pond in the space, but I never had the chance to take them out to eat before. Today, while He Jingheng is not at home, others will not ask too much, so I took one out. The side dishes are all ready, and the next step is to stir-fry the ingredients. She has always liked spicy food. In Shang Ruai's opinion, hot pot has no soul without spicy food. But the old princess and Qin couldn't eat much. It happened that old Wu made a double-flavored hot pot, so Shang Ruai fried some base ingredients in the kitchen. However, the conditions were limited now, and the taste was much worse than in the previous life. However, it was extremely rare to be able to eat such delicious food here. When all the dishes were served on the table, everyone was dumbfounded. The old princess looked puzzled. Is the cook in the kitchen today crazy? These are all raw. Why are they served here? Even the meat is raw, how can we eat it? Lin was also very confused. At this time, Shang Ruai came over. Grandmother, third aunt, I told the kitchen to do this.
What?
The old princess asked. Ruai, you do this. But what's the explanation? He looked at the pot. Sister-in-law, what is this? This is called hot pot. Shang Ruai put the cut fish on the table. This hot pot is different from other dishes. She picked up a piece of fish and put it into the boiling pot. After a while, she took it out. The fish was cooked at this time, and there was still a trace of hot steam on it. She put the cooked fish into the old princess's plate. There is a dipping sauce next to it, which can be used for seasoning, and then you can eat it. The old princess took a bite of the fish doubtfully, and when the fish entered her mouth, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. This novel way of eating was the first time she had seen it in her life. It's so delicious. The old princess praised. Ruai, your idea is really great. Shang Ruai finally let go of her worries when she heard what the old princess said. Grandma, can we start eating now? He couldn't wait any longer. Okay. Eat. The old princess smiled and said, Look at me, an old fool, only caring about eating myself. If it gets out, I will be laughed at. He looked at the red soup in the spicy pot and swallowed. Sister-in-law, is this delicious? Shang Ruai picked up the fish fillet and put it in her bowl. Try it. He took a small bite and her eyes lit up instantly. This thing should only exist in heaven. How can we hear about it in the world? He exclaimed, Such a good thing. Why do you only bring it out today? Shang Ruai looked at the snow outside the window and said softly, Hot pot and snow scenery are the best match. It's snowing today, so I thought of making this hot pot. Sister-in-law, why don't we go to the county and open another hot pot restaurant? We will definitely make a lot of money. Shang Ruai also had this idea, and at this time she heard the old princess laughing and scolding. You little girl, you only know how to drag your sister-in-law to do this, and that all day long. When she is a child in the future, you can't be so naughty anymore. He pouted. Grandmother is partial. Speaking of children, Shang Ruai did not speak. Although Lingheng expressed his feelings to her, she had lived for 2 lifetimes and did not even know how to fall in love. She admitted that after spending some time together, she had a good impression of Lingheng, and marriage was a foregone conclusion, but she had not considered having children at all. Seeing that Shang Ruai's mind was not on this, the old princess did not say anything. Knowing that she was a person with her own ideas, she did not say much. The meal was a happy one, but Shang Ruai was the only one who was worried. For some reason, she always felt irritated in her heart these 2 days, as if something was going to happen. At night, the snow was getting heavier, from heavy snow to blizzard. The road was difficult to travel, so Shang Ruai asked the workers to stay directly in the mansion. Just as she was about to go to bed, she heard a hurried knock on the door. Crown Princess, Crown Princess. What's the matter? Her eyelids jumped, and she quickly put on her cloak and opened the door. Yunqi said in a deep voice, Oh no, the snow bandits are coming down the mountain. The snow bandits? Shang Ruai frowned. Yes, there are several groups of snow bandits in this far north. They come down from the mountains to rob in winter. They used to come around the spring festival, but this year it's especially early. Maybe it's because of the severe drought and food shortage this year, so they came down early. Yunqi said in a deep voice, These robbers are coming with great force, and the prince has taken away a group of secret guards.
We are short of manpower now.
Most of these snow bandits are highly skilled in martial arts. In the early years, the prince led his troops to suppress the bandits several times but failed. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows. Even Lingheng failed to suppress the bandits. It seems that these snow bandits are really capable. For a moment, the cells of the soldier king kept beating. Princess, the situation is critical now. I will send someone to you and the princess to leave first. After Yunqi finished speaking, Shang Ruai shook her head. No need. You send someone to guard the yard, and I will help your prince to finish.
You.
After Shang Ruai changed into a tight outfit and tied her hair up, she was not wearing a mask today, and she looked like a handsome young man. At this time, the lights in the He family were on, and everyone gathered in the old princess's room. Qin's body had not fully recovered yet, and she was leaning weakly on the couch. Are these snow bandits so scary? He Jingxi thought for a while and said in a low voice, regarding the snow bandits, I have heard about them from my brother. Unlike robbers, snow bandits only seek money and rarely kill people. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, but this time the snow bandits are coming with great force. We can't take it lightly. Is Lingheng not back yet? The old princess said worriedly. Not back yet. The old princess sighed and said no more. He Jingheng was the most skilled martial artist in the He family. Without him guarding at this time, everyone would feel uneasy. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Don't worry, Grandma. Nothing will happen. After comforting them, Shang Ruai came to the storehouse and took out several thousand machine crossbows. This is 1,000 machine crossbows. Find a few brothers with good accuracy. Take these 1,000 machine crossbows, guard around the house, and as long as you see the snow bandits, fire the crossbows to warn them. If they don't obey, don't show mercy. Kill them on the spot. Shang Ruai's tone was sharp, no less than He Jingheng's. Yes. 1,000 machine crossbows. In the early years, the western regions had offered 2 of them as tribute, and they were kept in the treasury by Emperor Tianshun. They had never even seen them, but only heard from others that they were said to be more than 10 times more powerful than bows and arrows. Shang Ruai explained it once, and they learned it. Crown Princess, where did you get this 1,000 machine crossbow? Yunqi blinked. Could it be that the Crown Princess robbed the private treasury of Emperor Tianshun? But there were only 2,000 machine crossbows in the whole Tianshun, and they were still being worshipped. Now there were about 6 or 7 in front of them, and she threw them there like scrap copper and iron. I made it myself. Shang Ruai said vaguely. Looking at Yunqi's shocked expression, she touched her nose with a guilty conscience. She couldn't say that this was produced by the space itself. Yunqi looked at the 1,000 machine crossbow on the ground in disbelief. Made it by hand? Can this thing be made by hand? The Crown Princess must have lied to him because he didn't study much. At this time, the snow bandits were about to arrive at Xia Village. Zhao Junyi, who also got the news, remembered that he was like an ant on a hot pot. The snow bandits visited every year, and the losses were heavy every year. There were not many casualties, but all the money and food were looted. This year's drought basically resulted in a crop failure, and now the snow bandits have come down the mountain to rob food. He wanted to just drop the pole and run away. But the poison in his body has not been cured yet, and his life is in the hands of others. Where can he run? Sir, it's bad. The snow bandits are 10 miles away from us. Zhao Junyi heard this, and the cold sweat on his head became more and more. He repeatedly looked at the place where he hid the money and food to make sure that he would not be discovered, and then his heart was slightly relieved. Sir, don't we have to resist? A Yamen runner asked. Resist? Zhao Junyi slapped his hat hard. Do you have a brain? What the Hades do you resist? How to resist? Use your life to resist? The Yamen runner, who was beaten, had a hard time. The He family has been jumping around under my nose for a long time. Now that the snow bandits are here, it's just right to temper the He family's temper. Zhao Junyi sneered. I want to see how they can be so arrogant in the future. The Yamen runners didn't say anything after hearing this, but just retreated silently. Several Yamen runners were waiting for his news outside. How is it? What does the master say this time? Should we fight the snow bandits with real swords and guns? I've been so frustrated these years. The Yamen runner who had just asked Zhao Junyi shook his head. The master said to give up resistance, just like in previous years. Let them rob everything and leave. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Although they came to this extreme north to work as officials, they were also considered to be demoted, but they still had some integrity in their bones. It was extremely uncomfortable to let them surrender to a group of snow bandits without a fight. At this time, Shang Ruoi had already explained the defense deployment. At this time, she seemed to have returned to her previous life, when she was the captain of the Special Forces team. Yunqi admired her for her calmness in the face of danger and her ability to command the country. In the past, he always felt that it was beneath their prince to marry a concubine, but after being exiled until today, he couldn't help but worry about the prince. Their prince had never considered the love between men and women. Would he be disliked by the prince's wife? Shang Ruoi stood on a high place. Not long after, she saw a group of men in white robes coming down the mountain. They all held shining swords in their hands. The leader of the snow bandits was named Lu Qin, and this time he personally led a group of brothers down the mountain. Arriving at Xia Village, they first went to the city defense. Like in previous years, the city defense was empty. A pile of grain and some silver bills were placed on an 8 immortal table. Seeing this, the second-in-command Zhao Yimu walked forward, shook the things on the table, and curled his lips and said, "This Zhao Junyi, this year's grain is more than half less than last year's." The third-in-command Wei Xian sneered, "This Zhao Junyi is very stingy. If we don't give him a little color, I'm afraid he won't even remember his own last name." The eldest-in-command Lu Qin had no expression on his face, and said lightly, "You guys see if there is anything else. If not, we will go directly into the village." "Brother, are we going to other retail households this year?" Lu Qin sneered, "Haha, retail households? The Dinghua Palace is standing there. Do I still need to go to those retail households to collect some odds and ends?" "Ha ha ha, brother is wise." Lu Qin had a determined smile on his face. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Dinghua Palace has fallen, it is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Zhao Yimu also said in a cold voice, "This time, we must avenge those brothers who died tragically at the hands of the Dinghua Palace." "Have you already talked to the man who works at the He family?" "Don't worry, everything has been arranged." They left the city defense and ran directly to the He family. Shang Ruoi saw their figures from a distance and couldn't help frowning. It seems that they are heading straight for the He family. Shang Ruoi's lips curled up slowly. She really had never seen someone send herself to the door to be beaten. "Thousand machine crossbow ready." She waved her hand lightly, and when those people entered the range, her hand fell suddenly. Swoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and the arrow shot straight to a place not far from the snow bandits with a fascinating momentum. Hiss! What was that thing that just shot into the ground? Lu Qin raised his hand, and the people behind him hurriedly stopped. "Brother, was that an arrow?" Lu Qin said in a deep voice. "Go and have a look." A snow bandit stepped forward and was about to check, only to see an arrow flying at him and burying itself under the snow bandit's feet again. This time, everyone saw clearly that it was indeed an arrow, and the snow bandit, who was about to step forward, was so scared that he sat down on the ground. If he had been a few breaths faster, the powerful arrow would not have shot at his feet, but at his body. Lu Qin looked towards the direction of the He family with a cold gaze. He saw a man in a green robe holding a crossbow he had never seen before, standing proudly. "Brother, this idea is a bit tricky." Zhao Yimu whispered, "Didn't they say He Jingheng was lame?" "That's not He Jingheng." Lu Qin said coldly, "It must be the soldiers under He Jingheng. The Dinghua Palace has a deep foundation, and there are many talented people even in exile. What should we do?" Zhao Yimu's voice was a little frightened. "Run, brother, otherwise let's retreat." "What retreat?" Lu Qin kicked him. "You spineless thing, if you retreat now, you will lead your brothers to starve in the winter? If you want a drink, go and drink it yourself. I won't drink it." But this person's archery skills are so high. I'm afraid he'll die before we get there." Lu Qin looked forward and snorted. "What does it matter? As long as she can't see us, it's fine." They were seen draping their snow-colored robes on their bodies, and their entire bodies blended into the snow. From a distance, it was impossible to tell which was the snow and which was the human. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. No wonder they were called snow bandits. Prince Consort, what should we do now? They didn't even know where the snow bandits were now. Shang Ruai smiled. Don't worry, just wait and see. After a while, a wailing sound appeared. Yunqi looked into the distance and saw that the bright red blood had dyed the snow into patches of red.
Ah!
It hurts. What the Hades? My foot. Something pierced it. My leg, my leg. The screams continued. Originally, it was impossible to tell whether it was a human or snow, but now they were all covered in blood, which was too conspicuous in the pure white snow. Lu Qin's eyes were cold, and he walked forward and pulled open the horse nails hidden in the snow. Horse nails. Where did they get this? She actually predicted it in advance. Wei Xian whispered, this man is as insidious and cunning as he Jingheng. The second in command thought for a while and said, not so insidious and cunning. After all, we robbed first. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that Lu Qin and Wei Xian were looking at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Lu Qin gritted his teeth and couldn't help but kicked him. Which side are you on? Do you know what you do? Bandit. You are a bandit. I know. Zhao Yimu stood up, rubbed his buttocks that were kicked, and muttered, brother, you really kicked me. Lu Qin glanced at him, and then set his eyes on the He mansion in the distance. He had a bad feeling. More than 40 of the more than 200 brothers who came down the mountain this time were injured. When they reached the He mansion, it was unknown how many would be left. But if they don't get enough food this time, they will starve to death in less than a month, not even before the new year. Keep going. Before you act, check if there are any horse nails on the ground. Reduce your speed by half and arrive before dawn. Lu Qin said loudly, for food. To avenge our brothers who were killed by the Dinghua Palace before, we must rush over today. Whoever can capture He Jingheng will be rewarded. I will directly promote him to the 4th in command. The temptation of becoming the 4th in command made these snow bandits excited. Even the snow bandits who were just injured by the horse nails seemed to feel no pain from the wound, and they were eager to try. Shang Ruai sprinkled a lot of horse nails along the way, which was a headache for them to deal with. Shang Ruai looked up and looked at the still gloomy weather, and couldn't help frowning. At this time, the wind and snow were still very strong, and the visibility was getting lower and lower. This was very inconvenient for people who were not used to living in the wind and snow. And those snow bandits had long been accustomed to it. This kind of blizzard weather was just right for them to rob houses. Soon, the horse spikes that Shang Ruai had put on the ground were cleaned up. Seeing that the group of people were getting closer and closer to the He family, Yunqi's face changed slightly. Princess, please go back quickly. Leave this to us. Shang Ruai looked at the more than 200 people who were gradually approaching the He family, and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. She looked at the wind direction, and as she predicted, the northwest wind turned into the southeast wind. The reason why she put horse spikes on the road was to weaken their fighting power and to delay their progress and wait for the wind direction to change. Brother, the He family is ahead. Lu Qin sneered and shook off the snow on his body. Surrounded the entire He family, we are here, and they haven't made any moves. What does it mean? It means they are waiting for something to happen. Zhao Yimu said seriously. What are you waiting for? Lu Qin said angrily. With your pig brain, if it weren't for the fact that you were the first to join the bandits with me, would you have been the second in command? He glanced at him and said coldly, it means that they don't have the manpower to compete with us now. Wei Xian nodded. Brother, what you said makes sense. No matter what method you use, the first person to enter the He family will be rewarded. The snow bandits were full of fighting spirit. Just as they were about to take out the hooks on their bodies, they heard a chuckle from above their heads. The sound of wind and snow had always been in their ears, and this laughter was extremely abrupt. Lu Qin and others hurriedly looked up. They saw a young man in green clothes, looking at them with a smile on his lips. You. Before Lu Qin could finish his words, he saw that she was holding a slingshot with a black object on it. Before he could see what it was, He saw that thing exploded in the air and a puff of white smoke appeared. Oh no, it's poisonous. But Lu Qin's words were a little late. The white powder was blown towards them by the wind. Everyone inhaled the white powder to varying degrees. What is this? After the voice fell, Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Didn't the boss feel it?" At this moment, a feeling of weakness emerged from the body. The snow bandits who were hit fell one after another. Softening muscle powder? The boss has a good eye. She smiled. You actually found it. But my soft muscle powder is different from other soft muscle powders. If it is not the antidote I personally prepared, any other antidote is useless. Lu Qin, who was searching for the antidote all over his body, paused. Then he continued to search. At this time, they could not move in the snow, and the cold gradually penetrated into their bodies. They had been crawling in the snow for many years and had long been accustomed to snowy days, but lying in such a heavy snowstorm was unbearable for anyone. Lu Qin's teeth were chattering with cold. He took a lot of effort to take out a porcelain bottle and put it under his nose to smell for a long time, but it had no effect at all. His heart sank. Shang Ruai smiled. Boss, didn't I tell you? It's useless. This obviously mocking laugh made Lu Qin's face as black as the bottom of a pot. But he didn't have the slightest power to resist at this time. He drew out his big knife and barely supported his body to avoid falling down. But the others were not as good as him. One by one, they lay in the snow and couldn't move. Some were even in a semi-comatose state. Fainting in the snow in such weather, there is no other way to go except freezing to death. What do you want? He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. At this time, the snow in the sky became smaller and smaller. Shang Ruai walked to the door, and Yunqi hurried forward. Crown Princess. Open the door. Crown Princess, those snow bandits are cunning. You must not fall into their trap. Shang Ruai smiled. I know what I'm doing. Open the door. It was extremely difficult for Lu Qin to stand up after being hit by her soft muscle powder. He was a superb martial artist, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground like the others. Yunqi knew that he could not persuade her, so he had to open the door. Lu Qin saw Shang Ruai walking out alone, and his pupils shrank slightly. They were more than 200 people, but she had calculated this by herself. Young master is. The boss still has the mood to ask these useless questions. It seems that you don't feel cold yet. Shang Ruai held a hot water bottle in her hand, walked to a place about 1 meter away from him and stopped, stretched out her hand and handed the hot water bottle to him. Do you want it? Lu Qin was stunned for a moment. What kind of routine was this? Seeing him stunned, Shang Ruai held the hot water bottle in her arms again. It seems that the boss is in good health and doesn't feel cold at all. There was a little envy in Shang Ruai's tone. People like me can only hold a hot water bottle and drink some hot tea. The ground dragon burns very vigorously to drive away the cold. Her voice was not low, and the snow bandits who were still awake couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they heard it. What kind of fairy life is this? Lu Qin stared at her with his big eyes. His eyebrows were all covered with ice. Which eye of hers could tell that he was not cold? Is it a matter of being cold now?
Now, he's going to freeze to death.
His eyes fell on the brothers lying on the ground beside him. More than half of them have fallen into a coma. What does the young master want? Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly. Of course I want you.
What?
Lu Qin looked at her handsome face, and his eyes widened. Want them? This young master looks like a decent person. How could he do such a thing? You are dreaming. Wei Xian held his breath and said angrily, Even if I die, I will never do such a thing. Shang Ruai saw that they all looked angry, and then thought about what she had just said, and couldn't help but hold her forehead. It seems that they have misunderstood. What are you thinking about? Shang Ruai glanced at him. You think it's a nice thought, but don't you look at yourself? She set her eyes on Lu Qin. I want to recruit you. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that their reaction was even greater than before. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will never be Lingheng's running dog. Even if you kill me, I will not surrender. Lu Qin said angrily. In the beginning, We were forced to become bandits by the court. How could we still be running dogs of the court? At this time, the wind and snow had completely stopped. Seeing them say this, Shang Ruai was too lazy to talk nonsense. In that case, I won't be polite. She smiled and looked not far away. Everyone looked in the direction she was looking. They couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The chill that surged from the soles of their feet was even more captivating than the wind and snow. White tiger. Where did such a big, white tiger come from? They have never seen such a big, white tiger in all these years here. Xiaobai, these are your meals. Shang Ruai pointed at the snow bandit lying on the ground and said with a smile. Xiaobai shook his huge tiger head and looked at them with disdain. It smelled foul and stinky. It walked to Shang Ruai and rubbed against her affectionately. Everyone saw this and was horrified. This is a tiger. A tiger? It's not made of paper. Could it be that they are dazzled? It must be an illusion caused by the cold. They rubbed their eyes and looked over again. Xiaobai's tiger eyes were looking at them. Oh my God! Help! Help! They would rather be frozen to death than be bitten to death by the tiger before they freeze to death. Lu Qin looked at the white tiger, and his heart sank. This white tiger is different from other white tigers. It is much larger than other white tigers. And it is very human at first glance. It is so intimate with her. It must have been tamed by her. This person can tame the white tiger. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Not only the snow bandits were shocked, but Yunqi and the secret guards who were staring at this place almost had their eyes popped out and their jaws dropped to the ground. A cool breeze blew over, and they felt their teeth were frozen, so they closed their mouths. Yunwei, are we dazzled? A secret guard stammered. Isn't the one next to the crown princess a real white tiger? Yunqi swallowed and glanced at him. Are you blind? Of course it's real. Otherwise, why don't you go out and take a look? The secret guard hurriedly shook his head. He was curious, but not stupid. Shang Ruai patted Xiaobai's head. Go and see if your meal is satisfactory. Xiaobai shook his tiger head and looked at them with cold eyes. When the snow bandits saw it looking over, they didn't know whether they were scared or frozen, and their bodies kept shaking. Before Xiaobai took 2 steps, several snow bandits fainted from fear. They couldn't move at this time and could only be slaughtered. Zhao Yimu said to Lu Qin tremblingly, Big brother, what should we do? I don't want to be the tiger's food. Nonsense, I don't want to be either, he whispered. Seeing that Xiaobai was getting closer and closer to them, every step it took was like a stab in their hearts. Shang Ruai saw that they were struggling at this time and smiled and said, It's okay. Xiaobai has always been very measured in his bites. Although he won't bite to death in 1 bite, he will definitely kill within 10 bites. I won't let you suffer for too long. What thing? 10 bites? Even if he doesn't bite to death, it will hurt to death. Isn't this painful enough? Shang Ruai's next sentence almost made them commit suicide on the spot. I think Xiaobai eats a little too much by himself. Why don't we call the snow wolves here? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xiaobai nodded. It didn't want to eat these stinky things, so it was better to leave them to the snow wolves. They are not picky and eat everything. This sentence was the last straw that overwhelmed them. Before the other snow bandits could say anything, Zhao Yimu burst into tears. I didn't expect that I would die like this. Brother, I don't want to die. Wei Xian looked at Lu Qin and said tremblingly, I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to die like this. Lu Qin's chest heaved violently. He looked at Shang Ruai and whispered, If they surrender, can you ensure that He Jingheng will not kill them? Shang Ruai looked at the bloodshot in his eyes and frowned slightly. You swear to never surrender? The court killed my whole family. Even a 3-year-old child was not spared. I have irreconcilable ties with the Tianshan court. How can I surrender? The court killed your whole family, not He Jingheng. He is the prince of Dinghua Palace. He is a member of the court. Oh, now Dinghua Palace no longer exists. There is only the He family. Shang Ruai walked in front of him and whispered, Who told you that the He family is still a member of the court? Who told you to surrender to He Jingheng? What do you mean? Shang Ruai stood up. Her lips curled slightly. All along, the person you wanted to surrender was me, just me alone. When she saw these snow bandits, she had already decided that she would turn these people into her own power. Lu Qin's eyes lit up. When he looked at Shang Ruai again, he suddenly found that the young master who was as gentle as jade just now was like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, with a hidden edge in his eyebrows. Are you serious? Shang Ruai smiled. Boss, if you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid none of your brothers will survive. She was right. Those snow bandits lying on the ground were really about to freeze to death. Seeing this, Lu Qin made up his mind. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Shang Ruai crushed a few pills in her hand, and in an instant, a faint fragrance filled the air. All the snow bandits who were poisoned by the soft muscle powder gradually recovered their strength after smelling this fragrance. Lu Qin stood up, clasped his hands, and said, Our brothers have surrendered to the young master, but we don't know his name yet. Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai? Isn't this a woman's name? He looked at Shang Ruai's eyebrows carefully, and his heart jumped suddenly. This is not a young man. This is clearly a girl. He tightened the scabbard in his hand. Although they are bandits, they are also men of integrity. How can they bow down to a woman? Her surname is Shang. Lu Qin said in a deep voice. What is the relationship between the girl and Shang Nian? She is my father.
What?
Her voice was not low. Everyone heard it clearly. Shang Nian, Shang Xiangya is her father. Although they had just detoxified, most of them had not recovered their strength, and some were shivering from the cold. But they all drew out the swords in their hands. What do you mean, big boss? Shang Ruai suppressed the smile on her face. Are you going to go back on your word? Most of our brothers here have been persecuted by Shang Nian, your father. Since you are Shang Nian's daughter, we would rather die than serve you. He is only my father, but the hatred between him and me is not necessarily less than yours. Shang Ruai smiled coldly. You hope he dies, and I don't hope he has a good life either. After hearing what she said, everyone slowly put down the knives they had raised with great difficulty. However, when they heard that she was a woman, they couldn't help but frown. How could a woman become their leader? Shang Ruai saw that they were not convinced, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. Not convinced? Then beat you until you submit. Shang Ruai touched Xiao Bai's tiger head and looked at Lu Qin leisurely. I heard that the boss has great kung fu. I just feel like trying my hand recently. Why don't you try it with me? Lu Qin saw her action, and his pupils shrank slightly. Before he could answer, Shang Ruai continued, If you win, you can take your brothers away. If you lose, you must honestly recognize me as your master and don't have any second thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. A few silver needles appeared on her fingertips. She swung them hard and saw that the silver needles were completely immersed in the big tree in the distance. It can be seen how powerful it is. Lu Qin's heart trembled when he saw it. At this moment, Wei Xian stepped forward and waved the spear in his hand a few times. Why do we need my elder brother? I am enough by myself. The third leader of Yunxia Village, Wei Xian, comes to challenge me. Shang Ruai smiled and stretched out her right hand. Yunxi handed her a long sword. She smiled. Wei Xian, it seems that you have been in the army for a long time. He still retains the habit of challenging others. Stop talking nonsense. It's a real skill to be able to take my spear. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the spear and rushed towards Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai's eyes did not change. She held the hot water bottle in one hand and the long sword in the other. Seeing that the spear was approaching her with a fierce momentum, Yunqi was a little anxious. Princess, get out of the way. If she didn't get out of the way, it would be too late. That girl must be scared. Who wouldn't be scared of our third boss's unique spear skills? If that's the case, that's great. Third boss, show him how powerful you are. Lu Qin's face was heavy. He knew the third boss's ability, but the woman's ability must be better than the third boss's. How could she be scared? She didn't look scared, but rather she didn't take him seriously at all. When the spear was only one step away from her, Shang Ruai swung the sword in her hand. She seemed to have used no strength at all. After a few rounds, she knocked Wei Xian's spear away. The spear slipped out of her hand, and Shang Ruai turned around and kicked him in the chest. Wei Xian's blood surged, and he barely suppressed the sweet taste in his mouth and was defeated. He panted for a long time and asked in a hoarse voice, "How is it possible? You obviously have no internal strength." "So, what if you have no internal strength?" Shang Ruai smiled. "There is a martial art called Tai Chi, which uses the force of others to counter the force and uses softness to overcome hardness. If it is used properly, even ordinary people without internal strength can defeat those with strong internal strength."
Tai Chi?
What kind of martial art is this? Shang Ruai turned the spear in her hand a few times. The spear is too light. With your spear skills, if you can have a good spear, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. After saying that, she threw the spear back to him. Wei Xian reached out to take it, and as soon as he got the spear, he was knocked to the ground by the force of the spear. "Sorry, I didn't control the force just now." Wei Xian's body was tucked in the snow, and he finally stood up. "Didn't control the force? If I believe you, there will be something wrong." He stood up and returned to Lu Qin with the spear in his trembling hands. Shang Ruai saw that he looked unconvinced and touched the tip of her nose with her hand. She really didn't mean it. Seeing this, Lu Qin's face became even more solemn. Using the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force, this woman is really not an ordinary person. It seems that even if he personally goes forward, he may not be her opponent. Everyone saw Shang Ruai's skills. Yun Qi, who was standing aside, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He knew that the crown prince's wife must have some skills, but he never expected that she was so powerful. Although she had no internal strength, she defeated Wei Xian, who had profound internal strength, in just a few moves. Among these people, only Wei Xian knew how difficult it was to fight with her. Every bit of strength he swung out fell on him twice, and in the end, he didn't even have the strength to hold the spear. "Boss, you want to try it too?" Lu Qin's face changed several times when he heard this. He saw clearly just now that although she had no internal strength, the strength of her hands was not small at all. Wei Xian's kick on the chest was estimated to have almost broken her ribs. In the battle, Wei Xian was in a state of disgrace, while she did not even have a breath. The difference between the two was immediately apparent. He saluted and whispered, "I admire your skills, young lady, so I won't show off." "So, the boss has recognized me as his master?" Lu Qin nodded. "I am Lu Qin, and I greet my master." Seeing that their big brother had done this, the snow bandits in Yunxue village dared not disobey him. They hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Meet my master." Shang Ruai smiled. "Okay, since you recognize me as your master, I will not treat you badly." She threw a key to Lu Qin. "Go to Qingshe town to find the shopkeeper of Li's grain store. He will take you to get what you need." Lu Qin was shocked when he heard this. They had heard about the Li's grain store in Qingshe town. They were all looking for the person who supplied food to the grain store. So many forces were mobilized, but they couldn't find it. It's not that no one has thought of tying up the shopkeeper Li for questioning, but they thought that if they offended that person, it would be a small matter to cut off their food supply. If they were angry and wiped them out, it would be more trouble than gain. Could it be that the mysterious person behind the shopkeeper Li was her? His guess was soon confirmed. When he disguised himself and came to the shopkeeper Li with a key, the shopkeeper Li treated him like a guest of honor and hurriedly took him to a warehouse in the backyard, which was full of food and some frozen meat. After they took the things back to the village at night, they looked at the piles of food with joy on their faces. Although the food in the village is not bad, it is all from looting. Although they have been bandits for many years, they have not abandoned the things in their bones. They usually rob Zhao Junyi and the prisoners who came from exile. At most, it is just some food. How can it be as abundant as today? "Brother, have we managed to hold on to the thigh?" Zhao Imu swallowed his saliva. "Make more rice today. I want to eat 3 bowls of it." Lu Qin glanced at him, a useless thing. But these foods are really pleasing. Food is so scarce now. Where did the master get this food? Yunqi didn't expect that she didn't use a single soldier to subdue all the people in Yunxua village. Princess Consort, you are truly amazing. The master led his troops back then but failed to capture the Yunxua village. You are flattered. Shang Ruai smiled. Perhaps your master did not even want to capture it. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. From the fight just now, although Wei Xian's martial art skills were high, compared with He Jingheng, there was probably a huge gap. Even Lu Qin could not be He Jingheng's opponent. It was impossible that he could not capture the village after leading his troops several times. Why did he do this? Yunqi did not understand what Shang Ruai meant, but the crisis of the snow bandits was over. Zhao Junyi came back immediately after receiving the news that the snow bandits had retreated. How is it? Are there any casualties in the He family? I haven't heard about it. The snow and wind were so strong that day that we couldn't even go out. Or the noise was a bit loud when those people left. Otherwise, we wouldn't know when they left. It shouldn't be. Zhao Junyi frowned. Those snow bandits came down the mountain to find food. He had already spread the news that the He family had food, and they would definitely go to rob the He family. His wishful thinking was very good. If the snow bandits in Yunxua village went to rob the He family would definitely fight with them. No matter who wins or loses or both sides suffer, it is 100 benefits for him. But in this situation, is it possible that there was no fight at all? How could he guess that Shang Ruai not only repelled the snow bandits, but also took them in for her own use? There are many hills around the exile area. In addition to Yunxua village, there are Heifeng village and Qinglong village. Unlike Yunxua village, the snow bandits in those two mountain villages can be said to have burned, killed, looted, and done all kinds of evil. They heard that the people of Yunxua village had been eating and drinking well all day long after returning from the exile, which made them envious. Brother, why is it that only Yunxua village can eat and drink well? Let's go down the mountain and kill them by surprise before they recover.
How about that?
The head of Heifeng village narrowed his eyes and said, Okay, we'll do as you say. That night, a group of people in white robes came down from the mountain. When Zhao Junyi got the news, the people of Heifeng village had already arrived at the city gate. The exile place was at the border, and the city gate had been in disrepair for a long time. The people of Heifeng village knocked it down after a few hits. Hundreds of snow bandits rushed in, slashing at anyone they saw with their steel knives. Zhao Junyi was so scared that he quickly asked his men to go to the town to ask for help, but the messenger was killed before he could even walk out of the city gate. The snow bandits of Heifeng village were bloodthirsty and killed all the way to the village. Shang Ruoi heard the commotion outside and hurried out. What's going on? The snow bandits from Blackwind village have come down the mountain. Yunqi said anxiously, Princess, the snow bandits from Blackwind village are brutal by nature and are not good people at all. They kill anyone they see. I'll let my brothers you and other masters away first.
No.
Shang Ruai smelled the blood in the air, her face full of solemnity. It's safest to stay in the mansion now. Shang Ruai patted Xiaobai's head. You go to guard the yard, and anyone who climbs over the wall will be bitten to death, leaving no one alive. She turned to Yunqi and said, Don't be stingy with arrows, and use the 1,000-machine crossbow directly if anyone is within range. Yes. At this time, a secret guard came over, Princess Yunwei. It's bad. The snow bandits have entered the village.
So fast.
Yunqi's face froze. He didn't expect the people in the city defense department to be so useless that they couldn't hold on for a while. These beasts kill anyone they see. Several families have already been killed. The Dark Guard said in a deep voice, We don't have enough manpower. We can only spare a few people to rescue people. Although there are only more than 100 snow bandits coming down the mountain this time, they are all extremely vicious and desperate. It is very difficult to deal with them.
Prince's concubine you.
Before he could finish his words, he saw Shang Ruai fall straight back. Prince's concubine. Prince's concubine. Yunqi panicked. At this time, Yingxue stepped forward quickly, carried her back to the house, and put her on the bed.
Could it be poisoned?
At this time, Shang Ruai was in the space, looking at the upgraded arsenal with a shocked face. Originally, there were only ancient cold weapons, but now there is a modern arsenal next to it. There are not only guns and ammunition, but also grenades and bombs. There were all kinds of things hanging on the walls. There was also a door in this room. She wanted to push the door open, but it wouldn't open no matter what. Could it be that there was some mechanism or key to open it? Or would it be visible only during the next upgrade? She stopped worrying about this door and turned to look at the grenade next to her. This was enough. Just when Yunqi and the others were about to die of anxiety, Shang Ruai woke up. Crown Princess. She quickly stood up and walked to the warehouse without saying a word. When she came out, she was holding two round things in her hands. Crown Princess, this is a bomb.
Bomb?
Yunqi was stunned for a moment. It's your firearms. Shang Ruai spread out her hands, with two little round fat guys lying in her palms. But it's more powerful than your firearms. Crown Princess. Yunqi couldn't help but shouting after hearing this. You can't hold a firearm like this. Put it down quickly. What if it explodes?
No.
Shang Ruai pointed to the pull ring on it. When using it, pull the pull ring on it, and you must let go of it within 5 breaths, and throw it to whoever you want to up.
She walked to the attic.
At this time, everyone in the He family came to the old princess's residence again. When everyone saw the white tiger in the yard, they were so scared that they almost fainted.
Come.
Come quickly. There's a tiger here.
Tiger.
Yuni said in surprise. The next moment, a secret guard appeared beside her. Princess, this is the pet of the crown prince's wife.
Pet?
She looked at Xiaobai lying in the yard in disbelief, and her admiration for Shang Ruai increased. She is worthy of being her sister-in-law. The pets she raises are so unique. How can the noble ladies in the capital compare with her sister-in-law? She is so delicate and soft all day long, as if she could fall down with a gust of wind. No wonder her brothers looked down on her. Just as she was about to go to the white tiger, she was stopped by the secret guards. Princess, it's dangerous outside now. Please quickly hide in the room. Yuni came to the old princess room, and Song Fengji asked with a pale face, Yuni, where did the white tiger in this yard come from? How could such a ferocious beast appear here? Don't worry, this white tiger is my sister-in-law's pet, and it's here to guard the yard. She smiled and said, Third sister-in-law, you don't have to worry. I think the white tiger is very spiritual and won't hurt people easily. As soon as she finished speaking, the people in the room looked better and less nervous. The old princess whispered, Didn't they say that the snow bandits have been solved? Why are they coming back again? Ah Chung stepped forward, replying to the old lady, This time the snow bandits are a different group. Unlike last night, this wave of snow bandits are all desperate criminals who do all kinds of evil, so the young lady attaches so much importance to them. After hearing Ah Cheng's explanation, the atmosphere in the room became solemn again. Song Fengji's face turned even worse, and she cried quietly. He Jingxi had heard about the brutality of the snow bandits. He put his sword on the table and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Grandma. I will protect you all even if I sacrifice my life. The old princess sighed. With your skills, it's good enough that you can protect yourself. If you really have the strength to fight the snow bandits, I would have asked Lingheng to take you to the battlefield to win merit. The old princess hit the nail on the head. Jingxi smacked his lips and said nothing. Ah Chung stepped forward and bowed, saying, Don't worry, old lady. The young lady has made arrangements. The He mansion is like an iron barrel at this time, and the snow bandits will never be able to break in. At this time, Yunqi was leading several secret guards, each holding 2 grenades in their hands. Yunwei, the bombs given to us brothers by the crown princess can't kill us before we throw them. Shut up, what nonsense are you talking about? Yunqi said in a deep voice. You keep saying unlucky things. You're the only one with a big mouth, right? The man quickly shut his mouth. Yunqi wanted to slap him a few times. At this moment, several embarrassed figures appeared not far away. The leader was Zhao Junyi. Sir, if we just run away, what about the brothers who are still fighting the snow bandits?
What?
Zhao Junyi snorted coldly and said, How can I know what to do? You have the time to worry about others. Why not worry about yourself first? But there are still villagers there. TSK. I just said that if you can't bear it, go back and die. Zhao Junyi said angrily. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the snow bandits in the Black Wind Village are all murderers. For people like you, I'm afraid no one will want you to give your heads away. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard screams coming from the village, not far away. Yunqi hurriedly said, You guys, hurry up and try to lead those snow bandits to one place, and then use the bombs given by the prince's wife to them to their grandmother's house. Yes. The 3 secret guards hurriedly flew away. At this moment, a feather arrow broke through the air. Zhao Junyi sensed the danger behind him and rolled in the snow, barely avoiding the arrows. Haha, I didn't expect you to end up like this. A rough laugh came. Zhao Junyi, Lord Zhao, how are you? Hue Xian, the 3rd in command of the Black Wind Village, smiled and walked forward. He was holding a bow in his hand and had 2 big swords on his waist, shining brightly. When Zhao Junyi saw him coming, he trembled like a sieve. It was a cold winter day, but his body was soaked with sweat. Everyone knew that the 3rd in command of the Black Wind Village had some perverted hobbies, and all the officials who fell into his hands were turned into human pigs. Master Hua. Zhao Junyi stuttered, Hello, how are you? Haha, I haven't seen you for a few years. Master Zhao is still as handsome as ever. He laughed sarcastically. It's just that he seems a little embarrassed today. The yamen runners around him tightly grasped their knives. The sweat on their foreheads froze before it dripped onto the ground. Hua Xian looked at their nervous expressions, and the smile on the corners of his lips became even more intense. He slowly said, Have you ever seen a cat catching a mouse? What? Cats rarely bite mice to death in one bite. They play with mice to death bit by bit. His voice was like a demon from Hades, which made people shudder. At this moment, I am like the cat, and you are the mice. Hearing this, everyone swallowed hard. It seemed that none of them could leave here in one piece today. Although Zhao Junyi was not a good guy, he was still a good man compared to Hua Xian. Besides him, there were several yamen runners with conscience around him. No matter what, Yunqi could not watch them being slaughtered by the snow bandits in front of him. He raised his hand and prepared to let the secret guards rescue them. At this moment, at the entrance of the front village, a fire suddenly shot up to the sky, and the huge noise made the whole village tremble. What's going on? Hua Xian turned his head and looked at the place where the fire appeared and said in a deep voice, Go back and have a look. Taking advantage of their distraction, Zhao Junyi and several yamen runners under his command ran away. 3rd boss, the dog official surnamed Zhao, ran away. Run? Haha, where can they run to? Hua Xian sneered. With their legs and feet, I will catch up with them in a while, and I will go back to see my brother and the others first. Zhao Junyi ran all the way towards the He mansion. He knew that at this time, apart from Lingheng, no one else could compete with the snow bandits. When Yunqi arrived at the entrance of the village, he happened to meet the dark guards who had returned. They detonated the grenades, which naturally killed some snow bandits, but because it was the first time to use them, the accuracy was not good enough, so not many people were killed. Yunwei, we have run out of bombs. The dark guards said anxiously, but more than half of the snow bandits are coming in our direction. Where are the villagers in the village? Some of the villagers were moved by other brothers before, and those who didn't have time to move were killed. The youngest is still in swaddling clothes. These beasts, Yunqi said angrily. We must catch them. Even skinning them alive is not too much. When Yunqi and others returned to the He family, they suddenly found that Shang Ruai had disappeared. No one knew where Shang Ruai had gone. At this time, she was wearing a white cloak with a string of grenades on her waist, holding a rifle in her hand, squatting on a hilltop. She stroked the rifle, and a familiar feeling surged into her heart. It's been a long time. At this moment, several figures appeared in her sight. When she looked through the scope and saw the man's face clearly, a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of her lips. Zhao Junyi. They were running hard in the snow, and at this moment, dozens of people chased after them. The leaders were the 3 heads of the Black Wind Village. They were the eldest head Zhao Longhai, the second head Lin Fei, and the third head Hua Xian. They had long been accustomed to walking on the snow, so their pace was much faster than Zhao Junyi and others. Not long after, Zhao Junyi was caught up. At this time, he looked at the snow bandits in the Black Wind Village with despair.
Run.
Keep running. Hua Xian sneered. I think your legs are pretty good. How about giving them to me? Zhao Junyi knew what Hua Xian was thinking when he heard it, and hurriedly said, Heroes, heroes. Don't you just want food and money? His words attracted the attention of everyone in the Black Wind Village. What do you mean by this? The big boss Zhao Longhai shouted at the top of his voice. Explain it to me quickly, otherwise it will not be as simple as breaking your legs. Yes, I understand. Zhao Junyi smiled flatteringly. Big boss, do you know that everyone in Dingwa Palace has been exiled here? Of course I know. Zhao Longhai frowned. Why? Do you want to use Dingwa Palace to pressure me? No, how dare I do these things? Zhao Junyi nodded and said, What I want to say is that Lingheng is lame, and he doesn't have much martial arts left. Now their Dingwa Palace is supported by a little girl named Shangruai.
Oh?
Zhao Longhai whispered. Is Lingheng really useless? Of course, he has to use a wheelchair to go in and out. Zhao Junyi smiled and said, As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Dingwa Palace is exiled, it is still fat and juicy. If you want food and gold, silver, and jewelry, just go to the He family. Everyone knows that the He family is the richest in our entire exile area. Hearing him say this, the people of the Black Wind Village were all ready to fight, waiting for the order from the boss, and they would charge into the He family. Food, gold, silver, and jewelry, as long as they robbed the He family, it is estimated that their entire Black Wind Village would be enough to eat for decades. Ha, good. Lord Zhao is really a good person. Lin Fei laughed and said, Brother, in this way, we will charge at the door and empty everything in the He family. Good. When the time comes, the women we robbed will be a feast for the brothers. Ha. Thank you, boss. Just as they were celebrating their victory that had not yet been achieved, they heard and a bullet with unprecedented power appeared out of thin air, hitting a snow bandit in the head. At once, brain matter spurted out, and the snow bandit, who was hit, fell straight down. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. What's that sound? What just happened? How could he suddenly die? Just when they were shocked and confused, there was another loud noise, and then another snow bandit fell to the ground, and the way he died was exactly the same as the last one, and even the location of his injury was no different. What's going on? At this moment, the third snow bandit fell again. They turned all their doubts into fear. How is it possible? So many brothers have fallen, and now they don't even know who their opponents are. Who is playing tricks? Hua Xian said angrily. If you have the ability, don't hide your head and tail. Let's fight with real swords and guns. In addition to the whistling wind, he was responded to by the snow bandits who continued to fall to the ground. Shang Rui found them very interesting when she saw that they were like headless flies. At this time, the people of Heifeng Village were in the central area surrounded by Zhongshan Mountain. There was nothing to block them. They were just sitting ducks. They quickly ran behind a big rock and hid themselves temporarily. At this moment, Zhao Junyi noticed a flash of light on the hilltop not far away, but it was a little far away. He really couldn't believe that there would be any hidden weapon that could be shot from there with such powerful power and accuracy. Brother, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Hua Xian said in a low voice.
Okay.
Zhao Longhai looked cold and said in a deep voice, Master Zhao, you are familiar with this place. Please lead us to the He family. Zhao Junyi didn't dare to say no when he heard this. He nodded and agreed. At this moment, a Yamen runner grasped the knife in his hand. Just as he was about to make a move, he was discovered by Hua Xian. He drew out the knife in his hand and chopped directly at the Yamen runner. The next moment, the Yamen runner's knife was split in half. Hua Xian placed the knife across his neck and said gloomily, You are so brave that you dare to do something here. You are really tired of living. In this case, I will send you to heaven first, and then I will go to massacre the He family." After saying that, he raised the knife and slashed at the Yamen runner. If he was hit by his knife, the Yamen runner would be split in half in an instant. At this moment, another sound came. The knife in Huaxian's hand fell to the ground. Blood flowed down his wrist.
Ah!
A scream sounded. Huaxian covered his wrist and couldn't help shouting.
Who?
Lin Fei placed the knife across his chest and looked around vigilantly. At this time, a chuckle came, and Shang Ruai, wearing a cloak, slowly walked into everyone's sight.
Who are you?
Zhao Longhai asked angrily.
Ha!
Shang Ruai sneered. Didn't you say you were going to kill the He family? You don't even know who is in the He family, and you still have the nerve to say you want to raze them to the ground. You really don't know what you are talking about. Are you from the He family? Zhao Longhai said angrily. He. Shang Ruai's eyes passed over Zhao Junyi, and she said with a smile, Master Zhao, we are all acquaintances. Why don't you introduce us? Zhao Junyi nodded and smiled bitterly. This is the current head of the He family, Shang Ruai. Zhao Longhai looked at her with a cold look and a solemn expression. He looked at the black hidden weapon in her hand with fear, wondering what it was and how it could be so powerful. The dark hole could actually spit out fire. If the thing shot out from it hit the body at a very fast speed, it would become like the third brother, whose skin and flesh were directly shot through and unable to move. The officials except Zhao Junyi stood behind her. Thank you for saving my life, Madame Shang. Madame Shang, let's fight our way out together. The people of the Black Wind Village set their eyes on her, with fear in their eyes. This woman was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to injure their third head like this. Shang Ruai fiddled with the gun in her hand. A smile appeared on her face, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Zhao Junyi looked at Shang Ruai and felt as if he had never known her. At this moment, the momentum around her changed drastically. The sharpness in her eyes was like a sharp blade, which made people tremble uncontrollably. Arrogant people. Lin Fei looked at the Yamen runners and sneered. In my opinion, you guys are stupid, and you put your hopes on a woman. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter around him. The Yamen runners had no other choice at this time. Apart from Shang Ruai, they didn't know who else they could rely on. Their Lord Zhao was like an obedient dog in front of the snow bandits. If they followed him, they would eventually become the souls under the knife of the snow bandits. A woman, not at home taking care of her husband and children, came here. Did she take a fancy to our boss? Do you want to be our wife? A snow bandit looked Shang Ruai up and down. Her figure hidden under the cloak could not be seen clearly, but her face alone was enough to make them salivate. You look good. As he said that, he stretched out his hand towards her face. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, and she moved her feet, turned her fingers, and a silver light flashed on her hand, and a silver needle flew out directly. The next moment, there was a scream. A silver needle accurately pierced his right eye. You dare to let your dog eyes fall on me? Shang Ruai sneered. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Unexpectedly, she started to fight without saying anything. The snow bandits in the Black Wind Village were startled and drew their knives, pointing their sharp swords at her. I think you are tired of living. They swung their knives at her, with ferocious and cruel looks on their faces, wishing they could eat her. Shang Ruai's face did not change. The next moment, she put away the silver needle in her palm, waved her cloak, pointed the muzzle of the gun in her hand at them, and hurled. She fired several shots, and the snow bandits on the opposite side fell down. Seeing the power of the thing in her hand with their own eyes, the snow bandits were horrified. Looking at the bleeding wound on the forehead of their fallen companion, they were horrified. What kind of hidden weapon is this? It's so scary. Zhao Junyi looked at the gun in her hand, his eyes full of greed. If he could get this treasure and present it to the palace, the emperor would definitely reward him greatly. At that time, he would be promoted to a higher position, and he would be able to leave this place where no one should stay. Thinking of this, he quickly came behind Shang Ruai and said flatteringly, Madame Shang. Shang Ruai glanced at him and said coldly, Isn't this Lord Zhao? I can't believe Lord Zhao is colluding with the snow bandits. When did this official, collude with the snow bandits? Didn't Lord Zhao want to lead them to my He family? Zhao Junyi's face changed slightly and he smiled awkwardly. Isn't this a knife on the neck, so I have to do it? Lord Zhao is really a man of integrity. Hua Xian grinned and held the wrist that was pierced by Shang Ruai, looking at the gun in her hand with fear. Zhao Longhai and Lin Fei exchanged glances. Lin Fei took out a medicine bag from his arms and quickly threw it towards Shang Ruai. Haha, this is the most toxic sand-sinking powder. Even if you are as strong as an ox, you will definitely die if you inhale this powder. Lin Fei laughed wildly. No matter how capable you are, it will be useless. Hearing what he said, Zhao Junyi stopped walking towards Shang Ruai and took 2 steps back. Sand sinking? Ha ha ha. Do you feel weak all over now? You can't even lift your arms? He walked forward and grinned. If you tell me where the He family keeps the gold and silver, I might give you a quick death otherwise. He pointed at the snow bandits behind him and said, let the brothers have a good time with you before you die. Before he finished speaking, the cold muzzle of the gun fell on his head. He swallowed all the words he hadn't finished saying. The arrogant attitude just now was silenced in an instant. You are not poisoned? Shang Ruai sneered. Don't mention the sand. Even the red-crowned crane and arsenic have no effect on me. I am immune to all poisons. She sneered. It seems that Lord Zhao did not tell you clearly that I am not only the head of the He family, but also a doctor, or a poison doctor. Poison doctor? Zhao Junyi's face changed slightly. Could it be that he didn't have any strange disease at all, but was poisoned by her? Seeing Zhao Junyi's face change several times, Shang Ruai said, Lord Zhao, you guessed right. The poison in your body was put by me personally. Zhao Junyi gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that he had been calculated by Shang Ruai for so long. Zhao Longhai saw that he could not get any benefits from her, so he had the idea of retreating. Madam Shang, we have no intention of fighting with you. Although the hidden weapon in your hand is extremely powerful, we, dozens of brothers, are not given away for nothing. If we really fight, it is still unknown who will win. It is better for us to go our separate ways. If you let us go today, we will not plot against the He family again. How about that? Unknown? I don't think so. Shang Ruai smiled. When you went down the mountain, there were more than 100 people, but now there are only these left. How did the dozens of brothers who died in the city defense of the boss die? You won't forget so quickly. At this point, Zhao Longhai's face finally changed completely. You made something that can catch fire? At this time, Shang Ruai took out 2 grenades and shook them in front of them. Is this what the boss is talking about? The moment they saw the grenades, their faces became extremely ugly. Some snow bandits were so scared that they sat on the ground. That's it. When this falls to the ground, it makes a loud noise and flames shoot up into the sky. A monster. It's definitely a monster. Snow bandits retreated one after another, their eyes full of fear.
What do you want?
Zhao Longhai said in a deep voice. Shang Ruai originally wanted to recruit them and take them under her command, but looking at their behavior, they are not good people at all. They can succumb to her intimidation today, but they can become other people's lackeys tomorrow. They are demons who kill without blinking an eye. If one more of these people lives, good people will be more dangerous. Shang Ruai tightened the gun in her hand. It's nothing. I just want your life. Zhao Longhai heard this, his eyes full of anger. Since you want to fight to the death, I will accompany you to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the big knife in his hand, stared at Shang Ruai with gloomy eyes, and shouted, Whoever can kill her, I will reward him with 100 taels of gold.
Gold.
100 taels. The snow bandits in Dahuang Village heard this. Their eyes were stained with greed. Selling them all can exchange for 100 taels of gold. A big reward will always bring out brave men. They were all overwhelmed by the 100 taels of gold and swung their knives at her again. As soon as Lin Fei, who was pointed at by her with a gun, made a move, Shang Ruai shot him in the forehead and his body fell limply. When Shang Ruai was about to replace her pistol with a machine gun in the space to kill everyone, she felt a strong dizziness. Her heart sank. Could it be that she took too many guns and ammunition from the space, so this happened? Thinking back to the last time she fainted because she used too much spiritual spring water when improving the soil, Shang Ruai's heart sank. I didn't expect the space to fail at this time. She bit her tongue hard, and the strong smell of blood filled her mouth. Although she was exhausted, her accuracy was not affected at all. Every bullet hit the target. After the last bullet was fired, she put the pistol on her waist, pulled the ring of the grenade, and threw it at them. When everyone saw the terrible monster throwing it at them, they were so scared that they hurriedly fled in all directions. How could their speed catch up with the speed of the grenade bandage?
Boom.
With a sound, flames shot up into the sky. Countless screams rang out. The snow bandits who were not killed or injured by the explosion got up from the ground and retreated in a panic. Although she felt weak from time to time, she stood straight and no one noticed anything unusual. Zhao Longhai panted and looked at the broken limbs around him. He thought to himself that if he didn't leave, he and his brothers might die here. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that a woman would plot against me today." If he told others, he would be laughed at by other village chiefs. He wanted to chop her in half with a knife, but he was afraid of the bomb in her hand. Shang Ruai was already at the end of her strength, and she felt even more dizzy. She staggered slightly. Hor Xian saw her movements and laughed loudly. "She is exhausted. Everyone come together. Give her 100 taels of gold."
Kill.
With blood flowing from one hand, he held a long knife in the other hand and chopped at Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai's eyes were cold, and she snorted. "Want to kill me? You are not qualified." As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up the knife on the ground. Her eyes were sharp and even more terrifying than the blade. At this time, a group of people wearing black robes rushed from the front. The team of more than 100 people came like a black dragon. "Everyone in Yunxua village, listen to my order." Lu Qin shouted loudly. "No matter what, protect the master?" "Yes." The people in Yunxua village surrounded the people in Heiyun village with a clatter. "Lu Qin, what are you doing?" Zhao Longhai frowned and said in a deep voice, "You Yunxua village have robbed so much food some time ago, and you are still not satisfied. Do you want to interfere today?" Looking at them in black robes, Zhao Longhai sneered. "Why, you are tired of wearing white clothes, you don't want to be a snow bandit, and you are ready to set up your own camp? Lu Qin, with the power of your Yunxua village, you are not my opponent." Lu Qin's face was cold and he said in a cold voice, "Hee, but you touched someone you shouldn't have touched. Although I, Lu Qin, have become a bandit, I will never regret it once I recognize my master." He clenched the long knife in his hand and said loudly, "Even if I risk my life, I will not let you touch her at all." Wei Xian took a step forward and held the spear in his hand horizontally. "Heifeng village, if you have the guts, beat your grandfather first." Zhao Longhai looked at Shang Ruai fiercely. His eyes moved back and forth between her and Lu Qin, and he couldn't help showing anger. "Lu Qin, you turtle rascal. You actually acted like a dog of the imperial court. You recognized a woman as your master, and you made the snow bandits lose face." "Humph." Lu Qin sneered. "We don't need you to interfere in the affairs of Yunxua village. If it weren't for Shang Ruai, they would not be able to find much food even if they searched the entire exile land. They didn't know how many brothers in their entire village would starve to death or freeze to death." Shang Ruai listened to Lu Qin's words, and her gamble was right. At this moment, a mechanical voice came from her mind. Loyalty value increased. The moment the voice disappeared, before Shang Ruai could react, a force was injected into her body. She suddenly felt that her connection with space was much stronger than before. She moved her fingers slightly, and several bullets appeared in her palm. At this time, Lu Qin and Zhao Longhai were already on the verge of a fight, ready to fight at any time. Shang Ruai smiled, walked forward slowly, took off the pistol on her waist, and put the bullets in her palm into the magazine one by one. Zhao Longhai's heart skipped a beat as he watched her movements. He thought she had used up all her hidden weapons, but she still had some. He followed her with a vigilant gaze and said in a deep voice, "Madam Shang, are you going to use your numbers to bully the few?" "Use your numbers to bully the few?" Shang Ruai sneered. "Oh, I didn't expect it. The boss would be so picky about words." She loaded her pistol and looked at him lazily. "When you guys surrounded a weak woman like me just now, why didn't the boss feel that he was bullying the weak and using your numbers to bully the few?" As soon as she finished speaking, the snow bandits from the entire Black Cloud Village and the Cloud Snow Village looked at her awkwardly. "Weak woman? You? Are you kidding? If you are a weak woman, then what is a real weak woman? You are obviously stronger than the bandits, and you still have the nerve to say that you are a weak woman. Can a weak woman take on the entire Black Wind Village on her own? Can a weak woman convince the people of the Cloud Snow Village? A weak woman could someone up in the blink of an eye?" Just looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, some of which were incomplete. Who could believe that she did it? Shang Ruai could guess what they were thinking from their expressions and rolled her eyes at Lu Qin. "Am I wrong?" Hearing this, Lu Qin quickly agreed. Yes, the master is right." Shang Ruai looked at the people in Heiyun Village with a sharp look in her eyes. "Besides, do I need to be fair when I beat you?" After saying that, she raised her pistol and pointed the black muzzle at Zhao Longhai. At this moment, a brother from Yunxua Village came out, pointed the tip of the knife at Zhao Longhai, and said in a deep voice, "Today, I will avenge my brother and his wife's family." A few years ago, when Zhao Longhai led a group of snow bandits from Heifeng Village to rob houses, he directly massacred hundreds of people in a village. One of the families was his brother's family. His brother, sister-in-law, and a child, who just turned 2 years old, were all killed. After several twists and turns, he found out that it was Zhao Longhai who did it, so he joined Yunxua Village, hoping that one day he could kill his enemy with his own hands. Unexpectedly, this day came so soon. The lives of the people in Heifeng Village are unknown. When people mention Heifeng Village and Qinglong Village, they all hate them. "Heh, a stinky boy who hasn't even grown all his hair, yet dares to talk to me like that." He raised his hand, and the long knife in his hand shone with cold light. At this moment, there was a sound of a gunshot, and Shang Ruai pulled the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun spurted out fire, and the people standing beside her in Yunxua Village were shocked. Zhao Longhai's body was on the side, and the bullet rubbed his shoulder and flew past. The snow bandit behind him died, without even a scream. Feeling the burning pain on his shoulder, Zhao Longhai couldn't help but tremble with fear. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Now she has some powerful firearms in her hands, and with the people of Yunxua Village, they can't deal with it at all. It's better to surrender first and show weakness, and then return to the village to make a long-term plan. With his eyes lowered, he stepped forward and said, "Madam Shang is in possession of a rare treasure. A woman is not inferior to a man at all. I admire you and am willing to bring all the people from the Blackwind Village to join you. What do you think?" Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows and sneered in her heart. She dared not accept such an unforgivable person. Lu Qin's face froze. Would the master believe him? Just when he was about to persuade her, he heard Shang Ruai sneer. "Boss, don't you understand the situation?" "What do you mean? When did I say I would keep you? Then what do you want?" "I heard that the boss of the Blackwind Village has a private warehouse with a lot of good things. I don't like other things, but I am only interested in these treasures. I wonder if the boss is willing to give them up?" Shang Ruai had a smile on her face. This was the reason why she had not killed him yet. According to her understanding of these desperate criminals, the treasures and private vaults would never be placed in the mountain stronghold, but in an extremely hidden place. If he hadn't led the way, she might not have been able to find them. Zhao Longhai's eyes changed slightly. The treasures in the private vault were his lifeblood. How could he give them to others? "I don't know where Madame Shang heard this nonsense from. I'm a bandit. How can I have a private vault?" Shang Ruai smiled. "Really?" She cast her eyes on the other people in the Blackwind Village. "Does anyone know the location of the private vault?" Those people looked at each other and slowly lowered their heads. Zhao Longhai smiled when he saw this. You see, there really is no so-called private vault. Shang Ruai nodded seriously. Maybe. She looked at the gun in her hand and said softly, in this case, there is no need for you to live. She looked at them with regret. I also wanted to say that if someone could tell me the location of this private vault, I would spare him. Since you don't want to live, I will send you on your way to comfort those who were killed by you. As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted force with her hands and was about to pull the trigger. At this moment, a snow bandit knelt on the ground with a plop and said in a trembling voice, I know. I know.
Speak.
Zhao Longhai's eyes were cold, and his hands exerted force, and the long knife swung at him. Shang Ruai turned the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet shot towards his leg at lightning speed. With a plop, Zhao Longhai's body fell to the ground. Seeing this, the man climbed forward a few steps. There is a cave in the mountain behind the village, which is 1 person high. Inside is the treasure that the boss robbed. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Longhai didn't expect that someone knew where he hid his treasure and told Shang Ruai so easily. You pig brain. Do you think she will really let you go? The man turned his eyes to Shang Ruai. I told you everything I know. You can't go back on your word. Shang Ruai smiled. I said I would let you go, and I will definitely not break my promise. Before the man's smile widened, she said faintly, but whether they will let you go is unknown. No snowflake is innocent during an avalanche. Those innocent people who were killed by them, the evil they did, cannot be blamed on Zhao Longhai. Each of them had blood on their hands. Shang Ruai waved her hand, and Lu Qin led everyone to rush up. She turned her back to them, slowly closed her eyes, smelled the blood in the air, and frowned. She had thought that she would live comfortably in this life and would no longer be involved in the bloody storm, but it was God's will that her hands were stained with blood again, and perhaps the road ahead would be more thorny. At this moment, Lu Qin came behind her. Master. Shang Ruai opened her eyes, turned around, looked at the scarlet on the ground, and whispered, Thank you for your hard work today. It is our honor to share the worries of the master. Lu Qin looked at the gun on her waist. His throat rolled a few times, but he still didn't say anything. Shang Ruai knew his intention, but the pistol could not be given to him yet. Take a few capable men with you to Dahuang Village to transport the things in the private storehouse back to the village. Lu Qin was stunned. Master, are you asking your subordinates to go? Why, you want me to do these hard labor work myself? Shang Ruai glanced at him, and Lu Qin hurriedly shook his head. No, no, no. How can you let the master do such rough work? He smiled and said, Master, don't worry. Your subordinates will not touch a single penny of the treasures you bring back, and they will be waiting for you intact. At this moment, 2 people came up with Zhao Junyi. Master, this dog official surnamed Zhao wanted to run away, but we found him. Zhao Junyi's official uniform had long been tattered, and his body was soaked by snow water. He trembled and said, Shang, Madam Shang, thanks to you. Otherwise I would have been killed by those people in the Black Wind Village. Shang Ruai sneered. Lord Zhao, I poisoned you. Don't you hate me? Zhao Junyi's face froze, and then he smiled. No hate.
No hat.
Lord Zhao is really flexible. Shang Ruai nodded, her eyes sharp. But I don't believe it.
No.
How can I not hate you? I've been tortured for so long, I would have hated you to the core. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, I hate people who say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. I hate liars the most, so I don't plan to save you. Before Zhao Junyi could reply, the familiar feeling in his body came again. The poison attacked again. He looked at Shang Ruai with horror. Madam Shang, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Why can't I? Shang Ruai waved away his hand that was holding her cloak and said coldly, To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. You are the first to be unkind. You want to take the people from the Black Wind Village to my He family. You know that they are all evil people who kill without blinking an eye. Most of my He family members are women. If they really fall into their hands, no one will have a good end. You would rather bury the lives of so many people for your own survival. For this reason alone, You don't deserve to live in this world anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Zhao Junyi's terrified cry. His robe was gradually soaked with blood. After a while, there was more and more blood on the ground. Zhao Junyi's body slowly fell down, and he was no longer breathing. The Yamen runners joined the Yunxia village. At this moment, a figure ran from behind.
Boss. Boss.
"Something bad has happened." "What happened?" Lu Qin said in a deep voice. "The people from Qinglong Village have also gone down the mountain, but they left from the back mountain, so our people didn't notice them. They must have entered the village directly from the east." "East?" Shang Ruai's eyebrows jumped suddenly. The first family in the east was their He family. At this moment, a huge explosion was heard from the east. It was a grenade.
"Master."
"Full speed ahead, go to the He family." "Yes." Shang Ruai ran towards the He family at a very fast speed. At this time, outside the gate of the He family, more than 200 snow bandits holding long knives had surrounded the He family. Yunqi only had the last grenade left in his hand. This was an extra grenade given to him by the Crown Prince's consort for emergency use. Unexpectedly, he actually used it. Lin Mu, the leader of Qinglong Village, looked at Yunqi with gloomy eyes. He was wearing a leopard skin, holding a big axe, with a face full of flesh. He pouted and said, "Where is the He Jingheng? Let him get out. Don't hide in there like a turtle. You are not worthy to see the master." Yunqi looked around without leaving a trace, and his heart sank slightly. He didn't expect that the people of Qinglong Village would almost come out in full force. Their few secret guards could not resist at all. They must not show their cowardice at the moment. If they find out, something big will happen. At this moment, a head popped out of the gatehouse. The people who were hiding in the gatehouse hurriedly pulled Ma Wu in. "Smelly boy, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? There are snow bandits outside." "Snow bandits, no? They kill people without blinking an eye." "I know, I just took a look." Ma Wu smiled, glanced outside, and said nothing more. "Look? What's there to look at? Wait until that big knife cuts your neck, and I'll see if you still want to look." The man said coldly, "Don't make a sound if you don't want to die." Lin Mu couldn't help but get angry when Yunqi said this. "You servant, how dare you talk to me like this? You are really impatient to live." Yunqi clenched the soft sword in his hand, his eyes cold. "If you are not afraid of death, you can come forward." Lin Mu looked at the grenade in his hand with fear. Just now, it was such a small thing that caused them to lose many brothers. He gave a look to Yan Yi, the second in command, not far away. Yan Yi understood and quietly came to the courtyard wall. While they were not prepared, his body flew into the air, jumped up, and fell into the courtyard. Before the smile on his lips could expand, he felt a chill behind him. Before he turned around, a super powerful big palm slapped his back.
Puff.
Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his body fell to the ground. A unique smell of a ferocious beast lingered at the tip of his nose. It made the hairs on his body stand up. He reluctantly looked to the side and saw a huge tiger reflected on the wall. Old tiger. He was horrified, and before he could shout, a stone hit his head accurately. Yan Yi rolled his eyes and fainted. Ah Chim walked forward. Xiaobai glanced at him and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Minding his own business, it could obviously knock out this stinky thing by itself, but he had to interfere. Now that the prey has become his, he has worked in vain, and when the owner comes back later, he wants to take credit. Thinking of this, it blinked a few times, wondering whether to knock out this annoying guy named Ah Chim. Seeing that he was still not coming out, Lin Mu had a bad feeling in his heart. "You guys should leave quickly. My master won't care. But if you are stubborn, don't blame us for being rude," Yunqi said in a deep voice. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows when he heard him say that. He was asked to leave. This was not the style of the Dinghua Palace.
Could it be that?
Could it be that the defense inside was empty at this time?
He really guessed it right.
There were only 10 secret guards guarding here at this time. Even if they could fight 10 with one, they were no match for these more than 200 people. The explosion at the door just now shocked the people of the He family who were waiting at the old princess's residence. What was that horrible sound just now? The old princess stroked her chest lightly, her face pale. I have never heard of it before. Hiyuni stood at the door and looked out through the door. She saw Xiaobai lying in the middle of the yard. Looking at its back, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Grandma, don't worry, we must trust my sister-in-law, and nothing will happen. After she finished speaking, she rolled up her sleeves and took out a dagger. This dagger was given to me by my sister-in-law before. Today I will use this dagger to guard here. If there is one snow bandit, I will kill one. If there are two, I will kill a pair. Seeing this, He Jingshi stood up suddenly, his eyes red. A good man should have ambitions. I am such a waste. Now that the enemy is at hand, I can only hide here and let my sister-in-law and sister protect me. Such behavior is really unworthy of the ancestors of the He family and the name of Dingwa Palace. Lin heard him say this, wiped her tears, and said nothing. Second brother, let's go together. Okay. He drew out his sword and stood guard at the door, with Hiyuni. At this time, Lin Mu at the door had confirmed that there were not many people guarding the He family at this time, and he couldn't help but show a smug look on his face. Since your master doesn't want to come out, let's go in and find him. After he finished speaking, he picked up the axe and shouted loudly, Brothers, charge. The first one to rush in will be rewarded heavily. Yunchi was anxious, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He said in a deep voice, Everyone listen. Don't let anyone enter the mansion and disturb the master's peace. The next moment, they fought in one place. Yunchi held the only remaining grenade in his hand, looking at Lin Mu with a smug look on his face. He had already planned that if it really came to the last step, he would die with him and never let these snow bandits into the mansion. According to the behavior of this group of snow bandits, none of the women in the mansion could escape. It must be said that the skills of the secret guards of Dingwa Palace are first class. But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Under the siege of the people in Dahuang Village, they gradually showed signs of fatigue and had to retreat. Guard the door of the mansion, and never let them in, Yunchi said in a deep voice. If a hole is opened, it will be impossible to defend. At this moment, with a creak, the door of He Mansion was opened from the inside. Ma Wu's figure appeared at the door. He slid to Lin Mu nimbly. He said with a flattering look on his face, Boss, I am the gatekeeper of the He family. Today I want to surrender to you. He smiled and said, Boss, there are only the elderly, the weak, women and children in the mansion now. They're just bluffing. No one can match you. Now is the best time to capture the He family. Ha ha ha. Good.
Lin Mu laughed loudly.
Yunchi's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that there was a traitor in the mansion. He looked at Ma Wu and wished he could chop him with a knife. Ma Wu shrank his neck and hit his thin body backwards. Lin Mu's face was full of hideous smiles. He glared at Yunchi and laughed wildly. God really helps me. With such a favorable time, place, and people, you, the He family, will definitely be in my pocket. He waved his hand violently. Charge. Yunchi's face was solemn, and he looked ready to die. He flew forward and fought with Lin Mu. Yunchi's skills were not bad, but the continuous battles had consumed most of his physical strength. Now, facing Lin Mu, he was directly at a disadvantage. Lin Mu saw the opportunity, and the sharp tip of the knife scratched his arm, blood gushed out, and the soft sword in his hand fell to the ground.
Prépare tout dit.
Lin Mu swung his axe and chopped at Yunchi. Yunchi's eyes were determined. He took out a grenade and was about to pull the ring. At this moment, there were a few deafening sounds of. The snow bandits behind Lin Mu fell one after another. Lin Mu hurriedly turned around and saw a woman in a cloak standing proudly not far away, followed by a group of people in black robes, and their number seemed to be no less than theirs. The moment Yunchi saw Shang Ruai, he was both happy and worried, and subconsciously wanted her to leave quickly.
Who are you?
Lin Mu had never seen such a beautiful girl. His eyes widened for a moment. He wished he could take her back to the village immediately and get married. But the current situation was not enough to make him lose his mind. Shang Ruai did not speak, but slowly pointed the gun at him. Although he did not know what kind of hidden weapon this was, a sense of danger spread throughout his body. He tightly grasped the axe in his hand and stared at the gun in her hand. At this time, Ma Wu, who was standing beside him, whispered, "Boss, that is the current mistress of the He family, Shang Ruai." She looked at Ma Wu with narrowed eyes. She did not expect that she had taken her in with such kindness, but she raised a traitor. Shang Ruai's lips curled up with a bloodthirsty smile. In this life, she hated betrayal the most. The mistress of a He family, the prince consort of He Jingheng? Lin Mu smiled wickedly. He Jingheng is really lucky. He can marry such a beauty, even though he is lame. It is better to follow me than to follow him, a useless man. What do you think? Shang Ruai took a few steps forward, with a smile on her face, but her eyes were extremely cold. Guess what happened to the person who just said that? What happened? Maybe he has reached the Naiha Bridge now. Shang Ruai put the pistol on her waist and took out 2 grenades with her backhand. Lin Mu's face changed suddenly. Yunqi was overjoyed when he saw this. Lin Mu took a few steps back and said in a deep voice, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want with 2 firearms. Our Qinglong Village." He stopped talking before he finished speaking, staring at the scene in amazement. Shang Ruai handed the grenade in her hand to Yunqi, and then took out 2 more. In this way, she took out more than 20 grenades one after another, and piled them together. Let alone blowing them to death, it would not be difficult to flatten their village. Shang Ruai smiled. Is that enough? If not. She took out 2 more grenades from her sleeves. Enough. Enough. Don't take any more,
Lin Mu said loudly.
Not only him, but even Yunqi was surprised, looking at her sleeves suspiciously. How big is the sleeve pocket of the crown prince's concubine? It can hold so many things? Isn't it heavy? Lin Mu's eyes were red, and he looked at Shang Ruai unwillingly. He didn't expect that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge would be messed up by her. Shang Ruai weighed the grenade in her hand, and everyone's heart went up and down with the movement of her hand, for fear that she would not be able to catch it and drop it to the ground. Lin Mu looked at the people behind her and was stunned. Lu Qin, you actually surrendered to the Dingwa Palace. What's the difference between this and recognizing a thief as your father? Recognize a thief as your father? Lu Qin's face was ashen, and he wished he could rush up and chop him.
Can he speak?
What does it mean to recognize a thief as your father? What generation? Every time Shang Ruai took a step closer, the snow bandits of Qinglong Village took a step back. Lin Mu said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Shang Ruai sneered, "I should be the one asking you this question. You are holding sharp weapons and surrounding my He family. You are bullying my He family because there is no one in the family, right? You even have the nerve to ask me what I want. It's really ridiculous." Lin Mu's face twitched a few times, and he said in a deep voice, "If you ignite these firearms, not only us, but everyone present will die. Today, either you let us go, or we will die together." After the words fell, the snow bandits of Qinglong Village raised the forehead knives in their hands, staring at her seriously. Shang Ruai sneered, "It is impossible to let you go." Without giving Lin Mu a chance to interrupt, Shang Ruai continued, "Now, you have 2 choices, either die or surrender."
Submit?
Lin Mu looked at Lu Qin and rolled his eyes. Submit and become someone's grandson? Is he free? Seeing that he refused to express his opinion, Shang Ruai was not in a hurry and continued to take out grenades from her sleeves. Everyone present was terrified. Even Yunqi couldn't help twitching his eyes. Where was the princess's dress made? It could hold so many things. He must ask one day and make one for himself. For a long time, Lin Mu refused to nod. Shang Ruai's patience ran out. She knew that these people would not learn their lesson unless they were taught a lesson. She looked at the time, and it was about time. At this moment, there was a loud from the hilltop not far away. "What's going on? Earthquake?" At this moment, someone shouted, "Fire! It's on fire!" People all looked in the direction of his finger. After a while, a person said weakly, "Isn't that the direction of our Qinglong village?"
What?
Qinglong village? They looked carefully. How could this be the direction of Qinglong village? It was clearly Qinglong village that exploded and caught fire.
What's going on?
Shang Ruoi smiled. I didn't like it, so I asked someone to it up.
Hiss.
I didn't like it, so I blew it up? How could this be a girl? It was clearly a woman.
You.
Shang Ruoi glanced at him and said with a smile, Your village has been blown up. You can go to the Black Wind village, not too far away. I just slaughtered them and I didn't have time to up the village. Bloodbathed the Black Wind village? Lin Mu's face changed completely. When he set his eyes on Shang Ruoi's face again, the contempt in his eyes had completely disappeared. Never again dare to look down on her just because she is a woman. I will only give you the last 5 breaths to consider. Whether you and your brother can save their lives or not depends on your decision. Shang Ruoi said in a deep voice. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before she could finish a word, she heard Lin Mu whispered, You can surrender, but before surrendering, we must settle the grievances with Dinghua.
Oh.
What grievances? Just when she thought Lin Mu would say something like how many brothers he Jingheng killed, he turned his face, and Shang Ruai saw that there was a scar extending from the corner of his mouth to his ear. Lin Mu said angrily, My handsome face was ruined by that rascal he Jingheng, and I still can't get a wife. Just this? Shang Ruai looked at him in disbelief. Don't you have anything else to say? Seeing her nonchalant look, Lin Mu couldn't help but raise his voice. Isn't this a big deal? She looked him up and down. His appearance was really unbearable to look at. She said with disdain, With your appearance, disfigurement is almost the same as plastic surgery. Even without this scar, just based on your appearance, it would be difficult for you to marry a wife, unless the woman is blind. If it were me, I would never marry you even if I was always accompanied by the ancient Buddha. Her words were like a string of cannons, which instantly silenced Lin Mu. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came, and he subconsciously reached out to take it, only to see a porcelain bottle lying in his hand. This is the ointment I developed. It can remove scars. You can use it first. Lin Mu tightened the ointment in his palm and said, And the soldiers of Dinghua Palace killed so many brothers in our village. Shang Ruoi frowned and interrupted him. As bandits, isn't it normal for you to be wiped out by the court? If you fell into my hands, I would have wiped you out long ago. Why would I let you live to this day? Shang Ruoi waved her hand and said in a deep voice, Do you have anything else to say? If you have, say it all at once. If you keep dragging your feet, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the coldness in her eyes, and then looking at the piles of grenades at her feet, he didn't dare to say anything even if he had something to say. Are you going to surrender or not? After saying that, Shang Ruoi took out a grenade, pulled the ring under the horrified eyes of everyone, and threw it far away. At the moment the grenade landed, there was a flame shot up into the sky, and the earth shook. When Shang Ruoi reached out to take out the grenade again, she heard Lin Mu shouting, Surrender! 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 Can't I surrender? He was afraid that he would be too late, and the thing would be thrown at his feet. Yunqi stepped forward and whispered, Princess, do we need to give them pills? Most of the people who surrendered would be given poisonous pills at first and receive antidotes regularly to achieve the purpose of control. Lin Mu looked at Yunqi with fire in his eyes. Sure enough, there were not many good people under He Jingheng. I was ready to take poison, but I heard Shang Ruoi say calmly, I have never been willing to control others in this way.
But
before Yunqi could refute, she continued, If he is determined to betray, it will be useless to control him with poison. It will only make him do things more covertly and difficult to detect. She looked around fiercely and whispered, I can make the head of Lin and his brothers surrender today. If he betrays me tomorrow, I can raise their mountain to the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, not only the people in Qinglong Village, but also the people in Yunxua Village could not help but shudder. Shang Ruoi set her eyes on Ma Wu, and before she could say anything, Lin Mu kicked him to the ground. Ma Wu was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this mansion could turn over? Big boss. Ma Wu turned his head to look at Shang Ruai, kneeling on the ground and crying, "Master, please have mercy. Give me a chance. I will never dare to do it again. I swear, I will never do anything to let down the He family again. Please have mercy. I am willing to work like a cow and a horse, and work for you all my life." Shang Ruai sneered. "If I let you go today, what does what I just said mean? If she didn't come back in time today, the consequences would be disastrous. This mansion door was specially designed by her just in case if someone didn't open the door inside. Even if you hit it with a pillar, it might not be able to open the door." Shang Ruai waved her hand, and Lu Qin waved the knife and wiped his neck with his backhand. The blood sprayed on the ground, which was particularly dazzling. Lin Mu, the big boss of Qinglong Village, is willing to lead his brothers to surrender. Lin Mu threw the axe on the ground and bowed. The snow bandits behind him followed suit. Shang Ruai nodded, acknowledging them.
Master.
Lin Mu smiled awkwardly. "Is my second brother okay? Second brother?" At this moment, there were bursts of exclamations from the team behind Lu Qin. White tiger. It's him again." Everyone turned their heads and saw a white tiger biting a man's leg and dragging him forward. Everyone watched it approach step by step, and their hearts tightened. Xiaobai came to Shang Ruai and put the man down. Shang Ruai saw this and smiled. Xiaobai did a good job. Xiaobai. This big guy is actually called Xiaobai? Such a fierce beast was actually given a dog's name. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Xiaobai sat on the ground and rubbed Shang Ruai's hand with his head. She had no choice but to touch its head. This big guy, not ashamed, but proud. Doesn't it feel ashamed to be called this name? Xiaobai noticed the gazes of everyone, stood up suddenly, and roared at them. What a nice and majestic name the master gave it. Yan Yi lying on the ground, his eyebrows twitching wildly. Could he have been bitten to death? He walked forward and turned him over. Seeing that he had just fainted, he finally let go of his worries. He saluted and said, "Thank you, master, for not killing me." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a fierce gaze looking at him. He looked at the white tiger. Yes, it was it. At this time, Xiaobai was looking at him fiercely, with a fierce light in his azure blue eyes. Lin Mu thought for a moment and saluted to Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaobai sat down again with satisfaction. She glanced at him lightly, thinking that he was sensible. Is this white tiger a spirit? Since you follow me, I will definitely not treat you badly. Just like Yunxua Village, she gave Lin Mu a key and told him to go to the town to find Manager Li. After taking the food up the mountain, Lin Mu looked at the piles of food and was secretly shocked. Why did he feel that he had fallen into her trap? It was obvious that the food had been prepared in advance. Could it be that she had already planned to deal with them? At this moment, Yan Yi came to his room. "Brother, where did this food come from? Did we take down the He family?" Lin Mu looked at him unhappily. "What do you mean by taking down the He family?" It was obvious that they were taken down by the He family. Aren't those foods the ones they exchanged for their indentures? "Brother, where is the white tiger? I want to use its skin as a cushion." Before he finished speaking, Lin Mu took off his shoes and threw them at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think that ancestor is something you can covet?" Yan Yi was unable to react for a moment and was hit by the sole of the shoe. "Brother, what's wrong?" At this time, a brother from the village came forward. Boss Lu from Yunxua Village is here."
Come in."
He pointed at Yan Yi and said, "I'll explain it to you later. Lu Qin will be here soon." "Shut up, do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qin walked in. "Boss Lin, why did Boss Lu come here today? It's good for both our villages." Lu Qin smiled. "Since Black Wind Village no longer exists, I thought about bringing all the snow bandits in this area under our command, which can be regarded as a relief for the master. What do you think of Boss Lin?" "That's good, of course." How could Lin Mu dare to say no? What Lu Qin meant might be what the master meant. Black Wind Village is gone? Master? What does all this mean? Yan Yi didn't let out a breath until Lu Qin left. "I'm suffocating to death." I told you to shut up, but did I tell you to hold your breath? Lin Mu glanced at him with a look of disappointment. With this kind of brain, if Lu Qin had dinner here, he would probably suffocate to death there. Lin Mu told him what happened. He thought he would be very angry after surrendering to the Dinghua Palace, but the first sentence he asked was, "In this case, we don't have to go hungry from now on."
Lin Mu choked.
He didn't expect that he cared about this. But then again, if it weren't for hunger and cold, who would be willing to be a bandit and do those murders and arson? After solving the problem of the snow bandits, Zhang Ruai walked into the mansion, and Yunqi and others dispersed to various places in the He mansion and hid again. She walked into the old lady's room, and everyone heard the door and became nervous. He Yuni and He Jingxi held the sharp blades in their hands and looked at the door nervously. The moment the door was opened, He Jingxi swung the sword in his hand. The silver light flashed at Zhang Ruai's fingertips, and a silver needle shot out, deflecting the sword. Sister-in-law. He Yuni's face lit up. She put away the dagger, walked quickly to her and looked her up and down. Are you injured? Zhang Ruai shook her head and looked at the people in the room. She walked up to the old princess and said softly, I frightened my grandmother. The old princess shook her head and looked behind her. Seeing that no one followed her, she knew that the crisis was over. She patted Zhang Ruai's hand and sighed. Thank you for your hard work, child. Zhang Ruai smiled. It's just some snow bandits. It's not hard work. The old princess knew that things would not be as easy as she said. Just listening to the deafening noises, she could guess the danger. Zhang Ruai sent people to inspect other rooms in the mansion, and the workers who stayed here were all fine. She called Wang Erzhu and told him everything about Ma Wu. Upon hearing this, Wang Erzhu knelt on the ground and said regretfully, Master, I really didn't know he would do such a treacherous thing. If I had known, I would never have let him come to work in your house. I don't mean to blame you, but you still need to know about this so that you can tell his family. Yes, I understand. This was the first time that Li Xian and Li Tian lived in the He mansion. Li Xian looked out from the servant's room. The house was very quiet. He whispered, Did you hear the loud noise outside just now? Li Tian glanced at him. I'm not deaf. What was that? Li Tian was lying on the Kong and glanced at him. How should I know? Li Xian was so angry with him. What's wrong with you? Did you get kicked in the brain by a donkey? What can I do? Li Tian sneered. Tell me the truth. Did you take all the credit for the 2 strawberry seedlings you sent back to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? How did I take all the credit? You didn't even mention my name the whole time. You just said that you took the opportunity to dig them out. At this moment, Ah Cheng's voice came in. What are you yelling about? Hearing this, Li Xian opened the door and smiled embarrassedly. He stole my quilt. Ah Cheng glanced at them and said in a deep voice, Keep your voice down. Yes. Seeing Ah Cheng leave, the 2 of them did not dare to continue arguing and went to bed directly. When He Jingheng received Ah Cheng's note, his face was very ugly. He did not expect that so many things had happened in just a few days. Go back to the mansion. Go back to the mansion? Yun Tian was stunned. When he figured out where the mansion in the master's mouth was, he couldn't help but stop him and said, Master, in 2 days, the things here will be settled. Go back to the mansion. The words on the tip of his tongue turned around, and finally, they were all swallowed back into his stomach. No one can change the master's decision. After a snowstorm, the road that was already difficult to walk on became difficult to walk. Now, let alone going to the county, even going to the town is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xiao Bai was lying in her room. In the past few days, He Yuni ran to her room whenever she had something to do, saying that she wanted to talk to her, but in fact she just wanted to see Xiao Bai. Sister-in-law, where did you find this white tiger? After spending a few days together, He Yuni was sure that Xiao Bai was a very human white tiger who would never hurt anyone easily, so she was squatting in front of Xiao Bai's tiger head and said enviously, Is Xiao Bai a female? Can she give birth to cubs? If she does, can you give me one? I also want to raise a tiger. Xiao Bai raised his eyelids and glanced at her. You are a female, and your whole family is female. I am the White Tiger King, not a tigress. Shang Rui smiled. Xiao Bai is a male tiger and can't give birth to cubs. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to Hyuni. Drink some tea to warm yourself up. Hyuni took it with a smile and said with some regret, it would be great if I could raise a tiger. If there is danger, I won't be afraid anymore. Shang Rui's eyes lit up when she heard her say this. Why didn't she think of it? Her spiritual spring water can attract Xiaobai, and it can definitely attract other tigers or beasts. If she can collect more tigers and use them to guard the house, not to mention thieves, even ants will probably have to take a detour. She looked at Xiaobai, and it only felt that there were two burning gazes that were hard to ignore falling on it. The tiger skin twitched a few times, and it couldn't stand Shang Rui's gaze, so it turned its tiger head and looked at her. Sure enough, she was staring at her with shining eyes. After Hyuni left, Shang Rui walked slowly to it and rubbed its ears a few times. Xiaobai, do you want to be the Tiger King? Do you want to have a group of younger brothers? Xiaobai was about to shake his head, but when he heard her say that, he couldn't help but blink. Tiger King? Younger brothers? That sounds good. Shang Rui saw it hesitate and knew there was a chance. The smile on the corner of her lips widened, and she continued to fool. Just think about it, if you have dozens or hundreds of tigers under your command, how majestic it would be. Xiaobai was still too naive and was confused by her few words. Until it set out to find other tigers, it still thought that the master wanted it to become a real Tiger King, so it would do this. As soon as Xiaobai left, a group of Yamen runners came and said that they were asked to gather at the city defense department. All those who were exiled must go. Sister-in-law, why are you mobilizing so many troops? Hyuni followed her. Today, Hyuni wore a pink brocade robe with a circle of fur collar at the neckline, looking very cute. Shang Rui tightened her cloak and whispered, I heard that Zhao Junyi was killed by the snow bandits from the Black Wind Village. Maybe it's the new lord from the city defense department who asked us to go and pay a visit to him. Her guess was not wrong. At this time, Zhang Wenyu was followed by a man in his 40s with a somewhat wretched face. He was the official transferred to the place of exile, Zhao Gang. He looked forward and saw that everyone was there, except for the He family. Master Zhang, have you sent someone to inform the He family? Zhang Wenyu nodded, and at this moment, a group of people came up in a mighty manner. Zhao Gang took a closer look. How could this be a fugitive? The way he dressed and the style were no less than before in the capital. He looked around and didn't see He Jingheng, and his eyes couldn't help but darken. He walked past Zhang Wenyu and said in a deep voice, Where is He Jingheng? Shang Rui said lightly, My husband is not in a good condition to travel. It's icy and snowy, so I didn't let him come over. How dare you? Don't you understand what I say? Zhao Gang stared, pointed at Shang Rui's nose, and shouted, Bring him here quickly, otherwise I will punish him, and none of you He family members will be able to escape. Hearing this, the He family members all looked very ugly. This official came up to make trouble for their He family, and it was clearly aimed at them. He must have been instructed by someone. Don't you understand what I say? Zhao Gang pulled out the whip from his waist and raised his hand to swing it down. Shang Rui stepped forward, grabbed the whip with her bare hands, and exerted force with her hands, and the whip was easily taken away by her. Seeing this, Lord Zhang slowly let go of his worries. Shang Rui was someone that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cared about. If she got hurt and His Royal Highness blamed her, he would have no way to explain. Zhao Gang did not expect that this seemingly weak woman in front of him could actually know martial arts and that she could easily take the whip from his hand. His face looked very ugly. He said angrily, You want a rebel?
Come.
Take her into custody immediately.
Wait.
Zhang Wenyu stepped forward, his tone slightly sinking. Lord Zhao, you may not understand much since you have just arrived. He Jingheng is still in a wheelchair. If we let him come in this icy and snowy weather, we may have to wait until dark. Hearing what Lord Zhang said, Zhao Gang's face eased slightly, but he still looked at Shang Rui with anger in his eyes. She dared to make him lose face in front of so many people. If he didn't teach her a lesson, how would he establish his authority in the exile land in the future? Moreover, when he was assigned here, he had received instructions from his superiors that it would be best to pin all the members of the He family to death in this place of exile. Shang Ruai handed the whip to the Yamen runner next to her, and the Yamen runner, they knew that when the snow bandits came down the mountain, except for the city defense department and the people living near the city defense department, there were no casualties in the entire Xia village. In the past, only a handful of people could survive when the snow bandits came down the mountain. This time, so many people survived, which must be the work of the He family. It takes extraordinary strength to be able to repel the snow bandits. Moreover, they all heard the earth-shaking noises, and they didn't know what kind of powerful weapon could make the earth tremble. In their eyes, only the He family could do such a shocking thing. So at this time, the attitude towards the He family was naturally cautious, and they dared not be disrespectful. Especially the mistress of the He family. Lord Zhang walked in front of the crowd and said in a deep voice, "This is the newly appointed official, Lord Zhaogang. All matters in the exile area will be handled by Lord Zhao."
Showdown.
Also surnamed Zhao. Could he be related to that rascal Zhao Junyi? Zhaogang stepped forward, lowered the corners of his lips, and said in a deep voice, "This official has always been strict. You must not fall into my hands, otherwise don't blame me for turning against you." His eyes moved across the faces of the crowd and suddenly fixed on Hyuni. Zhao Junyi just loves money, while he is a greedy and lustful person. Shang Ruai noticed his eyes, and her heart sank. I didn't expect that he would dare to set his sights on Hyuni. She moved her feet slightly to block Hyuni. Seeing this, Zhao Gang had a worse impression of Shang Ruai. He couldn't deny that Shang Ruai was beautiful, but she was beautiful, and her aura was very scary. He liked a delicate beauty like Hyuni. "You." Zhao Gang pointed at Hyuni. "Come forward." Shang Ruai frowned, pulled Hyuni's arm, and asked in a deep voice, "I wonder what the Lord is doing? What does it have to do with you?" "I want her. What do you want to say to my child, who is not grown up yet?" Shang Ruai laughed sarcastically. "Don't you have any selfish motives? How dare you, a convicted woman, disobey me again and again? I think you are tired of living." Shang Ruai stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "So, what if you are a convicted woman? It was the emperor who decided to exile the king's palace, not you. As an official, you only have the right to manage. We have not committed any crime here. Not to mention that you are just an official. Even the prime minister standing here has no right to punish us. Disobedience? This word is not worthy of coming out of your mouth. Do you think you are the emperor?" Zhao Gang didn't expect Shang Ruai to be so strong, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. He thought he could use his status as an official to suppress them, but he didn't expect that he would be scolded by her in the end. The most important thing is that what she said was right, and he couldn't refute it at all. But today is his first day in office. If he is embarrassed by her here, how can he convince the people in the exile place in the future? He was thinking about how to answer, and heard Shang Ruai continue, "I don't know why the adults let my sister come forward." Zhao Gang's eyes fell on Hyuni's little face, and a hint of obscenity flashed in his eyes. Although it was not easy to detect, Shang Ruai still saw it clearly. "That's my business. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Gang said angrily, "You are a criminal woman. How dare you want to control me?" "Sir, don't flatter yourself. No one wants to control you. As long as you don't provoke us, we will be friendly with you. If you don't want to live a peaceful life, you will be waiting for you." This is the first time that Shang Ruai is so strong in front of everyone, and she is so strong with the officials. Everyone was terrified, fearing that it would be bad for them if they angered the officials. If it were in the past, Shang Ruai would have to weigh these words. As the saying goes, people don't fight with officials. If they angered the officials, it would definitely have an impact on them. She is fine alone. At most she can hide in the space, but the whole family of He Mansion and the workers who work for He Mansion, she has to worry about it. But now, the space has unlocked cold weapons. With these guns, ammunition, bombs, and grenades, not to mention attacking the city, at least there is no problem in retreating to one side. Endurance has never been her character. She endured before just for the sake of the overall situation. Now that she is confident, she will definitely stand up straight. Zhao Gang was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at Shang Ruai and said, You. Shang Ruai stepped forward, saluted to Lord Zhang, and said seriously, May I ask, sir, do we, the exiled prisoners, just pay taxes and stay in Qingzhou? Zhang, endurance has never been her character. She endured before just for the sake of the overall situation. Now that she is confident, she will definitely stand up straight. Zhao Gang was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at Shang Ruai and said, You. Zhao Gang's face was ashen, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he wished he could drag her out and chop her up. But he couldn't do it. In front of so many people, he was humiliated by a woman. How could he swallow this breath? But now is not a good time to continue arguing with her. She is just a woman. As long as this place of exile is under his jurisdiction, he will have a chance to discipline them.
He can just take his time.
Back in the mansion, the old princess sighed. Ruai, offending the officials will not benefit the He family at the moment. Ruai, you did not handle today's matter properly. If it was the Dingwa Palace in the past, let alone such officials, even the emperor, hey, let's not talk about the past. Shang Ruai stepped forward and said softly, Grandma, I understand what you mean, but if you don't say this today, Zhao Gang may not do anything or say such dirty words. Yuni is already not young, and she knows a thing or two about many things.
What if she is remembered by that Zhao?
But the people should not fight against the officials, not to mention that we are exiles. The old lady whispered, If we really offend the officials, the He family will have a hard time in this place of exile in the future. Hard time? How is it possible? The people don't fight against the officials because they are not as strong as the government, but our He family has never been afraid of them. Shang Ruai raised a smile at the corner of her lips. The snow bandits have been a headache for the court for so long. They have sent troops many times but failed to wipe them out, but they still can't do anything to us. Grandma, just put your heart at ease. It won't be the day when the fish die and the net is broken. Even if it really comes to that time, it will definitely be the fish that die and the net that is not broken. Seeing her like this, the old princess felt much more at ease. Although Shang Ruai has been married into the palace for a short time, she can get a glimpse of her character. If she was not absolutely sure, Shang Ruai would never say this in front of her. Hearing you say this, I will no longer care about this matter. Grandma will hand over this He family to you, and I believe you can manage it well. Shang Ruai came out from the old lady and saw a man in a black cloak standing in the yard. Lingheng turned around slowly. Shang Ruai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When did you come back? Lingheng's lips curled slightly. If I didn't come back, where would I go to see madam so domineering? Shang Ruai blushed when she heard him say that. Since you came back so early, why didn't you show up? If I went, those grandsons would definitely test me endlessly. I'm so annoyed just thinking about it. Lingheng walked forward and took out a box from his arms. Open it and take a look.
What?
Shang Ruai took it and was about to open it when she saw Aunt Li, who was serving the old lady, coming over and saying with a smile, The old lady said that you two should go back to your own yard. Shang Ruai blushed when she heard that, glared at him, tightened her robe, and walked quickly to her own yard. Lingheng smiled and walked slowly behind her. Yunqi and Yuntian gathered together, looking at the master's back, and couldn't help but sigh. You don't know, I didn't see the master smile this time when I went out with the master. Yuntian walked on thin ice every day, afraid that he would be thrown out by the master if he did something wrong. Every time at this time, he envied Yunqi very much. Following the prince's wife must be more comfortable than following the prince. You shouldn't say that. Yunqi responded lightly. How else can you say it? Before meeting the prince's wife, when did you see the master smile? Yuntian was stunned, looking at Yunqi in shock, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Insightful. It's so insightful. Shang Ruai returned to the room and opened the brocade box. Inside was a tourmaline bracelet. The color was extremely beautiful. I usually see that you don't seem to be keen on wearing headdresses, so I picked a bracelet for you. When Shang Ruai saw this bracelet, her eyes lit up. I have to say that He Jingheng's vision is really good. Shang Ruai did not mention the matter of the snow bandits. After all, even if she did not say it, someone would definitely tell him. When He Jingheng came to the study, Yunqi told him everything that had happened in the past few days. Firearms? He Jingheng raised his eyebrows. Will it explode and shoot up into the sky when thrown out? That's right, it is many times more powerful than the gunpowder used in previous wars. Yunqi whispered, and it is safer and more convenient than gunpowder. It is less than the size of a palm, can be carried on the body, and will not explode at will. He Jingheng was shocked when he heard this. Master, if we can get the crown prince's wife to provide this for us, then we...
No.
He Jingheng's face darkened slightly. Give orders, no one is allowed to mention this matter again. Swallow your words back to your stomach. Yes. The master said so. What else can they say? After the snow bandits, they had a rare few days of leisure. The plague improved. Although food was in short supply, the court allocated funds for disaster relief, which also avoided the tragic situation of starving thousands of miles away. Although Shang Nian did not play any role in Liangzhou city, he had no merits but also worked hard. After the plague was completely controlled, Emperor Tianshun specially held a banquet to commend the fourth prince and others. Dr. Jiang was also invited. At the banquet, the fourth prince sat in the first seat on the right side of the stage, opposite the crown prince He Lingsheng. The queen, who had not attended for a long time, also arrived. She was 6 months pregnant at this time, and her belly was bulging. Her seat was next to Emperor Tianshun on his left, and on his right. In the past it was concubine Zhao, but today it was concubine Shu. Ever since the fourth prince left Beijing again to provide disaster relief in the north, Emperor Tianshun often went to Yongfu Palace, where concubine Shu lived. I don't know what the two talked about in the palace, but they resolved their knot of years, and since then concubine Shu has been favored by the emperor. Today, even concubine Zhao was outshined by her. The ministers below looked at each other, and it seemed that the fourth prince was no longer the same as before. Fourth prince. Emperor Tianshun smiled. At the beginning, I promised that as long as you returned from disaster relief, I would personally confer the title of Prince Bao on you, and today I will fulfill my promise. The fourth prince bowed deeply. Thank you, father. Emperor Tianshun waved his hand, and the palace servants filed in, holding official hats in their hands, and stood behind him. The fourth prince went to the back to change his clothes, knelt in the palace again, and Emperor Tianshun personally put the official hat on him. Seeing this scene, He Lingsheng's hands tightened unconsciously. When he was appointed as the crown prince, his father did not personally confer the title on him. He did not expect that such an honor would be taken by the fourth son first. Thank you, father. Stand up. Emperor Tianshun was very pleased and rewarded Shang Nian with many things. Shang Nian had a happy look on his face. He thought that he would die in Liangzhou city this time. Unexpectedly, he not only returned safely, but also received many rewards. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Now, his colleagues in the court are used to changing their attitudes according to the situation. Previously, Emperor Tianshun had some complaints about him, so they ignored him. Now that he has received rewards, they began to flatter him non-stop. This is how the officialdom is. It is common to add icing on the cake, but it is rare to send charcoal in the snow. Prime Minister Shang is worthy of being a role model for all officials of Tianshun. Yes, I admire you very much. At this time, an official said with a smile, Is Prime Minister Shang's eldest daughter old enough to get married? Upon hearing this, Shang Nian glanced at He Lingsheng subconsciously and then said with a smile, That's right, but my wife and I are always reluctant to let her go and want to keep her by your side for a while longer. Prime Minister Shang, men should get married when they are old enough and women should get married when they are old enough. How long can you stay by your side? You still have to get married after all. Shang Nian smiled awkwardly. Doesn't he understand this truth? Do they need to say more? Isn't the reason why she hasn't married yet because she wanted to marry the prince but failed? Emperor Tianshun saw this and smiled. My dear Shang, I think your daughter is very good. I wonder if she has a lover? I can arrange a marriage for her. Shang Nian hurriedly stood up and saluted. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. However, I haven't found a husband for her yet. What's the difficulty? The emperor smiled and said, I have so many good sons in Tianshan, so are you worried about not being able to pick a good one? Shang Nian didn't say anything, and the emperor continued. Among my sons, is there one you like? Hiss. The officials below couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that the emperor wanted to be a matchmaker for the prince? However, it seems that only the prince can match the prime minister's daughter. Shang Nian hurriedly said, How can my unpromising daughter be worthy of the prince? The prime minister is my right-hand man. How can your daughter not be worthy of him? Didn't your concubine also marry into the palace of Prince Ding? The emperor smiled on the surface, but there was a sharp look in his smile, and his eyes turned to Lingjun. Prince, you have reached the age of marriage, but there is not even a concubine in the palace. How about I marry you the prime minister's daughter? Everyone heard this, and couldn't help but cast envious eyes on Shang Nian. The prince's concubine. This is the first concubine of the prince, and the emperor personally granted the marriage. Her status is extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happens, the position of the prince's main wife will be hers in the future. When the prince ascends the throne, the crown princess will be the queen in name and in reality. If the prime minister's palace produces a queen, then her status in Chaoyang will be incomparable to today. Shang Nian was overjoyed. He had never expected that the emperor would grant him a marriage to the prince. He finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart. When the emperor mentioned Shang Ruai, he thought the emperor was going to be angry again. Upon hearing this, Lingjun hurriedly stood up. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw the look in Emperor Tianxuan's eyes and was startled. His father's intention was clearly for him to accept. He cupped his hands and whispered, Thank you, Father, for granting me the marriage. I am overjoyed. Having said that, there was not a trace of joy on his face. Emperor Tianxuan was extremely happy and said to the empress beside him, Empress, what do you think of my arrangement? The empress raised her lips. The emperor's arrangement is of course the most appropriate. She set her eyes on Lingjun. I have always felt that Sheng'er is too lonely. Now that he has a concubine to accompany him, I feel relieved. She looked at Lingjun again. Your Majesty, the prince has a concubine. What about the fourth child? Your Majesty must not favor one over the other. What the queen said is very true. He was about to speak when he heard the concubine next to him laugh. Your Majesty should stop teasing the fourth child.
Why?
I have long wanted to find someone caring to take care of him, but every time I mentioned this, he avoided me like a snake and scorpion, and even did not go to Yongfu Palace to pay his respects for half a month. Emperor Tianxuan looked at Lingjun. Why is that? Father, I am still young and don't want to worry about the affairs of men and women. Emperor Tianxuan sighed. I heard that Dr. Jiang has a daughter who is very pretty and charming. I wanted to marry her to you. Dr. Jiang was shocked when he heard this. How could that be possible? The man Honor wanted to marry was the crown prince, not some Prince Bao. He had no official position, and now he could only sit at the bottom of the officials in the hall. He clasped his hands and said, I would like to thank the emperor for his daughter's love, but I only have Honor as my daughter, so I can't bear to let her get married so early. The emperor smiled. Didn't someone just say that girls will eventually get married?
But
at this moment, Lingjun stepped forward and said, Father, I am still young and have no plans to start a family. Forget it. Emperor Tianxuan waved his hand. I just mentioned it casually today. Since you are unwilling, just pretend that I never mentioned it. Lingjun returned to his seat and saw the prince opposite him drinking with a gloomy face. He raised the wine glass and said to Lingjun, Congratulations, brother, for getting the beauty. Lingjun drank the wine in the glass expressionlessly and said with a fake smile, Since you think it is a good thing, Father also wanted to grant you a marriage just now, why don't you want to? As soon as the voice fell, the officials who heard the conversation between the two covered their mouths and laughed. It was clear that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was not satisfied with the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Shang. Did you hear what the prince just said? I have seen the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Shang. In terms of appearance, she ranks among the best in the capital. What is Your Highness the Crown Prince dissatisfied with? Have you forgotten who the Shang family's legitimate daughter's former fiancé was? After hearing this, many people suddenly realized. Shang Yufu was He Jingheng's wife, but for some unknown reason, the marriage between the two was called off, and the emperor gave the concubine's daughter to the Prince of Ding. The Prince of Ding has always been at odds with the prince. Now that Shang Yufu is being married to the prince, her life after marriage may not be easy. The ministers who were envious of Shang Nian just now had a little gloating in their eyes. Dr. Jiang sat at the end, and when he saw that the emperor no longer mentioned the marriage, he felt relieved. He looked at He Lingqi in front of him. After spending some time together, he knew that He Lingqi was a man worthy of trust. Although he was young, he acted steadily and decisively. If Anur had not insisted on marrying the prince, He Lingqi would actually be a very good choice. The palace banquet ended very late. The emperor went to Fengyi Palace with the queen, and He Lingqi went to Yongfu Palace. Mother. He Lingqi took out a bottle of pills. This is a tonic medicine that my son got when he was doing disaster relief. It is beneficial to the body. Your filial piety is accepted by mother. Xu Fei took the pills, looked at He Lingqi, and sighed. Now that you have been promoted to Prince Bao, mother's life will be difficult. I heard from the Nuch beside my father that my father intends to promote you to a noble concubine. Xu Fei nodded. Your father has already told me yesterday that if it were in the past, I would not care about any title or noble concubine, but since you want to go that way, mother is willing to help you. Mother, I've had enough of being a fish on the chopping board. Xu Fei patted his shoulder. It was mother who misled you in the early years. If I were not so stubborn, I would not let concubine Zhao get there first. Fortunately, everything is still in time. It was late at night when he came out of Yongfu Palace. Halfway through, he saw a Nuchzhong walking towards him in a hurry. Hey, Prince Bao, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Nuchzhong, it's so late. What do you want to see me about? It's not me looking for you. It's the emperor. Please follow me to Fengyi Palace. Fengyi Palace is the palace where the queen lives and the palace closest to Emperor Tianquan's bedroom, while Yongfu Palace is the most remote palace in the harem. As soon as he arrived at Fengyi Palace, he heard the voice of Emperor Tianquan coming from inside. Waste. A bunch of waste. If you can't cure me, I will let you all be buried with me. The imperial doctors knelt on the ground, shaking like sieves, with beads of sweat on their foreheads that could not be wiped away. What happened in there? He Lingqi just finished speaking when he heard the emperor shouting, Is the fourth son here? Your son greets you, father. Before he could kneel down, he heard the emperor say, There is no need for these empty formalities. I want to ask you, do you know where the genius Dr. Lingjun who cured the plague is now? He Lingqi immediately realized that something must have happened to the queen. Divine Dr. Lingjun travels around the world. Your son will try to contact her. At this time, He Lingsheng arrived with divine Dr. Jiang and Jiang Anur. Father, I heard that the queen mother is ill, so your son brought divine Dr. Jiang to see her. Emperor Tianquan waved his hand, and divine Dr. Jiang and his daughter walked in. Since they were treating the queen, who was a woman, it was inconvenient for divine Dr. Jiang to do so, so Jiang Anur took her pulse and examined her, and then described her condition to her. The queen's pulse is weak, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and there is a hint of poison attacking the heart. The fetus in her belly is fine for the time being, but if the queen is ill, the fetus may be. She did not continue to speak, but everyone understood what she said later. If the poisoning is more serious, the fetus in her belly will definitely not be saved. What kind of poison is the queen poisoned with? Emperor Tianquan asked in a deep voice. The poison that the queen has been poisoned with is something I have never seen before. Divine Dr. Jiang whispered, but I have a prescription that can ensure that the poison will not spread within 3 months for the queen, but after 3 months, if the poison is still not resolved, the queen may be in danger of life. 3 months. Emperor Tianshun pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems that this is the only way. He said to Lingqi, within 3 months, you must find divine Dr. Lingjun and bring her here. Yes. When they heard the 4 words divine Dr. Lingjun, Lingsheng and divine Dr. Jiang were stunned. Dr. Jiang was extremely sensitive to this name. He had not yet figured out what medicinal materials were in the antidote he got from him, which showed that the man's medical skills were much better than his own. But how could he accept the sudden appearance of a young man who was so young and whose medical skills were even better than his, when he had been called a miracle doctor all his life? Thinking of this, his eyes flickered slightly. When he was preparing the medicine powder, he shook his wrist, and the amount of one of the medicinal materials was a little more than normal. Jiang'er saw it and was about to speak, but her father winked at her, so she had to shut up. After the queen took the medicine, her complexion was much better than before, and her pulse returned to normal, as if she was asleep, but everyone understood that this was just an appearance. If the poison could not be detoxified within 3 months, their Tianshun queen would die. When concubine Zhao got the news, she was so happy that she almost jumped up from the bed. She was furious because she was not able to attend the celebration banquet today, but when she heard that the queen was poisoned and unconscious, all the resentment in her heart disappeared. God is really helping me. If the queen dies, it will have nothing to do with me, but as long as she dies, I will naturally become the new queen. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Bishi said with a smile. Your Majesty will definitely get what you wish for. The Emperor has found that genius Dr. Lingjun to detoxify the Empress. Tell those outside that no matter what method is used, he must not be allowed to enter the capital. Even if she is killed, the Empress must not be given a chance to breathe. Yes, I'll do it right away. It was 2 days later that Shang Ruoi and others learned that the Empress was poisoned. Jingheng held the note in his hand, frowning slightly. Su Ziluo drank milk tea and smacked his lips. You, the Crown Prince's consort, are indeed extraordinary. I become craving for milk tea if I don't drink it for a few days. Jingheng glanced at him and sneered. What are you not craving for? TSK, you really hurt my self-esteem when you say that. I've traveled all over the country. What haven't I seen? Su Ziluo said to Yuntian at the door. Go to your Crown Prince's consort shop and buy me another cup and 2 snacks. Yuntian looked at Su Ziluo. He had just eaten 3 plates of snacks and a cup of milk tea. What is this Mr. Su's stomach made of? I can still eat it. Besides, he hasn't paid for the milk tea and snacks just now. He just bought them with his own monthly salary. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go quickly? Yuntian thought of what the Crown Prince's consort said. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. He summoned up the courage to say, Mr. Su, the milk tea and snacks just now cost 4 taels of silver in total. If you order another milk tea and snacks, it will be 3 taels of silver. The total is 7 taels of silver. You just need to give me 8 taels of silver in total. Upon hearing this, Su Ziluo almost choked to death on the milk tea he had just drunk. Ahem, what did you just say? 8 taels of silver. Why is it 8 taels? Isn't it 7 taels in total? The other 1 tael is for my subordinate's hard work. Su Ziluo looked at Yuntian in shock, and after a while, he shifted his gaze to Jingheng. You all made your fortune in Dinghua Palace this way, right? Jingheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Su Ziluo looked at Yuntian, took out a piece of silver from his, and threw it to Yuntian. 10 taels, no need to change. Yuntian put the silver in his, rummaged for a while, took out 2 taels of silver and handed it to him. The Crown Prince's concubine said that ill-gotten gains cannot be taken. Ill-gotten gains? The devil's ill-gotten gains. Whose money is said to be ill-gotten gains. I never carry small change with me. He waved his hand. Consider this 2 taels of silver as a gift to you to buy books. Buy books? Su Ziluo was a little impatient. Read more books. Don't open your mouth and let people know that you are not well educated. It will only embarrass your master. Jingheng whispered, Master Su gives it to you, just take it. It is not easy to pluck feathers from such a stingy man. He handed the note to Su Ziluo. The queen has been poisoned. Su Ziliuo put away his cynical look and sat up straight. Poisoned? What happened? I don't know yet, but the poison must be very tricky. Even Dr. Jiang is helpless. Su Ziliuo looked at his leg. It seems that Dr. Jiang's medical skills are not very good. He can't even cure the poison. Fortunately, he didn't treat your leg. He Jingheng knew a little about Dr. Jiang's ability. Being called a miracle doctor by the four countries, it can be said that his medical skills are extremely high. Now, even he is helpless, so this poison must be extraordinary. Have you found the person who poisoned the patient? He Jingheng shook his head. No. TSK, in my opinion, the guards in this palace are just useless. They can't even find the thief who poisoned the patient. He looked at the note again. Divine Dr. Lingjun. Most of the world's divine doctors travel around the world, and their whereabouts are unknown. Where can we find him in such a vast sea of people? Yun Tian, who had just returned from shopping, paused after hearing this. Divine Dr. Lingjun? Isn't she their crown prince's consort? However, your Prince Ding's palace will not stand idly by while the queen is poisoned. Su Ziliuo looked at his face and whispered, the queen was kind to your palace in the past. Upon hearing this, He Jingheng tightened the note in his hand and said nothing. In the evening, he returned to the mansion and sat beside the bed with a serious expression. Just as Su Ziliuo said, the queen has done favors for the Dingwa palace. Now that she is poisoned, they have to save her. However, if they want to save her, Shang Ruai must go to the palace in person. This poses a huge risk of exposure to her. If people knew that she was the miracle Dr. Lingjun, everything they were doing now might be discovered. If this were the case, the century-old foundation of the Dingwa Palace might really be ruined. At this moment, Shang Ruai's voice was heard. What are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded. He Jingheng looked at her, and the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them no matter what. It was the first time that Shang Ruai saw him like this. What's the matter? He sighed and handed the note to her. The queen is poisoned? She didn't have any impression of this queen. After all, she was a concubine's daughter and had no contact with people in the harem. But looking at He Jingheng's appearance, he seemed to want to save people. You want to save her? He Jingheng nodded. The queen once saved my father, and she is also the benefactor of our Dingwa Palace. Now her life is in danger, and we can't just stand by and watch her die. At this moment, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the woods in the east. Shang Ruai's eyebrows moved, and she was overjoyed. She put on her cloak and ran straight to the woods in the east. He Jingheng originally wanted to follow, but thinking that there were so many people in the mansion and it would be hard to see why, he had no choice but to sit in the wheelchair and let Yunqi push him out. Shang Ruai came to the dense forest and saw Xiaobai standing on a stone. The moonlight enveloped its fur, creating a silver halo. Xiaobai. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaobai stood up, wagged his tail at her, his eyes full of human longing, and suddenly jumped to her side. Shang Ruai touched his head and looked it over. Not finding any wounds, she slowly felt relieved. At this moment, Xiaobai let out a low growl, and the next moment, Shang Ruai felt the breath of a ferocious beast coming towards her. She turned around and saw a dozen large figures slowly walking toward her. Tiger. A dozen tigers. Shang Ruai looked at Xiaobai. Did you bring all this back? Xiaobai nodded his head with an expression that seemed to be asking for praise. Shang Ruai held its face with both hands and rubbed it for a long time. You are so awesome. Xiaobai roared at the tigers, and they lay obediently on the ground, motionless, looking at Shang Ruai expectantly. This human smells so good. They couldn't help but want to get closer, but the boss had just warned them not to approach this human. Shang Ruai walked up to them and took out a basin full of spiritual spring water. The moment the spiritual spring water appeared, the eyes of more than a dozen tigers suddenly lit up. That's the taste. This is the smell of this human being.
Drink.
Shang Ruai smiled and said, as long as you follow me, you can drink this every day. Upon hearing this, the tigers rushed to the water basin to drink water. Xiaobai looked at the group of inexperienced younger brothers with disdain. They had completely disgraced his tiger face. Soon, the basin of water was empty. The tigers licked their lips with satisfaction and looked at Shang Ruai expectantly. This was the scene Yunqi saw when she pushed He Jingheng to the dense forest. A group of tigers were like big cats, lying obediently at her feet. In the middle of the tigers, a woman had a warm smile on her face. The moonlight sprinkled down, and the woman was like a moonlight fairy. Many years later, Shang Ruai found a painting in He Jingheng's study, which showed the scene today. Before they got close, Xiaobai had already smelled their scent. The other tigers also noticed. They looked in the direction of He Jingheng with vigilant eyes. Shang Ruai touched Xiaobai's head and walked towards He Jingheng. He Jingheng looked at Xiaobai and said to Shang Ruai, "Is this the unfamiliar tiger you mentioned?" "Unfamiliar?" Xiaobai tilted his head and looked at Shang Ruai. "Unfamiliar?" Shang Ruai touched the tip of her nose. "We were not familiar with them before, but we are familiar with them now." He Jingheng didn't want to expose her, but smiled without saying anything. Yunqi's eyes almost fell on the tigers, and his chin almost fell to the ground. He thought that it was rare for the crown prince's wife to tame a white tiger before, but what did he see now? As long as he was not dazzled, there should be more than a dozen tigers here. They are all the crown prince's wife's pets. He looked at Shang Ruai and swore in his heart that he would never offend the crown prince's wife, even if he offended the crown prince in the future. The crown prince would at most slap him to death if he was angry, but if he angered the crown prince's wife, he was afraid that he would be eaten by these tigers. "You go back first. I'll go back after I settle them down." He Jingheng knew that she didn't want him to know where these lions were, so he asked Yunqi to push him back. Shang Ruai led the tigers to walk in the dense forest for a while, making sure that there was no one around, and with a wave of her hand, she and the tigers disappeared into the dense forest together. When the tigers arrived in the space, they saw the spiritual spring water. Their eyes lit up, and they ran to the pool to drink water. Shang Ruai chose a place in the space for the tigers to rest. After everything was done, Shang Ruai flashed out of the space. She just took a few steps, and her brows slightly frowned. She suddenly dodged and saw a big stone thrown at her quickly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and avoided the attack of the stone. Shang Ruai's body rotated a few times, and the silver needle in her hand flew out at the same time. A muffled groan came. Shang Ruai walked forward slowly and saw a very thin man lying not far away. She narrowed her eyes slightly. A dark light flashed in her hand, and a pistol appeared in her palm. "Who are you?" The man struggled for a moment, but couldn't stand up straight. She looked at him in the moonlight for a long time and couldn't help but take a breath. Are you He Jingheng?" She just took 2 steps, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air behind her. A fierce palm wind came. She dodged to the side and pulled the trigger at the same time. The sound of the bullet penetrating the flesh was heard, but the man did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared with the person who was still struggling on the ground. Shang Ruai frowned. She was almost certain that the person who attacked her was He Jingheng. How could he become like this? Didn't he say that he wanted to trade with the nobles in the capital? Why is he still lingering in this exile place? At this moment, the figure of He Jingheng slowly appeared in front of her. "Are you settled?" Shang Ruai looked at He Jingheng and the other person and said in a deep voice, "2 people just left here. Did you see them?" Yunqi shook his head. "Never saw them." "What happened?" "I seem to have seen He Jingheng." Shang Ruai repeated what happened just now. He Jingheng hurriedly looked at her clothes and found no blood. He finally let go of his heart. "Come back with me first. As for what you just said, I will ask Yunqi to send someone to investigate it." At night, Yunqi walked to his side with a heavy face and said in a very light voice, "Prince, our people have lost him." Just as the crown princess said, He Jingheng was rescued by an old man. Our people followed him halfway and found that he had lost his trace. He Jingheng's face was a little ugly. He was able to shake off the people they sent to follow him. His martial arts skills were not ordinary. "Prince, should we look for him again?" He Jingheng shook his head. No, he can avoid you, which means that his martial arts are far superior to yours. As long as he doesn't want you to find him, it will be useless even if you turn the mountain upside down. If you force a search, there will be a risk of exposure. What should we do? The only way to deal with all changes is to remain unchanged. They are just thieves who covet the ring in their Dingwa palace. The most important thing now is the queen's poison. At this time, Yuntian came over with a note. Prince, the crown prince is also looking for the miracle Dr. Lingjun, and he has also spread the word that as long as the queen's poison can be cured, there is a book left by the medical sage in his mansion, and he is willing to offer it with both hands. Medical sage? He Jingheng raised his eyebrows. It seems that He Lingqi's title of Prince Bao has a great impact on the crown prince. He is willing to give away the books left by the medical sage. Ruai will definitely be interested in the books of the medical sage. He said lightly, send someone to the crown prince's mansion and take out the book. Yuntian was about to ask whether to let the crown prince's consort treat the queen, but he heard the order of his master and swallowed the words that were on his lips. What book? Shang Ruai heard He Jingheng's words when she walked in. Many years ago, a medical saint appeared in the western regions. His medical skills were extraordinary. This book was left by him before he died. He Jingheng whispered, it is now in the hands of the prince. Hearing the word medical saint, Shang Rui raised her eyebrows. If he is really a medical saint, it is really rare. He Jingheng heard her say this and smiled softly. So you like it? Of course. Shang Rui looked at him with bright eyes. Learning has no end. My medical skills are shallow now, so I naturally need to learn more and read more. Yunqi and Yuntian almost choked to death on their own saliva when they heard her say that her medical skills were shallow. Your medical skills are still shallow? How can other doctors survive? How can I get this book? Yuntian's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, he heard He Jingheng say, if you like it, I'll send someone to get it. Get it? She looked at Yuntian's face and knew that it was not as easy as He Jingheng said. What if we get it in the normal way? He Jingheng said nothing, and Yuntian handed her the note. Shang Ruai took a look and immediately understood why He Jingheng didn't tell her. Going to the capital as Lingjun the divine doctor and entering the palace to treat the queen was a big risk. There was no guarantee that her identity would not be exposed. But she must get the book of the medical saint. However, now that the queen has been poisoned, the entire capital will be under martial law. It would be extremely difficult to send someone to get the medical book from the prince's mansion, not to mention that the medical book is used as a bargaining chip to treat the queen. Shang Ruai thought about it and said softly, why not? I will go there myself. No, it's dangerous. I will definitely not let you go alone. Shang Ruai looked at his legs and said with a smile, I can't go alone. How about the prince accompany me? After a while, He Jingheng nodded. It's not impossible. Yuntian and Yunqi looked at their own prince and curled their lips at the same time. What danger? Afraid of being exposed? It was simply an excuse because he didn't want to be separated from the prince's wife. However, there is a thorny issue to be resolved right now.
Shogun.
Shang Ruai nodded. This man is extremely difficult to deal with. If he knows that we left here without permission and returned to Beijing, no one in the He family will have a good time. At this moment, a guard came over. Master, Zhao Gang has surrounded us with a group of people. Listen, He family, everyone stand against the wall for routine inspection. The yamen runners beside Zhao Gang shouted loudly. A hint of hostility emerged in Shang Ruai's eyes. This Zhao Gang was really haunting. As soon as she mentioned him, he came to cause trouble. She was about to go out when she heard He Jingheng say lightly, with this prince here, why do you need to step forward? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuntian stepped forward and pushed him out. Nowadays, most of the guards in the He mansion are his secret guards. Among them, Yuntian Yunqi occasionally shows his face in front of people, so he has been wearing a human skin mask, so he is not afraid of being recognized by others. Zhao Gang was standing outside the door, looking at the plaque of the He mansion with disdain, sneering, what about the Dingwa palace? Now that it has fallen into decline, shouldn't you still be well behaved and obedient when you see me? Just then, There was a sound of breaking air in front of him, and a feather arrow whizzed past his ear, bringing a gust of wind. He was so scared that he stood still, not daring to move. If the feather arrow had deviated by a little, it would have directly shot through his head. After a long while, he came to his senses. Just as he was about to curse loudly, he saw the door in front of him slowly open. A guard pushed He Jingheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, out slowly. There were no people from the He family, only the two of them. He Jingheng, what were you doing just now? Assassinating an official. Do you know what the crime of assassinating an official is? Zhao Gang said angrily. I can execute you right here on the spot. Assassinating an official? He sneered. I was just hunting. When did I assassinate an official? Zhao Gang waved his hand. What kind of hunting are you doing? Where is the prey? Do you think I'm a fool? You are the assassin. He Jingheng waved his hand, and the guards behind him walked through the crowd, came under a tree, picked up the arrow on the ground, and saw a pheasant stuck on it. Zhao Gang's face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect that there was really prey. It was a fat pheasant. Did Lord Zhao see it? Zhao Gang whispered, You did it on purpose, just to intimidate me. Intimidate? He Jingheng couldn't help but laugh. If I really wanted to intimidate you, why would I use this method? I remember Lord Zhao seemed to have worked under me, and he should know my style of doing things very well. I never intimidate others. If someone offends me without knowing my intentions, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Zhao Gang knew his methods, and his face changed several times when he heard him say that. If he wanted to deal with someone, he would decide life and death without hesitation. But at that time, he was the prince and the general, and now he was just a prisoner. He was still afraid of him, which made him seem even more useless. Thinking of this, Zhao Gang became even more angry. He must be incompatible with the He family. First, his wife Shang Ruai made him lose face in front of everyone, and now He Jingheng made him lose face in front of his subordinates. If he doesn't teach them a lesson today, how can he survive in this place of exile? I told all of you in the He family to come out for a routine inspection. Didn't you understand? You can understand what I'm saying. It's not impossible to have a routine inspection late at night. Please show us the search warrant. As long as there is a search warrant, our He family will cooperate. Zhao Gang's face darkened. Where did she get the search warrant? Today's inspection was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Where would he get a search warrant in the middle of the night? It was obvious that He Jingheng was sure that he couldn't get a search warrant, so he said this. I said, I want a search. Even if there is no search warrant, it is the same. Zhao Gang's eyes were full of anger. If you dare to stop me today, it will be considered as obstructing official business, and I can still lock you up. He Jingheng smiled coldly. I don't know when the laws of Tianshan were changed. Or is it that you, an official of unknown rank, can disobey the law? Zhao Gang stepped forward and said in a low voice, He Jingheng, when you arrive at this place of exile, you'd better put away your prestige as a prince. In my hands, you will be like a dragon coiled and a tiger lying. If you don't obey discipline, don't blame me for being rude. He Jingheng pursed his lips slightly, slowly raised his eyes, and looked at him. Then let us try. At this moment, Shang Ruai slowly walked out and came behind He Jingheng. Jingheng, Lord Zhao is an official after all, and we are civilians. If he says he wants to investigate, how can we stop him? Our mansion is so big, who knows if there will be thieves? Shang Ruai's words made Zhao Gang feel very comfortable. He Jingheng, I didn't expect that your wife is so interested in my feelings. He Jingheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't think that he couldn't understand his hidden meaning. The knuckles holding the armrest of the wheelchair turned white, and Shang Ruai found that the armrest began to deform slightly. She hurried forward and pushed the wheelchair to the side. The tense muscles in He Jingheng's arms slowly relaxed. If it weren't for her, none of the officials and Yamen runners present today would have survived. Zhao Gang walked through the gates of Hades without realizing it, with a smug smile on his face, and sneered, I have heard that the He family is now headed by Madame Shang, but I didn't expect to see it today. It's true. I never thought that a dignified prince would also be henpecked. He waved his hand and said to the Yamen runners behind him, Check carefully for me. Is there anything suspicious in this mansion? Yes. As soon as the crowd stepped into the gate of the He family, they heard a shrill cry.
Ah!
Help! Tiger! Tiger! Run away!
What?
Tiger? Where did the tiger come from? The Yamen runners crawled out. Zhao Gang frowned, and when he was about to go and take a look, a huge white tiger appeared in front of him.
Roar!
The roar of a tiger made everyone present change their faces suddenly. There really is a tiger. How could a tiger appear here? Zhao Gang's face was extremely ugly. What's going on? Shang Ruai had a somewhat embarrassed look on her face. I forgot to say before that this white tiger is my pet, but now its beast nature has not been tamed. You must know that it is very difficult to get rid of the fierce nature of the tiger. Now it still likes to eat raw meat, especially fresh meat with blood, which is simply its favorite.
What?
Everyone's face changed suddenly after hearing this. They never thought that Shang Ruai, a woman, would like to have a fierce beast like a tiger as a pet. Now that the tiger is blocking the way, even if they have a few courage, they dare not enter the yard. My lord, what should we do now?
What?
What else can we do? Do you dare to go in? Zhao Gang finally understood why Shang Ruai agreed to let them go in just now. It feels like she is waiting for them here. It's just a tiger. Although its size is different from other tigers, as long as they have enough manpower, they are not to be afraid of. Just when he was thinking about how to get rid of it, several shadows suddenly appeared behind it. Everyone rubbed their eyes. How could a tiger have so many shadows? At this moment, several tigers walked out from the dark. They shook their huge heads and walked out slowly. There was a fierce light in their eyes, which made people feel colder than the cold wind in the winter night. Hey, these are all your pets? Zhao Gang's tongue began to be unsmooth. Shang Ruai nodded. No, didn't you say that you haven't tamed a tiger? Now you have brought so many tigers here, can you train them? It's better to raise more tigers and keep them as guards. Otherwise, all kinds of cats and dogs want to get into our house. Is our He family a place where he can come and go as he pleases? Shang Ruai said these words with a decent smile on her face. He Jingheng sat in a wheelchair and listened to her words and couldn't help laughing secretly. Zhao Gang was not a fool. He knew that she was mocking him, but in the current situation, they did not dare to enter the courtyard. Looking at the appearance of these tigers, they did not look tamed at all. Sir, send someone in to check quickly. Don't delay your business. Zhao Gang was so angry that the veins on his head were about to burst. After a while, he said to his men, Can we go in? You can't go in. If you can't go in, then you can't go in. Why are you shouting so loudly? Zhao Gang said in a deep voice. This is to disgrace the entire city defense department. He turned his head to look at Shang Ruai and said in a cold voice, Don't think that Yuhi family can scare me with a few tigers. If I want, I can wipe out all these tigers. Really? Then Sir is really amazing. Shang Ruai obviously didn't care about what he said. Her attitude made Zhao Gang extremely annoyed. He waved his hand. Let the archers come. Yunqi looked at Shang Ruai with a little worry, and seeing that she looked normal, he said nothing. Since you can't tame the tiger, I think this tiger is useless, so I'll help you kill it. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Shang Ruai's eyes. She looked at the dozen Yamen runners holding bows and arrows, and her lips curled slightly. My tigers have bad tempers. If someone wants to kill them, they will definitely resist. Let's make it clear in advance. If they die or get injured, you must not care. When Xiaobai heard her say this, the tigers had shook a few times, and the fascinating pupils looked at Zhao Gang, ready to bite you to death with a first bite. Humph, that's natural, I won't bother with a few beasts. He smiled sinisterly and said to the Yamen runners, Shoot. Before he finished speaking, he saw a white shadow appeared in front of him. He didn't even have time to pull out his knife, and was slapped to the ground by Xiaobai's claws. Who else would dare to shoot an arrow? If the aim is not good enough, wouldn't it be like shooting Lord Zhao into a hornet's nest? Zhao Gang's face was on the ground. He didn't even see how the white tiger came to him. It was not until he was surrounded by the breath of the beast that he came to his senses. Help! Roar! He just uttered a word and was interrupted by Xiaobai's tiger roar. It opened its mouth, and before it could bite, Zhao Gang shouted loudly, "Prince! Princess! Spare my life! Spare my life!" Xiaobai paused, looked at Shang Ruai, and heard her say, "Lord Zhao, don't talk nonsense. There is no prince or princess here. We are just prisoners of the He family."
No, it's me.
"No, it's me who spoke without restraint and offended several nobles. I won't dare to do it again. Never again." Shang Ruai winked at Xiaobai, and Xiaobai's mouth got closer to Zhao Gang. The low roar from his throat was clearly heard in his ears. He couldn't stop shaking all over, his eyes rolled up, and he was about to faint. Shang Ruai waved her hand, and Xiaobai finally withdrew the claws on him. Zhao Gang lay on the ground for a long time, slowly coming to his senses. Looking at the tiger so close to him, he didn't even dare to move. "Lord Zhao, it's freezing and snowy. You don't have to lie in front of my He family's door." Zhao Gang heard this, got up from the ground and ran behind the Yamen runners. "Lord Zhao, do you want to search again?" No. What is there to search in the He mansion? I'm really upset to disturb your sweet dreams so late at night. I'll send someone to get some supplements when I get back to express my apology." Zhao Gang nodded and bowed, fearing that Shang Ruai would be unhappy and let the tiger eat him again. He had never seen a tiger, so he naturally didn't know how fast this tiger was. In addition, the body that was transformed in space was several times faster than that of an ordinary tiger. If it wasn't for someone with extraordinary martial arts skills, it would be impossible to catch its movement trajectory. "No need for supplements. The He family doesn't lack these, Lord Zhao. Just keep them for yourself." Zhao Gang cupped his hands. How dare he say no? At this moment, whatever Shang Ruai said was what he meant. When Zhao Gang turned to leave, Shang Ruai saw that his clothes were wet behind him, and the corners of her lips could not help but rise. This Zhao Gang was just a paper tiger, showing his cowardice in front of a real tiger. Zhao Gang looked back and saw 7 tigers lined up in front of the He family's door, staring at them with fierce eyes. His legs ran faster. He would never visit this He family again. After they left, He Jingheng smiled. "I never thought that my wife would have this hobby, raising tigers, but I have never heard my wife mention it." Shang Ruai clapped her hands and handed the wheelchair to Yuntian. "There are still many things you don't know." After that, she walked towards the tigers and patted their heads one by one. "You performed well today, and I will give you an extra meal." Yuntian pushed He Jingheng and stood far away. "Prince, there are so many tigers hidden in our mansion, and I have never discovered them." When Xiaobai appeared in the yard just now, he felt his brain buzz. This is a tiger, not a mouse. There are so many guys of such a big body, and there is only one. Where did they come from? Are the eyes of these secret guards blind? There are so many tigers, but they didn't find them. When the snow bandits came before, Shang Ruai released Xiaobai, and the secret guards in the mansion were almost scared to death. At the same time, they fell into deep self-doubt. Have they been blind all these days? Where did these white tigers come from? They just accepted the fact that their prince's wife raised a white tiger, and tonight they were shocked by the prince's wife again. The prince's wife actually raised a group of tigers. They must have problems with their eyes, otherwise how could they not even know where these tigers came from? He Jingheng was also quite surprised that these tigers appeared out of thin air. He remembered that Shang Ruai brought them into the dense forest, so how could they appear from the He mansion? "Master, is there a secret passage?" "Maybe." He Jingheng smiled. "It doesn't matter where it appears from." Yuntian stood behind him and curled his lips silently. "Master, it doesn't matter to you. The tiger won't bite you. Even if it bites you, with your skills, you can avoid these tigers without any problem, not to mention killing them, but they can't." He saw the speed of the white tiger. If he was targeted by it, he would be either dead or disabled. They walked into the yard. Yuntian was about to say that he would prepare some fresh meat for these tigers to eat, but he saw Shang Ruai holding a basin in his hand, which was filled with fruits picked from the greenhouse.
"Tigers eating fruit?"
"Don't tigers eat meat? She is worthy of being the prince's consort. The tigers she raises are so different." Shang Ruai patted Xiaobai's head. and Xiaobai growled, and the tigers obediently dispersed around the house. Yuntian's jaw dropped when he saw the scene. They actually obeyed orders and guarded the yard. The position they were guarding was even the blind spot of the secret guards. Amazing! The tiger raised by the crown prince's wife was amazing. What do you want to do with Zhao Gang? Shang Ruai said lightly. I really don't know what the court was thinking, to send such a waste to guard this place. Although this is a place of exile, it is also a border. If the soldiers defending the city are weak, won't the city be lost soon? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Zhao Gang returned to the city defense station. His body was already soaked with sweat. He trembled as he took off his robe, and then he found that he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. How could there be a tiger? How could there be a tiger in this desolate mountain? He muttered to himself. At this time, a yamen runner came in with a basin of water. Sir, please wash up. Have you got the topographic map of the He family? Sir, the defense of the He family is like an iron barrel. Our people can't get in at all. I thought I would find an opportunity to survey it today, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even get in the gate. Waste! He shouted angrily. A bunch of waste. The yamen runner lowered his head and looked down. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes, but Zhao Gang didn't notice it. We are all wastes. Only you are not? I don't know who peed his pants in public today. You must get the map of the He family, and by the way, find out where the room of the young lady of the He family is. He said with a little fatigue in his voice. Go down. When the yamen runner closed the door, he couldn't help but spit. What a thing. Since he took office, he has used them, the yamen runners, as slaves. Now he is still thinking about doing something to the young lady of the He family, and he doesn't even look at his own virtue. Isn't this a typical toad wanting to eat swan meat? Where is his face? He rolled his eyes and took advantage of the night to walk towards the He family. Shang Ruai was just about to rest when she heard Yuntian's voice outside the door. Princess, there is a yamen runner who wants to see you. Yamen runner? He Jingheng sat on the couch. A trace of anger flashed across his eyebrows. In the middle of the night, are the people in their government office idle and have nothing to do? Shang Ruai opened the door. Which yamen runner? How could Yuntian dare to look at him casually? He lowered his head. The yamen runner who came with Zhao Gang today is called Li Si. What's the matter? He didn't say, he just begged to see you. He Jingheng put down the book in his hand and said in a deep voice, let him go. Yuntian knew that his master was angry. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the prince's wife say, wait. She turned her head and looked at He Jingheng. What should we do if something happens? What do you mean? Just take down the city defense department. Why bother so much? He Jingheng's words made Yuntian's eyes light up. It has been a long time since they went to the battlefield with real swords and guns in Dingwa Palace, and the brothers are itching to do it. What are you going to take down? Shang Ruai glared at him. Even if you go, you can't use the name of Dingwa Palace. Wouldn't that really make it a rebellion? Thinking of this, Shang Ruai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on her back. She suddenly raised her head and looked at He Jingheng, only to see that he also had a heavy look in his eyes, which showed that they were thinking the same thing. The court sent people like Zhao Gang to the place of exile and guard the border, by the way. Perhaps it was intentional, just to provoke He Jingheng, force him to take action, and confirm his crime of treason. When the army came to the border, he would be directly pressed to death in this place of exile. Isn't Emperor Tianshan afraid that you will really surrender to the enemy? There's not much distance between here and the western regions. He Jingheng smiled. No. What? People in the Dingwa Palace will never surrender to the enemy and sell out their country. The sneer at the corner of his lips became more intense. It is precisely because he knows this that he is so unscrupulous, but he is wrong about one thing. What? The Dingwa Palace will not surrender to the enemy and sell out the country, but it has never said that it will not overthrow the court and establish a new master. Shang Ruai's heart jumped, and it was indeed as she thought. Since the beginning of her exile, she knew that He Jingheng was playing a big game, and today he finally laid it out in the open. He wanted to establish a new master. Shang Ruai nodded. I'll go see what the yamen runner says. She put on her robe and went to the outer room. The Yamen runner saw her coming and hurriedly bowed. I'm Li Si, meeting the Crown Prince's consort. Where is the Crown Prince's consort here?
Don't talk nonsense.
Shang Ruai sat in the main seat and said so, but her behavior was indeed more noble than that of the Crown Prince's consort. You come here so late. Is there something important? Could it be that Lord Zhao has another order? No, I came here today to surrender. Surrender? Shang Ruai looked at him. What are you talking about? I have something very important to report to you. Sir, we're just criminals. You don't have to be so polite.
No.
He waved his hands hurriedly. How can we be criminals? You are the legal wife of the Prince of Dinghua Palace. You are the prince's consort. How can people from Dinghua Palace be criminals? If it weren't for the support of Dinghua Palace and the princes and princes who fought bravely on the battlefield, how could Tianshan be so peaceful? Now that the sea is calm and the rivers are clear, isn't it all due to Dinghua Palace? Shang Ruai heard this, without too much joy on her face, and said lightly, Now there is no Dinghua Palace. Please be careful with your words. She finally understood how Dinghua Palace came to be what it is today. These ministers attributed the stability and peace of Tianshan to Dinghua Palace all day long. Which emperor would feel comfortable hearing this? A person who has achieved great success will be suspected by the emperor regardless of his loyalty. How can he allow others to sleep soundly beside his bed? Li Si saw that she looked indifferent, so he did not continue the topic. What exactly did you come here for today, sir? There is one thing I think I must tell you. He whispered, Sir Zhaogang, tell me to find a way to get the blueprints of your mansion, especially the courtyard of your young lady, which must be marked. Sir Zhao also reminded me many times before I came here. Yuni's room. Shang Ruai's face darkened. I thought that after what happened today, Zhao Gang would be restrained, but I didn't expect that he was still so evil. It seems that he can't stay. Prince. Seeing Shang Ruai's bad face, he quickly changed his words. Madam Shang, I wonder if I use this as a gift for surrender. What do you think? Shang Ruai smiled. Our He family only wants to make a living in this exile place, and we are not against the court, so it is not a surrender at all. I will pretend that I have not heard what the adults said when they came here today. Seeing Shang Ruai didn't buy it, Li Si's heart sank. I thought that with the news I got today, the He family would definitely welcome me very much. After all, he could contact Lord Zhao, and he would be by Lord Zhao's side to pass on the news to them, so they could know the movements at any time. For the He family, I am 100 benefits and no harm, and it can even be said to be a great help. I never expected to be treated like this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shang Ruai say to Xiaoyao outside the door, Bring 10 taels of silver to the adults. It's not easy for the adults to come here in such cold and snowy weather. You must take this hard-earned money. When Li Si heard that there was silver, his resentment disappeared instantly. After leaving the He family, he weighed the silver in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. So, what if he didn't accept it? As long as he could exchange it for silver, wouldn't it be fine? Didn't he come here just to exchange some silver? After Li Si left, Shang Ruai ordered Xiaorao to bring paper and pen, and she drew a sketch. Miss, are you going to build a new house? Xiaoyao walked closer and felt very familiar. Isn't this the He mansion?
Yes.
She put down the wolf hairbrush and looked at the drawing in front of her with satisfaction. At this moment, a sound of rutting sounded. She knew that He Jingheng was here, without looking up. How is it? Shang Ruai had a bit of pride on her face. Look at my drawing. Is it like the real thing? He Jingheng took the blueprint and smiled. I didn't expect that my wife has such talent. This blueprint is real enough. She put the blueprint in an extremely hidden box in the study. Why was Li Si sent out? If he wasn't sent out, would he still be kept for the new year? Shang Ruai pouted. He will betray Zhaogang today and betray me tomorrow. Why should I keep such a person by my side? Raising a tiger will bring trouble, and it will eventually be eaten by the tiger. He Jingheng nodded appreciatively, and he knew that she was not an ordinary woman. If it were someone else, Li Si's first reaction to surrendering would be joy, thinking that he had an eyeliner around Zhaogang, but he didn't know that this was the biggest hidden danger. Zhao Gang cannot be kept. He dared to set his sights on Uni. Shang Ruai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He doesn't even look at his own character. He has shifty eyes and is not a good guy at first glance. His daughter must be a few years older than Uni. He is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He is a shameless dog. Hearing her scolding like this, Jingheng didn't feel at all. Instead, he felt that it was very cute and straightforward. Xiaoyao stood aside, with a slight twitch in the corner of her mouth. Miss, in front of your son-in-law, you should at least pretend to be reserved. Why are you so bold? After all, your son-in-law comes from a famous family.
What if he doesn't like it?
Thinking of this, she set her eyes on Jingheng. She found that he was looking at his young lady with a doting look on his face. That's right, it was doting. The look in his eyes made her a little stunned. She was redundant. Yunqi also saw the scene at the door. As expected of the master, he is different from others. Zhao Gang is a court official, although he is only a minor official, but if he is killed right after being sent here, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Jingheng whispered. Maybe he needs to stay for a while. No, I want to leave for the capital in the next few days. I thought that after what happened today, he would be more restrained, but I didn't expect that I overestimated him. Shang Ruoi's voice was filled with anger. If I don't get rid of him, I'm afraid I won't have a peaceful day when I go to the capital. At this time, in the manor in the county town, Ling Feng was drinking by himself. Qian Jinyan stepped forward and whispered, Young master, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Rest? Ling Feng smiled. Have you forgotten what day it is today? I dare not forget. Qian Lao smiled bitterly. Today is the day when hundreds of people in the Ling family were slaughtered. He put down the wine glass, with cold tears in his eyes, and his back seemed to be bent by something, unable to straighten up. From the elderly in their 80s to the babies of a few months old, without exception, all were slaughtered. The people of Tianshan are really too cruel. Qian Jinyan's eyes were filled with tears. His 2-year-old granddaughter and his only daughter also died in the massacre. When they came back from outside, they saw the scene. The whole Ling family was a river of blood, and the huge house was filled with the smell of blood. Even now, this scene would appear in his dreams from time to time. Every time he dreamed of it, he would wake up from the dream. For so many years, this was a nightmare that he could never get rid of. Ling Feng took out a black token from his arms. There was a giant beast painted on it. On the back of the token, the 4 characters Dinghua Palace were clearly engraved. He picked it up in the corner of his father's room. From that time on, he knew that it was the Dinghua Palace that massacred his entire Ling family. From that day on, he was no longer the famous young master of the Ling family in Jiangnan, but an orphan. In order to prevent being recognized, he went to the western regions after many twists and turns. Relying on the business talent engraved in the bones of a Ling family, he started from scratch and finally established a force today, and finally had enough ability to avenge their Ling family. Has everything been arranged for the young lady from the Su family? Don't worry, young master. Everything is ready. We just have to wait for the general election next spring. Ling Feng nodded. This move by the Su family was not part of my plan. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Young master will be blessed by God. The Dinghua Palace must have done too many evil things, and even God couldn't stand it anymore, so it has become what it is today. Hearing this, a look of hurt flashed across Ling Feng's eyes, and he murmured, God's blessing? Is there really such a thing as God's blessing? He smiled bitterly. If there really is such a thing, why would my Ling family suffer such a disaster? My parents are kind and generous, which shows that God is sometimes ineffective. He sat up straight, filled the cup with water, came to the tree in the yard, poured all the wine in the cup on the ground, and whispered, Dad and Mom, your son will be able to avenge you soon. Qian Jinyan looked at his back, and the grief in his eyes became even worse. On the second day, when Shang Ruai was worrying about how to get rid of Zhao Gang legitimately, Lu Qin sent someone to deliver a letter to her. It recorded in detail the things that were looted from the Blackwind village and reported that they had subdued all the snow bandits nearby. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing. She didn't expect these people to be so quick. Your boss is thoughtful. It is our honor to serve the master. That afternoon, she came to the county town, and the people in line had already lined up from the beginning to the end of the street. Su Ziliuo stood on the top floor of Liangzhou and sighed. I feel extremely envious just by looking at it. Lingheng, the prince's consort, is really rare in the world. Just then, a sneaky person circled the milk tea shop for a few times. Su Ziliuo frowned and said, keep an eye on it. Upon hearing this, Qian Yang ordered the guards behind her, report any situation quickly. Today, Shang Ruai went to the grain shop in the town and did not come to the milk tea shop. All matters in the shop were handled by Hyuni. Oh, milk tea is really addictive. I miss it so much after not drinking it for just one day. Who said it wasn't? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I dreamed of drinking milk tea in my dream yesterday. As soon as she finished speaking, there was laughter all around. There were a lot of customers today, all wanting to drink a cup of hot milk tea in this winter. Hyuni was so busy in the shop that she didn't even have time to eat. After finally finding a gap to go to the toilet, she took a few steps and suddenly, a strange fragrance hit her, and then she felt dizzy. Oh no, she must have been poisoned by the incense. She wanted to shout, but her throat was like a test. There were no secret guards around the toilet, and no one would respond even if she wanted to ask for help. No, I can't faint. Hyuni gritted her teeth and took out the dagger with great effort. This was left by Shang Ruai for her to defend herself. She was determined and cut her arm. Blood immediately flowed, and the nerves paralyzed by the drug suddenly became clear. At this moment, two figures flashed by, and they were two strange men. Hyuni still couldn't make a sound. She held the dagger horizontally in front of her and looked at the two men vigilantly. They looked her up and down and smiled slyly. Otherwise, why do you say that adults have good taste? With such a small appearance and small figure, who can resist it? Hyuni was horrified, and the hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, the person she met today turned out to be a flower thief. She looked towards the front yard. As long as she passed this door, she could call for help. How could the two thieves not know what she was thinking? They laughed twice. Little beauty, don't waste your time. We two brothers have already known your milk tea shop thoroughly. You want to go to the front yard to ask for help? Dream on. Hyuni's face was very ugly. She never expected that she would be targeted here. At this moment, the effect of the medicine just now hit again. A stronger sense of dizziness enveloped her. Her body swayed, and she stood unsteadily, but she didn't put down the dagger in her hand. Let's be quick and take her away quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone sees us.
The tall man said.
That's what I was thinking. A lewd look flashed across the other man's eyes. Before taking her to the adults, let me have some fun first. The adults may not know about it. TSK, let's take her away first. The short man nodded, smiled, and said, well, I'll listen to you. After that, he walked towards her. How could Hyuni let them succeed? She pointed the dagger at her neck. Even though she was trembling all over, her eyes were firm. Seeing this, the tall man turned his palm, and a stone flew out, hitting her wrist. Hyuni was already weak and could no longer hold it, so the dagger fell to the ground. Seeing this, the two men walked straight toward her. Hyuni wanted to struggle, but the effect of the drug took effect. Let alone struggling, it was difficult for her to open her eyes. I didn't expect to succeed so easily. Thanks to the master, who has been telling you and me. If I had known it would be so easy to succeed, I would have started it long ago. The tall man carried him on his shoulders, and the two of them dodged the guards and flew away. Just when they thought everything was fine and were about to go back to claim credit, they were blocked by a man in white. The two of them looked closely and saw that the man was wearing a mask on his face, holding a long sword in his hand, with his back to them. Who are you? How dare you block the road here with a knife? It's simply lawless. Why don't you leave quickly? The man in white sneered. Lawless? He pursed his lips slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As officials, you use such a despicable method to kidnap a decent woman. Who is lawless? The two did not expect that the man in front of them knew their identities, and they were a little flustered for a while. What should we do? He recognized us. What are you afraid of? It's just that the adults sent us here. The man in white said in a deep voice, If you put the man down, I will let you go. If you are stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let him go? That's absolutely impossible. They have been squatting in the shop for many days. They finally got the chance. How can they let him go so easily? The man in white's eyes dimmed. Seeing that they had no intention of letting go, he sneered. If you are stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. The man in white swung the long sword in his hand. The long sword in his hand was flying. He was very fast, fighting 1 against 2. The two opponents were defeated step by step, and they were more and more frightened. Not to mention the two of them, even if there were more people, they would not be his opponents. They looked at each other and threw the sack containing Hyuni on the ground. The man in white looked at them coldly, but he did not intend to reach out to take it. His cold eyes continued to fall on them. The long sword pointed at the hearts of the two. Hero, we have released the people according to your instructions. Too late, he said coldly. There is only one chance, and I have just given it to you. Since you don't know how to cherish it, you have to pay the price for your actions. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the long sword in his hand, and the sharp sword edge pierced many wounds on the two people's bodies. Blood flowed, but none of them were fatal, as if he was deliberately punishing them. Ouch, ouch. The two didn't know how to hide. Seeing that the wounds on their bodies were getting more and more, they wanted to run but couldn't run away anyway. Hero, please spare us. Please spare us. We really know we are wrong, and we won't do it again. They threw away their swords and knelt on the ground.
Get lost.
Hearing this, the two men ran away as if they had been pardoned. After they left, the man in white came to the sack and untied the rope, revealing Hyuni's face. He frowned slightly, looked at the wound on her shoulder, took out a bottle of gold medicine, and poured it on the wound. He took out another porcelain bottle and shook it under her nose, and Hyuni woke up slowly. Get lost, she said in a deep voice. Don't touch me. At this time, her consciousness was not fully awake, and she thought the person in front of her was the one who kidnapped her. She raised her hand, and the pain of the wound made her sober up a lot. Don't move. The man in white whispered. I just applied the medicine. If you move around again, the wound on your arm will be really difficult to heal. The familiar voice made Hyuni stunned for a moment. It's you. She finally woke up, looking at the familiar mask in front of her. Tears finally couldn't help flowing down. She thought she was doomed this time, but she didn't expect that he would save her again. Seeing her crying, the man in white was a little at a loss. What are you doing?
Yum.
Before she finished speaking, she heard footsteps not far away. The man in white narrowed his eyes, looked at Hyuni, and turned to leave. Where are you going? The man in white's voice was much colder than before. The people who rescued you are here. I'm leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away. As soon as he left, a group of people came over. Mississippi. A guard came up. Miss, are you okay? Hyuni glared at him, pointed at the wound on her arm, and said angrily, Do you think my arm looks okay? The rescue is late. Please forgive me. Hyuni glared at them. They didn't come when they should have, but they came when they shouldn't have. Ling Feng took off the mask on his face and looked at the team that was gradually leaving, his eyes dimmed. Young master, why don't you take this opportunity to reveal your identity to Miss He? Qian Jinyan whispered, This is the best opportunity for Miss He to give her her heart. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, and after a while, he sighed, I always feel that this is not a gentleman's behavior. To achieve the goal, he deceived a woman's feelings. It is really despicable to tell others. Young master, this is not the time to talk about whether a gentleman is a gentleman or not. When the people in Dinghua Palace slaughtered all the people in the Ling family, did they think about whether it was a gentleman's behavior? Did they care whether those old and young women and children were innocent? Ling Feng was silent, and the look in his eyes gradually became firm. Hyuni returned injured, and this time she could no longer hide it. When the old princess and Qin heard the news of her injury, they hurried to her room. What happened? Qin looked at the bloody wound on her arm and exclaimed, "Knife wound. This is a knife wound." She hugged Hiyuni and said distressfully, "Tell mother, who is it?"
Who hurt you?
Hiyuni's lips moved slightly, and she remained silent no matter how Qin and the old princess asked. At this time, Shang Ruai walked in. "Boy, you came at the right time. Let Yuni see. The wound on her arm is so deep." "Mother, don't worry, I'll take a look." Shang Ruai checked her wound and said lightly, "You cut this wound yourself? How did the sister-in-law see it?" Hiyuni looked at her in shock. "Sister-in-law, how did you know? What is the blade of the dagger I gave you? How could I not know it?" Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at her. She didn't expect that she would be so cruel to herself. If the knife was a little deeper, it would hurt the tendons and veins. She saw the white powder on the wound and raised her eyebrows slightly. Shang Ruai looked at Hiyuni's unnatural expression and said nothing. After giving her a detailed examination, Shang Ruai said to the old princess and Qin, "Grandmother, mother, although Yuni's wound is deep, it did not hurt her bones. Fortunately, the weather is cool now, and the wound is not easy to get infected. As long as she takes the medicine on time, she will recover soon." The old princess frowned slightly. "The wound on her body is so deep. Will it leave scars?" "As long as it is not infected, there will be no scars." "That's good." The old princess looked at Hiyuni. "In Tianshan, it is difficult for women with scars to get married. The wound on the arm is so long, if it leaves a scar, it will be really difficult to get married." Shang Ruai frowned slightly and sneered. "I really don't understand. Why do women with scars have so many troubles?" The old princess didn't expect her to ask such a question. She was stunned for a moment and said, "It is unlucky for women to have scars on their bodies. Good families naturally don't want them. What about men? Men don't have so many taboos, especially soldiers who have fought on the battlefield. The scars on their bodies are like medals." Qin explained, "Has no one in the Xiangfu told you?" Shang Ruai shook her head with disdain in her eyes. "Maybe no one has told you. Even if they did, how could she take it to heart?" She couldn't understand that just a scar could determine a woman's fate. This was simply absurd. Ruai seems to have a different opinion on this matter. Qin looked at Hiyuni's arm and smiled bitterly. "But this is the fact. In Tianshan, the status of women is like this. If there is a scar on the body, no man is willing to marry her home. I just think it's a bit absurd." Shang Ruai sneered. "The status of the world as 3, 6, and 9 ranks is not divided by ability, but by whether it is a man or a woman. Men are respected. Isn't it a rule passed down from ancient times? Men are respected? For what? Just because he is a man?" Shang Ruai shook her head. Shu Ruai cannot agree with this. She carefully disinfected Hiyuni's wound and said with a firm look in her eyes, "I never think that we should respect a man because he is a man. To see whether a man is worthy of respect, the most important thing is to look at his virtue. A person with both virtue and morality is worthy of respect even if he is a beggar." The old princess and Qin had never heard of such a novel view. Shang Ruai continued, "Grandmother, do you think I respect my third uncle because he is a man? In fact, it is because he is my husband's uncle, and he knows how to respect his elders, care for his children, and is polite to my grandmother and others. It is because of this that my third uncle is a man worthy of respect. What about my third aunt? Do I respect her just because she is my third uncle's wife? Otherwise, I respect my third aunt even more. As a daughter-in-law, she is filial to her mother-in-law, respects her brother, loves her children, and manages the household. She even works harder than the men, who are out there making money. That's why I respect my third aunt. But if there were no men making money outside, how could women manage the house with peace of mind?" Shang Ruai smiled. "So this is the different division of labor." "Division of labor? What is that?" Qin asked, puzzled. "It is said that men are responsible for the outside world, and women are responsible for the inside world. In fact, it is not because women do worse than men that they return to the mansion and run back and forth in that small piece of land, but it is a choice they have to make in order to ensure the stability of the family." Shang Ruai said lightly, If women are allowed to earn money, perhaps they are not any worse than men. Women are not appendages of men. Even if they are alone, they can still shine. Shang Ruai's words made the old princess and Qin fall into deep thought. This is something they had never considered. No one has ever told them that women are not appendages of men. If they say this, people will probably think they are crazy. Otherwise, why would they say such outrageous words? But Hiyuni's eyes suddenly lit up when she looked at her.
What my sister-in-law said was what she wanted to say.
Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. At this moment, she felt that her wounds no longer hurt. Hiyuni was sincerely convinced by her. Qin was in deep thought, and the old princess disagreed. After all, we have been bound by feudal ethics for decades. How can we change it overnight? At this time, a guard came in and whispered, "Young madam, the people who kidnapped the young lady are subordinates of the newly appointed official Zhao Gang." Upon hearing this, Hiyuni hurriedly said, "I also heard them kidnapping me." "What, sir? I guess they're talking about him." Qin's face was nervous. "What should we do? Zhao Gang doesn't look like someone who is easy to deal with. If he uses this kind of method now, who knows what method he will use to deal with us in the future?" The old princess's face was not looking good either. If the Dinghua Palace was still the same as before, how could a mere official dare to set his sights on their young lady? Shang Ruai looked as if she had expected this. As early as when she received the news that Hiyuni was kidnapped, she guessed that it might be Zhao Gang who did it. "Ruai, what should we do?" Qin had no idea and said anxiously, "Why don't we let Lingheng send something to Zhao Gang to make him give up this idea?" The old princess shook her head and scolded. "Lingheng is a prince. He must not lose his backbone, even if he is exiled. We are the bloodline of the Dinghua Palace, and we must be upright people no matter when." Shang Rui nodded. "Grandmother, mother, don't worry. Since the man surnamed Zhao has torn his face, we don't have to endure it again and again. Some people are used to getting more than they deserve. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate it and doesn't learn a lesson, we must let him know what the consequences are of offending people who shouldn't be offended." Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly. She was worried that she had no reason to deal with him. Now he came to her door himself. If she didn't make him lose some skin, she really thought she was easy to bully. Seeing that Shang Ruai had made up her mind, the old princess looked at her with a deeper look. Thinking back to what she had just said, her heart was slightly moved. Perhaps there's some truth in this. After making sure that Hiyuni's injuries were not serious, the old princess and Qin left one after another. Shang Ruai looked at Hiyuni, her voice slightly deep. "Do you know the person who saved you?"
What?
Hiyuni didn't expect that she would ask this question as soon as she opened her mouth. How did her sister-in-law know? She avoided his eyes. "Who? Weren't it the guards who saved me?" Shang Ruai looked at her with an unfathomable look. "The guards reported that when they arrived, you had already escaped, and there were signs of fighting all around. It is obvious that someone rescued you first. Those guards are talking nonsense. It was obviously my own cleverness that got me out of the control of those two thieves. I used all the self-defense skills my sister-in-law taught me." Seeing that she was unwilling to tell the truth, Shang Ruai's eyes were cold. "Rely on yourself?" "Yes." Hiyuni met her eyes and was defeated in a few breaths. Shang Ruai's eyes were too sharp, just like the judge in the storybook, making her thoughts clear. "Sister-in-law, don't ask anymore." Shang Ruai whispered, "You have a man you like, and I don't want to hinder you. If he has a noble character and a clean family background, I am even willing to help you, but you have to explain it to me clearly." It's not that she wanted to dig into the matter. In a place like this, Hiyuni was rescued by the same person again and again when she was in danger. It was hard to believe that it was all due to fate. Hiyuni's pretty face turned slightly red. "He has a first-class character. He saved me but never asked for anything in return. He is just like the knights described in the novels." "What else? What else? What else?" Hiyuni asked. "Isn't this enough to explain the problem? I saved you twice, and you are ready to marry me?" Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing. "What's his name? Where does he live? Does he have any relatives? Does he have a wife and children?" Do you know all this? Hiyuni blinked, a trace of confusion in her eyes. How could a girl like her ask about such a private topic? You don't even know these basic information, and yet you have fallen in love with her. Shang Ruai frowned. You must have read too many novels, and your brain must be damaged. Hiyuni remained silent. She really didn't know these things. Sister-in-law, how do you know that I was rescued by someone and not by myself? There is still a small amount of drugs in your body. You are not good at martial arts, and you are drugged. I am afraid you can't even open your eyes. How can you save yourself? Shang Ruai glanced at her. Besides, there is obviously gold medicine on your wound. I have never given you this medicine powder. Where did you get it from? Hiyuni really hadn't thought of this. She had to admire Shang Ruai's meticulousness. Shang Ruai looked at her and whispered, if the man and concubine are in love and have noble morals, I'm sure grandma and mother won't stop them. But if he is already married and has children, or if he has moral defects, you don't have to even think about this person. Hiyuni nodded. If he has bad conduct, you absolutely can't marry him. As for having a family, I'm a legitimate daughter. Even if the Dinghua Palace no longer exists, I can never be a concubine. Grandma and mother won't agree. It's not just a matter of seniority. Shang Ruai said lightly, I never think that men have the right to have many wives and concubines. Capital. Is it difficult to love only one person for a lifetime? Women can do it, so why can't men? A person's heart is only so big, and love is only so much. How can it accommodate so many people? But it is very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Nowadays, as long as there is money, even a farmer can marry several wives. Shang Ruai shook her head. I only ask for one person for my whole life. If your brother wants to take a concubine one day, I will never compromise. That will be the day I separate from him. Lingheng, who was about to knock on the door, stopped his hand in mid-air. A lifelong couple. How could she know that this was not what he wanted? Yunqi stood behind him pushing the wheelchair, and Shang Ruai's words also fell into his ears. As expected of the crown prince's consort, she was indeed different from other women in the world, but he did not think there was anything wrong with the crown prince's consort saying so. After all, a wonderful woman like the crown prince's consort deserved the unique love of men in the world. Shang Ruai's eyes swept across the door. She thought he would leave directly after hearing this. After all, her ideas were shocking in Tianshan. What she had just said to the old princess and Qin was just about the status of men and women. Both of them found it very difficult to accept, let alone this kind of argument. 3 wives and 4 concubines, hugging left and right may be the wish of all men, but for women, which woman is willing to share her husband with others? What's more, she is not a concubine of the prime minister's mansion who grew up under the poison of feudal ethics, but a soul from modern civilization, which she absolutely cannot accept. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Miss, the eldest young master is here. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect that he would come in after hearing her. When Hiyuni saw her brother, she shrank her neck and said weakly, Brother, why are you here? Lingjun whispered, Mother was scared by your injury, so she asked me to come and see you. Sister-in-law has already applied medicine to me. Lingjun's eyes fell on Shang Ruai. Mother means that she is not allowed to go to the shop in the county town again. In fact, not only Qin, but also the old princess strongly opposed her going out again. Hiyuni was shocked when she heard this. Isn't this a disguised confinement to her house? If she is not allowed to go to the shop, then she will be suffocated to death if she stays in this mansion all day long? Brother, no. I want to go to the shop. If I can only hang around in this 1 acre and 3 points of land in this mansion every day, I will definitely get bored. Lingjun ignored her, just looked at Shang Ruai. What do you think? Hearing this, Hiyuni looked at her sister-in-law with burning eyes, hoping that she would plead for her. Her brother took her sister-in-law to heart, so he would definitely listen to her. Shang Ruai thought about it and nodded. Stay in the mansion for the time being. Shang Ruai's words were like a bolt from the blue, for Hiyuni. Sister-in-law. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, I will go to the capital soon, and you will have to take care of all the affairs in the mansion yourself. This is much more important than the business in the shop. Going to the capital? Shang Ruai repeated that she was going back to Beijing to treat the queen. He Yuni hesitated to speak. Shang Ruai knew that she was thinking about the man who saved her and whispered in her ear, "Just wait patiently. Fate can't be rushed." After hearing her say this, He Yuni finally nodded. At this moment, she actually felt a little regretful. The first time that man wanted to give her a whistle, she was reserved and didn't take it. Now, she couldn't find him. After Shang Ruai came back, she didn't mention the matter of that man to He Jingheng. After all, it was a girl's intention. Even if she told He Jingheng, it would most likely end in vain. Zhao Gang was waiting for news from the two men in the mansion, eagerly hoping that they would bring He Yuni back. He felt itchy when he thought of her delicate skin and delicate appearance. He took a sip of tea and murmured, "If this He Yuni is sensible and serves me comfortably, I can consider letting the He family live a few more days of good life." Not long after, the two men came to him covered in blood. "Sir." Seeing their appearance, Zhao Gang's heart sank. "Did you fail?" "Sir, we had already succeeded, and on the way back, a man in white suddenly appeared and rescued Miss He." "What?" Zhao Gang slammed the table hard and said angrily, "Two losers." After a moment, he asked, "You haven't been recognized by others, have you?" The two men's eyes dimmed when they heard it. Their identities had long been recognized by the man in white, but now Sir Zhao was angry. If they told the truth, they would inevitably be severely punished. Their injuries have not healed yet. Wouldn't it be adding insult to injury if they are severely punished again? They might even lose their lives. So, they hurriedly said, replying to the Lord, "How dare we reveal our identities?" Zhao Gang sat back in his chair, thinking to himself, "It's good that my identity has not been discovered. Otherwise, the He family will never let me go." Whenever he thought of the tigers raised by He Jingheng and Shang Ruai, he couldn't help but feel unsteady on his feet and sweat all over. At night, he had just laid on the bed when he heard a noise coming from the room. He thought it was the sound of the wind, but the next moment, a tiger roar came. He was startled and hurriedly sat up from the bed. He put on his outer robe and prepared to find out what was going on. A young woman was lying on the bed. She was the concubine he had taken in after he came here. Seeing her getting dressed and going out, he asked in confusion, "Master, where are you going?" Hearing her voice, Zhao Gang's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at her in horror and murmured, "Tiger, tiger, tiger, help." The woman looked at him in confusion. "Master, what's wrong with you? Where is the tiger? Are you having a nightmare?" Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Zhao Gang sitting on the ground in fear, his body constantly moving backwards, his eyes full of fear, and he shouted loudly, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" The more he did this, the more worried the concubine became. She concluded that Zhao Gang was having a nightmare, so she quickly stepped forward. "Master, it's me, Luo'er. Tiger! Don't come over here, help! Help!" Zhao Gang's voice was so loud that it attracted everyone in the mansion. What they saw was Lord Zhao running in the yard, and his concubine was chasing him. Zhao Gang ran and called for help, muttering, "Tiger, don't come over here, get out of here." They looked at the concubine chasing him with complicated eyes. They didn't expect that the master, who was serious and even a little cruel in front of them, was so henpecked. This concubine looked very beautiful. Why was the master so afraid? They didn't know that at this time, in Zhao Gang's eyes, everyone was a tiger. It was just because he was poisoned by Shang Ruai's hallucinogenic powder. Yunqi was on Zhao Gang's roof, looking at the people in chaos at this time, and sneered, "Dare to mess with their prince's wife. This is the end." At this time, Zhao Gang looked at the tiger group gradually approaching him, and his heart was horrified. He leaned against the wall, and there was no way to retreat. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" He held his head and cried loudly, "Don't eat me! Help! Don't eat me!" Seeing him like this, everyone was very anxious. The more he didn't let people get close, the more people walked towards him. In Zhao Gang's eyes, Dozens of tigers opened their bloody mouths and pounced on him.
Ah!
He shouted suddenly, and then his eyes rolled up and he lay straight on the ground. Master, master, wake up. Everyone walked up and felt his breath with their hands, and they couldn't help but fall to the ground in fear. Dead, dead.
What? Dead?
Everyone looked at Zhao Gang's body and scattered in panic. Yunqi looked at this scene with some surprise and recalled the words of the prince's wife when he got the powder. This Zhao Gang, if he died so easily, it would be too easy for him. Before he died, let him see the most feared thing buried deep in his heart, which can be regarded as a vent. She is worthy of being the prince's wife. On the second morning, the news that the newly appointed official was scared to death by his nightmare spread throughout the exile area. What kind of immoral things did Zhao Gang do? He was scared to death by his own dream. He must be the one who did so many evil things, and now he is getting retribution. Have you heard? Zhao Gang abducted women, forced good women into prostitution, and did all kinds of evil things. Some people were forced to death because of the bad things he did in the early years. Now he died suddenly. He really deserved it. Yes, he deserved it. A woman said, "You may not have heard that he forced the family at the southernmost end of the village to death a few days ago. He insisted on marrying the family's daughter and finally forced the three of them to commit suicide by taking poison. He and his men dealt with them overnight." Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go to that house and see if there is anyone left. Everyone talked one after another and revealed all the bad things Zhao Gang had done in this exile area. Who would have thought that not long after he took office, he had done so many evil things here and forced so many people to death? After the people sent by Zhang Wenyu to investigate reported what they saw and heard, Zhang Wenyu slammed the table fiercely. He really deserves to die. Sir, are we still investigating? What the Hades? Zhang Wenyu couldn't help but swear. He was scared to death in his own yard in public. How can we investigate? No more investigation. Just close the case according to the current verdict. Yes. Yunqi told the result to Shang Ruoi. Crown Princess, you are really amazing. How can you conclude that Zhang Wenyu will not continue to investigate? Shang Ruoi smiled. It's just a random talk, and even if he sends someone to investigate, I'm not worried. As long as I don't want people to find out about the poison I prepared, even the most skilled coroner will be useless. Yunqi heard this and admired her secretly. She was worthy of being the crown princess. After solving Zhao Gang, the biggest worry, Shang Ruoi finally began to prepare to set off for the capital. As for the newly appointed officials, He Jingheng used some tricks inside, so he dared not cause trouble to the He family again. Before leaving, Shang Ruoi put the prepared human skin masks on Xu and Mei and a secret guard, creating the illusion that they were still in the place of exile. When the two left, they only took Yunqi with them, and Yuntian was very depressed about this. If I had known this, I would have asked to follow the prince's wife. When he said this, he did not notice He Jingheng, who was standing not far behind him. Yunqi winked at him, but he did not understand and said to himself, "The days of following the prince's wife must be very interesting, unlike the prince." Yunqi looked at his master's face, which began to become a little gloomy, and could not help but pray for him. "You wish yourself good luck." "I have done my best." Seeing that he had not spoken and only winked at him, Yuntian could not help but ask, "What's wrong with your eyes? Is it cramped? If you have eye cramps, how about I go for you this time?" Yunqi lowered his head and thought to himself, "There is no hope. This time there is really no hope." He clasped his hands and saluted behind him. "Prince." Yuntian was stunned in place, and cold sweat broke out on his back instantly. He turned around quickly and saw that the prince was just a few steps away from him. His heart was very heavy. "Master." He Jingheng glanced at him coldly and walked away without saying anything. Now, Yuntian not only did not feel relieved, but felt even more scared. When the prince was silent, it was even more terrifying. At night, everything was silent. He Jingheng and Shang Ruai left under the cover of night. At this time, on a mountain peak, Ling Feng and Qian Jinyan were standing there. Qian Jinyan said in a deep voice. Young master, both of them have left. What should we do with the people of the He family who are left here? Ling Feng said lightly. Dispose?
How to deal with them?
Of course, just like how they treated the Ling family, we will return all of these. Ling Feng sneered. The He family is cruel and slaughtered hundreds of people in my Ling family. If I do the same thing, wouldn't I be no different from them? Young master, do you mean to let those people of the He family go? Qian Jinyan frowned. Young master, if you do this, when will we be able to avenge our hatred? Every grievance has its perpetrator. If you want to take revenge, go find He Jingheng. Why kill those old, weak women and children? Ling Feng said in a low voice. They didn't participate in the massacre. According to the young master, we should find his father. He Jingheng was still a child back then. After Qian Jinyan finished speaking, Ling Feng glanced at him. Seeing this, Qian Jinyan hurriedly lowered his head. It was the old servant who overstepped his authority. Ling Feng looked at the receding figure and said lightly, Go back. Qian Jinyan did not say anything, but he already felt a little resentful in his heart. Thinking of the young lady He Yuni from the He family, his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be because of her? Shang Ruai and the other two rode fast horses and headed south. Shang Ruai missed riding horses after not riding horses for a long time. In her previous life, she loved riding horses very much. Whenever she had time, she would go to the grassland to gallop. This time, He Jingheng prepared all the Fergana horses. The speed was very fast, and even though it was cold and windy now, Shang Ruai felt very happy. After a long time, the speed of the few people gradually slowed down. Shang Ruai exhaled, and the depression in her heart slowly dissipated. He Jingheng smiled. Your horsemanship is pretty good. We can have a competition. It's rare that you're interested in this. It's not impossible. Shang Ruai's eyes lit up, and her chin raised slightly. I'm really hard to beat in horsemanship. I wonder what the prize is this time? The prize? Of course. Shang Ruai smiled. Since it's a competition, how can there be no prize? Okay. He Jingheng had a smile on his face. Although I don't have much money to bet with you, I have several manors in the capital, one of which has hot spring water, which is great for rest on weekdays. Hot spring. Shang Ruai's eyes lit up when she heard this. Okay. What's the prize, my lady? Shang Ruai blinked. I won't lose. A confident look flashed in her eyes, which made her beautiful face even more heroic, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off. He Jingheng looked at her, his eyes sparkling.
Okay.
The two raised their whips, and the two Arabian horses rushed out like arrows. Yunqi finally caught up with the two, but before he had time to catch his breath, the prince and the princess rushed out again. He could only look at the horses' legs and sigh. Can they wait for him? The prince and the princess are excellent horsemen, but his strength is not good enough. He resignedly raised his whip and chased after them. At this time, he was actually a little envious of Yuntian. Shang Ruai and He Jing's horsemanship are comparable. He Jingheng looked at Shang Ruai, who was always one step ahead of him, and smiled resignedly. What else can he do to spoil his own wife? Until the next post station, He Jingheng was one step behind her. I won. Shang Ruai smiled. The hot spring villa is mine. He Jingheng nodded and said seriously, I didn't expect that my lady's riding skills are so superb. What a mistake. He has been calling her madam all the time these days, but Shang Ruai didn't feel anything. Somehow, she felt a little embarrassed today. She rolled her eyes at him and turned to go into the room. He Jingheng was about to follow him in when he saw Shang Ruai blocking the door. In the mansion, under the eyes of my grandmother and mother, we can't sleep in separate rooms. Today I asked Yunqi to open 3 rooms. As soon as he finished speaking, there was and the door was closed. He Jingheng's face instantly became ugly. At this time, Yunqi came over with the other 2 keys. Master. He Jingheng glared at him and turned to leave. Yunqi was stunned. He was just a few steps slower. Was the master angry because of his slowness? He had tried his best, and the horse was exhausted. They rode fast horses day and night for 10 days, and finally returned to the capital. Standing in front of the city gate, looking at the bustling scene of cars coming and going, she sighed twice. How long has it been since I last saw so many people and so many cars? The county town has the most people in the exile area, but I'm afraid it's not even 1% of the population here. What's more, most of those who can settle down in the capital are either rich or noble. The price of houses here is several times higher than other places around, and in Tianshan, the level and regional division of the capital is very strict. There is no way that civilians live around those noble families. Shang Ruoi and the other two had already put on human skin masks. When they passed the city gate, the soldiers in charge of guarding the gate carefully checked them before letting them in. Now that the queen is poisoned, the person who poisoned her has not been found yet. Martial law is inevitable. He Jingheng sneered. A bunch of trash. All the industries in the Dingwa Palace were sealed, and some other secret agents were not there. He Jingheng chose an inn in the capital, wrote a letter, and sent someone to deliver it to the Prince Bao's mansion. Now that He Lingqi has become the Prince Bao and is favored by the emperor, there are many people who want to curry favor with him. The servant at the door heard that it was a letter from Master Lingjun and hurriedly ran inside with the letter. At this time, He Lingqi was having breakfast, and he was worried. The letter had been sent for a long time, so why was there no response at all? Could it be that someone stopped it? When he thought of this possibility, he became extremely anxious. If others knew about his relationship with He Jingheng, according to his father's style, his end would be more miserable than He Jingheng. After all, what he was planning was the throne that his father valued most. The palace of the Ding state was so loyal to his father, but it ended up like this, let alone him. Just when he was depressed, the servant at the door ran in with sweat all over his head. Your Highness, Your Highness. He wiped the sweat from his head, his eyes full of excitement. Why are you so flustered? He Lingqi's face tightened. But what's the news in the palace? Your Highness, a letter from Master Lingjun. They all knew that only Master Lingjun could detoxify the current queen. Whoever could invite Master Lingjun would be a meritorious official. He Lingqi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly took the letter. Where's the person who sent the letter now? He handed the letter to me and left. He Lingqi opened the letter, and his eyes were even brighter. He said 3 good words in a row. Reward. He Lingqi casually gave the servant 20 taels of silver as a reward. Thank you, Your Highness. At night, He Lingqi came to the inn in plain clothes. When he saw He Jingheng in the room, he was stunned. You came here in person. He Jingheng glanced at him. At this time, He Lingqi was standing next to Shang Ruoi. Although Shang Ruoi was wearing men's clothes at this time, and He Lingqi didn't know her identity, he inexplicably felt annoyed and had a very bad attitude towards He Lingqi. Why, your father exiled me, so I have to listen to him and stay in the exile place. Hearing his ruthless words, He Lingqi was stunned for a moment. How did he offend him? Yunqi stood behind He Jingheng. He knew why his son was like this and almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect that the son was not only afraid of his wife, but also a jealous person. Now this jealous person has turned over, and the sour taste is a bit choking. Dr. Lingjun, thank you so much for coming to the capital. He Lingqi just finished speaking when He Jingheng sneered. Shouldn't you thank me? If it weren't for me, she wouldn't receive thousands of letters and books sent by pigeons, let alone come to this mess. He Lingqi looked at him and said bitterly, Jingheng, what do you want? He Jingheng snorted coldly. I think you are even more arrogant than your father, the emperor. Now that you have just become a prince, you should start to appreciate others. Shang Ruoi also saw that he had been squeezing He Lingqi and was very puzzled. Jingheng, tell me, how did I offend you? Why are you targeting me everywhere today? He Jingheng snorted coldly. How did I target you? Shang Ruoi didn't know why he was so awkward, but if he continued like this today, there would be no conclusion, even if we discussed it all night. He Jingheng. She whispered. He Jingheng didn't say anything after hearing this. How could someone in this world be able to control him? He Lingqi's eyes widened as wide as she could, and the shock in her heart was no less than when she learned that she could cure the plague. He looked at Master Lingjun beside him. She was wearing a mask on her face, so he couldn't see her appearance clearly. His eyes slid down to her neck, and before he could investigate further, a teacup attacked him. The hot water in the teacup was boiling, and if it fell on the body, it would definitely burn. He quickly moved his body away, took a big step to the right, and instantly distanced himself from Shang Ruoyi. He Jingheng was satisfied. When Shang Ruoyi saw that his face had improved, she understood why he was bullying He Lingqi. I don't know what it feels like in my heart. An indescribable secret joy surged in my heart. He Jing. He almost called out his name. Madman, are you crazy today? He Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly, leaned against the back of the chair, and said slowly, Forget it. I'll let you go today. What's the matter with you coming here tonight?
Tell me.
Seeing him like this, He Lingqi instantly knew why his father wanted to get rid of the Dinghua Palace. With you like this, it's not easy for my father to endure until today. He Jingheng smiled and said nothing. The queen is now being served by Dr. Jiang, and all the doctors in the Imperial Hospital have been withdrawn, so we can't know what's going on inside. He Lingqi whispered, If you're willing, I'll ask my father tomorrow to let Master Lingjun come to the palace to treat the queen. He Jingheng looked at her. Are you willing to go tomorrow? Shang Ruoyi nodded. Sure. Yunqi was used to this, but when had He Lingqi seen him like this? He was horrified, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Shang Ruoyi became very strange. Could it be that He Jingheng had some special hobby? The few of them had been discussing until late at night, and He Lingqi was still not satisfied. At this time, Shang Ruoyi yawned. He Lingqi was halfway through his words when he heard He Jingheng say lightly, I'm tired. Go back to your palace.
Haha, that's the best.
He Jingheng smiled. In this way, he will know to protect you in the palace. If you make a mistake, I will never forgive him. So that's it. No wonder he was so abnormal tonight. The royal family is best at protecting themselves. When it comes to an emergency, sacrificing the car to save the king is what they do most. If he doesn't see how much I value you, he might abandon you in the face of interests. He Jingheng narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something unpleasant, and the aura around him was very sharp. There is one thing I want to ask. Shang Ruoyi's eyes flickered with excitement in them. He Jingheng saw her expression and his heart skipped a beat. What's the matter? Your Majesty, do you have any money? He Jingheng was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty is rich, so of course he has money. Where does the Emperor keep his money? Tian Shun's money is all in the national treasury. As for the Emperor himself, he has a private treasury. I really don't know the exact location. He Jingheng looked at her mysteriously. Why are you asking this? Just asking casually, asking. Shang Ruoyi smiled. I treat the queen's illness and detoxify, so of course I have to make money. The old emperor is rich. Don't think of using some worthless gadgets to get rid of me. Since the emperor has a private treasury, she must take a stroll, clean it out, and make some room for him to save again, as compensation for her exile. The emperor's private treasury. There must be a lot of treasures in it. The eager expression on her face was so cute in He Jingheng's eyes. Thinking of what Yunqi once said, the storehouse of the Dinghua Palace was emptied overnight, and there was no trace of moving, not even the footprints of the thieves were found. Could it be that she did it? How is this possible? The next morning, Emperor Tianshun rubbed his forehead and sat on the dragon throne. My dear ministers, is there anything I can do today? He Lingsheng stepped forward. Father, I saw that you were worried about the poisoning of the Queen Mother recently, so I asked Dr. Jiang to develop a pill for you to regulate your body. The prince is thoughtful. Emperor Tianshun said lightly. Father, I have ordered people to issue a notice, and I will definitely find a miracle doctor to detoxify the Queen Mother. Good. Emperor Tianshun finally had a little smile on his face. At this moment, He Lingqi stepped forward. Father, the divine Dr. Lingjun arrived in the capital yesterday. He can cure my mother's illness and detoxify her today. Do you want me to bring him to the palace? What? Divine Dr. Lingjun has arrived? He Lingsheng looked at He Lingqi in shock. He didn't even receive any news. Fourth brother, are you telling the truth? You didn't find someone to pretend to be him in order to win credit. Lingqi smiled. Brother, I will not lie about this matter. This is related to my mother's health. Even if I have 10 guts, I would not dare to do these things. He turned his gaze back to Emperor Tianshun. I didn't get a reply from the Divine Doctor before. Yesterday, the Divine Doctor sent someone to deliver a letter to my house. He has arrived in the capital. Prime Minister Shang and Divine Dr. Jiang have met Master Lingjun before. How could I lie? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshun was overjoyed. That's great. Fourth brother, I really didn't misjudge you. Emperor Tianshun laughed a few times. Let the miracle doctor enter the palace today. Emperor Tianshun hadn't been so happy for a long time and said to Lingqi, if the miracle Dr. Lingjun can really cure your mother, you will be the greatest contributor, and I will definitely reward you heavily. Lingsheng looked at his fourth brother standing beside him. His eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that his brother, who had been unknown for so many years, would have such a deep mind and such great ability to quietly invite the miracle doctor to the capital. He had already made great contributions in the first 2 disaster relief operations, and his father's impression of him had changed. Concubine Shu was favored again. Although his father still valued his mother, after all, there would be some deviations with the addition of others. In the long run, his position as the crown prince would be threatened. Lingsheng retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes, and covered the cold light in his pupils. Not long after, a team of royal guards appeared downstairs in the inn where Shang Ruai was. Lingqi was waiting at the door of the inn wearing the royal uniform of the Baoqin dynasty. Shang Ruai put on the mask and took the medicine box. As soon as she went out, she heard He Jingheng's voice. Now there are many people in the palace. You must be cautious when you enter the palace. Since you follow Lingqi into the palace, the prince and his mother, concubine Zhao, will definitely regard you as a thorn in their eyes and flesh, and they will want to remove you as soon as possible. I can't protect you, so be careful about everything. Shang Ruai nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. She was not afraid of anything. After all, she had the space to protect her body. If she encountered any danger, she would just hide in the space. When she walked out of the inn, Lingqi hurriedly came to meet her. Master Lingjun. He looked behind her and saw that no one followed her. He slowly exhaled, and his face was not as solemn as it was at first. Shang Ruai couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. I didn't expect that the prince would come to pick me up in person. It's my fault. Sir, please don't say that. Please follow me into the palace. Lingqi said with a smile. Father is still waiting for you. He Jingheng looked through the window at the emperor's guards leaving. Yunqi said softly, Sir, the princess is going to the palace alone. What if she runs into any trouble? You probably underestimated her. He Jingheng didn't forget the look in Shang Ruai's eyes when she asked him about the emperor's private treasury yesterday. How could she be afraid and anxious about entering the palace? She was clearly extremely excited. In his opinion, when she enters the palace, someone else will be unlucky. He was right. Shang Ruai's fundamental purpose of entering the palace was the emperor's private treasury. The national treasury is the foundation of Tianshun. No matter who is the emperor, an empty national treasury is fatal, especially for the people. If she empties the national treasury, it will bring disaster to the people. In order to fill the loopholes in the national treasury, the court will increase taxes, and then the people of Tianshun will be in trouble. If such a thing is done, it will be punished by heaven. Her target this time is the emperor's private treasury. If the private treasury is robbed, he must have no choice but to be angry. Thinking of this, Shang Ruai wished that the carriage would go faster so that she could find the emperor's private treasury earlier. After a long time, the carriage stopped. Lingqi got off the carriage in front and walked over and said, The carriage is not allowed to enter here. Shang Ruai opened the door, and a chill came over her. She tightened her robe and got off the carriage. Looking at the magnificent building in front of her, her expression did not change much. The various palaces in ancient times have become tourist attractions in modern times. They are indeed very common, but for the ancients, The royal garden is the most luxurious place. Young Master Lingjun, please. It had been 2/4 of an hour since they arrived at the harem. Shang Ruai couldn't help shaking her head. The queen's poison was not a big deal at this time. If she encountered a poison that killed people instantly or was extremely overbearing, the person who was poisoned might die before she even reached the harem. When she arrived at Fengyi Palace, Emperor Tianshun was sitting on the main seat in the main hall. Your son pays homage to the emperor. He saluted to He Lingxing again. Your Highness, brother. Shang Ruai also followed He Lingqi in paying homage. Your humble servant Lingjun pays homage to the emperor and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although she had never seen the Crown Prince, she remembered that He Lingqi had only one brother, the Crown Prince. The young man in a yellow robe in front of her must be the Crown Prince. Stand up. Emperor Tianshun set his eyes on Shang Ruai behind him, only to see that she was wearing a mask and frowned slightly. You are the genius, Dr. Lingjun. I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really a young talent. The prince standing beside Emperor Tianshun also echoed. Yes, it is indeed unexpected, but... He looked at Shang Ruai and whispered, masks are not allowed in the palace. Fourth brother, didn't you tell the genius doctor? He Lingqi looked at Shang Ruai and saw that she did not move. Just when he was about to explain, he saw her put her hand on the mask and smiled. I wear a mask because of the terrible scars on my face. I am afraid of offending you nobles. If the emperor and the prince don't mind, I can take it off. As she said that, she was about to take off the mask. As soon as she moved, everyone present saw the criss-crossing scars on her face and couldn't help but gasp. As she said, the scar was too scary. Emperor Tianshun said hurriedly, forget it. Since this is the habit of the divine doctor, just wear it. At this time, divine Dr. Jiang and his daughter came over. When he saw Shang Ruai, his face looked a little ugly, but he couldn't show it too obviously. After all, he was a divine doctor in the eyes of others. If he couldn't tolerate other doctors, others would not know how to laugh at him. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness, I took the pulse of the Queen. The Queen's pulse is more weak than before. It's a sign of poison attacking the heart. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshun hurriedly said to Shang Ruai, Divine Dr. Lingjun. Shang Ruai nodded. I will go and take a look. When she passed by divine Dr. Jiang, she saw Jiang and her glaring at her. Shang Ruai just felt funny, looked at her a few times, and her lips curled slightly. Is it necessary to marry He Jingheng with such a beautiful face? Although she was wearing a mask, the look in her eyes could not be concealed by the mask. Why are you looking at me? Jiang and her said in a deep voice. Nothing, just a little confused. What's confusing? Shang Ruai smiled. Nothing. She smiled and left. Jiang and her's face was a little ugly. She just saw the contempt in her eyes. Dr. Jiang looked at her back, holding his breath in his chest, but when he thought of the medicine he had added, his eyes flashed slightly. He wanted to see how capable and powerful Master Lingjun was to cure the Queen's poison. Even if he cured it, there was still the trap he set. After Shang Ruai left, He Lingxing smiled. I didn't expect that my fourth brother is so capable. You really invited this miracle doctor. My mother was poisoned, my father was very anxious, and I was also very anxious. I didn't dare to delay for a moment. He Lingqi smiled, but my brother also contributed to this. My contribution? He Lingxin was puzzled. What do you mean? When I went to see Master Lingjun yesterday, the master asked about the medical book left by the medical saint in my brother's house. If my brother hadn't said that he was willing to use the medical book as a reward, Master Lingjun would not have agreed easily. At this moment, Jiang and her sneered. I didn't expect that Master Lingjun would be such a hypocritical person. And don't talk nonsense. How can you talk casually in front of the emperor? Dr. Jiang quickly apologized. Your Majesty, I am still young and my words and deeds are inappropriate. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Emperor Tianshun waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, but why does Miss Jiang say that? Upon hearing this, Dr. Jiang winked at Jiang and she smiled and said, Doctors are kind-hearted. Even if the poor people don't have money to pay, Daddy will still treat them. However, although Master Lingjun bears the name of a miracle doctor, he always has to be paid generously to treat patients. I heard from Daddy that he made a lot of money from treating the plague last time. I think this Master Lingjun is also a greedy person. With such a character, how can he be worthy of the title of a miracle doctor? She curled her lips. Now that the Empress is poisoned, doctors from all over the country want to come forward and see if they can do their best. My father entered the palace immediately after hearing the news. When did he think about the reward? However, this Master Lingjun only came out after he learned that the Crown Prince was willing to pay him with medical books. What else can he do, if not be righteous? His behavior is despicable. Her righteous words made everyone in the palace change their faces slightly. Emperor Tianxuan's face darkened. Jiang'er was right. When the Empress was poisoned, they summoned famous doctors from all over the world. Others never asked about the consultation fee. Only she didn't show up until she saw the rabbit. This clearly showed that she didn't take him seriously. How could the royal majesty allow others to challenge it? Lingjun looked at the Jiang father and daughter with satisfaction. He didn't expect that these two people would so easily lower the position of Master Lingjun in his father's heart. Regret flashed in Lingqi's eyes. He didn't expect that his remarks would push Master Lingjun to such a situation. Emperor Tianxuan said to Dr. Jiang and his daughter, "You two are proficient in medicine. Why don't you go into the inner hall and treat Master Lingjun together?"
Yes.
The two took the order and left. Shang Ruai was led by the palace servants to the inner hall. At this time, the hall was filled with a strong smell of medicine. She frowned slightly and said to the palace servants, "Open the doors and windows in the hall." "Open?" The nanny beside the queen hurriedly said, but Dr. Jiang said that the queen is thin and cannot be exposed to cold. Now it is winter, and the weather is cold. Opening the doors and windows will definitely make the queen catch a cold. Shang Ruai smiled. Are the words of Dr. Jiang the imperial edict? If what he said is right, why couldn't he cure your queen's poison? All her words fell into the ears of Dr. Jiang and his daughter, who had just arrived at the door. Dr. Jiang's face was a little ugly, and Jiang'er was not willing to give in after hearing that. She walked forward and said angrily, "What are you gossiping about here?" "Gossiping?" Shang Ruai glanced at her. "This kind of thing, I think it is more like something a girl would do. I just said it openly." "You." Jiang'er had an ugly look on her face, and when she was about to say something else, she was stopped by Dr. Jiang. "Master Lingjun, the queen is afraid of cold. If you open the doors and windows like this, won't it make the queen's body temperature even lower? You just said that the queen is afraid of cold, but this cold is not because of the cold weather, but the coldness emanating from the body. Not to mention winter. Even in midsummer, the queen will still feel cold." Shang Ruai glanced at him. The air is full of filthy air. Even normal people feel very uncomfortable when they inhale it, let alone people who are poisoned. She said to the palace maids, "Open the doors and windows. If there is any problem, I will take care of it."
Yes.
Soon, the doors and windows of Fengyi Palace were all opened, and bursts of cool air came in, dispersing all the turbid air in the palace. The palace people who were serving here felt refreshed. At this time, the nanny guarding the queen's bed said in surprise, "The queen's breathing has stabilized a lot." Hearing this, divine Dr. Jiang was stunned. After a while, Shang Ruai ordered the doors and windows to be closed, and she walked towards the queen's bed. At this time, Jiang'er called her again. "You are a man. How can you treat the queen?" "I am by her side. How to diagnose and treat, just tell me." Shang Ruai heard this and sneered. "I have my own rules for how to treat. With your medical skills, I am afraid you are not qualified to help me." Jiang'er has been respected in Fengyi Palace these days. The palace people will bow respectfully when they see her. Now she is being disgraced by her, and she is very dissatisfied. Master Lingjun looks younger than me. Even if he has learned medicine since his mother's, he probably doesn't know as much as I do. Why am I not worthy? Hee. Shang Ruai's eyes flashed with contempt. "If you say so, I can cure the plague that Dr. Jiang can't cure. How can I say that?"
This.
If what he said is true, Men cannot treat women directly and must have a female doctor to assist them. Then if a woman in the world is sick and there is no female doctor around, then there is no need to treat the disease. Just wait for death. Shang Ruai sneered. Even if there is a strict separation between men and women, you must know that in the eyes of doctors, there is no distinction between men and women, only patients. If you can't even do this, how can you practice medicine? After saying this, regardless of Jiang and her stark face, he pushed her aside and walked straight to the queen's bed. Looking at the bulging belly, he frowned slightly. Putting his hand on her wrist, a cold light flashed in Shang Ruoi's eyes. She took out a silver needle from the medicine box and pierced the queen's fingertips. The black blood that flowed out was extremely viscous. She took out a little powder and sprinkled it on it. When the powder came into contact with the blood, it instantly turned black. Seeing this, she became more certain of her judgment. She said in a deep voice, "The queen is not poisoned at all. She is poisoned by a goo." Goo? When Dr. Jiang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. How could it be that she was poisoned? When he felt the pulse of the Empress, it was clear that she was poisoned. He strode forward. "Don't talk nonsense. The Empress is clearly poisoned." Shang Ruoi handed him the black liquid in the porcelain bowl. "This is a special powder for testing the poison of the goo. The Empress is undoubtedly poisoned." Dr. Jiang was a little flustered. If this is the case, then wouldn't his previous diagnosis and efforts be a joke? Shang Ruoi said in a deep voice, "This goo has been in the Empress's body for at least a year. It would not have taken effect so quickly, but after the Empress became pregnant, she took a lot of supplements. The goo worm absorbed too much nutrients and woke up early. The most worrying thing is that the goo worm seems to be dissatisfied with the present and wants to drill into the fetus. Now it is only 6 months pregnant. If the goo worm really enters the fetus, the dragon fetus will not survive." At this time, the emperor has received the news and strode into the bedroom. "You said that the queen was poisoned by the goo?" Shang Ruoi nodded. "That's right. Most of the poisonous goo came from southern Xinjiang, and no one in Tianshan raised this kind of thing." She handed the black liquid to Emperor Tianshan. "This goo is extremely powerful. If it is not removed now, I am afraid the dragon fetus will be in danger." Hiss. "How can this be possible? Is there any way to get rid of this goo worm?" Shang Ruoi sighed. "Ordinary goo worms are easy to get rid of, but the poison in the queen's body is obviously very tricky. The goo worm has already awakened as an adult, which is far from comparable to the goo worm in its childhood." Shang Ruai held a silver needle in her hand and stabbed it into the queen's wrist. Suddenly, a bulge appeared under the skin of her abdomen. "What was that just now?" "That is the awakened goo worm," Shang Ruai said in a low voice. "When it grows up, the queen's hard work will be eaten up by it." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although they had heard a lot about the witchcraft in southern Xinjiang, today was really an eye-opener. It is really hard to imagine how the person who raises goo puts the goo worm into the human body. Then, is there any way to take the goo worm out? Although there is a way, the queen is pregnant now and the risk is very high. If there is any mistake, the queen and the dragon fetus in her belly will be in danger. After hearing her words, even Emperor Tianshan was a little undecided. At this moment, the queen's abdomen bulged again. "It's moving. The goo worm is moving again," Emperor Tianshan said loudly. Shang Ruai looked at the bulge and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, this is fetal movement." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshan blushed and smiled awkwardly. Shang Ruai came to the queen's bed again and pricked her wrist with a silver needle. The poisonous insect moved again. She had thought of sealing the poisonous insect with a silver needle and then cutting the skin to take it out. However, the queen was pregnant now, and her belly was bulging. The location of the poisonous insect was relatively close to the fetus, so cutting the skin was too risky. But what other ways could be used to get it out of its current location? Spiritual spring water. Shang Ruai had a flash of inspiration. Use spiritual spring water to lure the poisonous insect out. The poisonous insect grew in the queen's flesh and blood and was extremely sensitive to the smell of any part of her body. Even beasts like lions and tigers had no resistance to spiritual spring water, let alone a small poisonous insect. At this time, Jiang and her stepped forward and whispered, "Master Lingjun is probably incapable of detoxifying the poison, so he just made up a lie that the queen was poisoned." Shang Ruai glanced at her. She had only thought that she was plain-looking before, but now it seemed that her brain couldn't be any plainer. "You didn't see the powder for testing the goo worm, or you didn't see the goo worm wriggling." Shang Ruai sneered. "Now I know why you have been with divine Dr. Jiang for so long, but your medical skills are still not up to par. It's really that your brain is not suitable for being a doctor, and it's easy to delay the treatment of patients." "How dare you slander me?" "Slander?" Shang Ruai sneered. "Do I need to slander? If you don't agree, you can ask divine Dr. Jiang if what I said is true, or ask the imperial doctors in the palace. They have no grudges against you, so they won't slander you." After she finished speaking, she ignored her and took out a porcelain bottle from the medicine box. It was filled with undiluted spiritual spring water. She cut the queen's arm with a knife, and suddenly, thick black blood flowed down. Everyone was amazed when they saw this. "What are you doing? Why did you cut the queen's arm?" The nanny shouted, "How can people like you harm our queen's phoenix body at will? Madam, do you want your queen's bones and blood to be eaten up by the poisonous insect, or do you want to save her?" "Of course, I want to save the queen." Shang Ruai raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at her. "I want your queen to recover, so don't disturb me." The nanny immediately shut up after hearing this. Shang Ruai used a silver needle to stop the bleeding and dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water on the wound. For a long time, the poisonous insect showed no signs of moving. Shang Ruai dripped some more. She looked at the location of the poisonous insect without missing a beat. Just when she thought her method had failed, suddenly, the poisonous insect moved visibly, and the next moment, it moved crazily towards the queen's arm. When the poisonous insect moved, the queen was in a coma, and her face instantly turned extremely pale. Not long after, the poisonous insect came near the wound. Shang Ruai originally wanted to directly cut the flesh to remove the goo, but that would inevitably leave an obvious scar on her arm, and even the best scar removal cream would be useless. Thinking of what the old princess said, if a woman had a scar on her body, it would be regarded as an ominous sign. Although she didn't care, would the queen and the emperor care? If the emperor cared, then the days in this deep palace would be particularly difficult. She thought about it and finally didn't do it. The goo worm stopped at an inch of the wound and stopped moving forward. Seeing this, Shang Ruai's eyes flashed with anxiety. If she delayed any longer, the wound would almost heal under the effect of the spiritual spring water. At that time, the goo worm would be difficult to remove. She dripped a few more drops of spiritual spring water. If it didn't show up again, she was afraid that she could only cut the flesh to remove the goo. Just as she was about to insert the needle, the goo worm finally couldn't resist the temptation and slowly moved forward. Not long after, a white fleshworm appeared in front of Shang Ruai. There was a lot of spiritual spring water in the wound, and the poisonous insect was very excited, exposing its fleshy body. At this moment, Shang Ruai seized the opportunity, pierced its body with a silver needle, and threw it out. The poisonous insect landed right at Jiang An'er's feet. She saw the fleshy insect twisting on the ground and screamed, "Ah!
Bug! Bug!"
The sharp voice spread throughout Fingy Palace. Dr. Jiang felt a chill on his back and hurried forward to cover her mouth. Dr. Jiang pulled Jiang An'er to kneel on the ground. "Your Majesty, my daughter does not know etiquette. Please forgive her for her young age." Emperor Tianshun was devoted to the queen, so how could he care about Jiang's father and daughter? Originally, if you were to lose etiquette in front of the palace, you would be punished with 50 strokes of the cane at the lightest and imprisonment at the worst. However, thinking that Dr. Jiang might be useful in the future, Emperor Tianshun suppressed his annoyance and said in a deep voice, "Get out." Dr. Jiang heard this. How dare he delay? He quickly pulled Jiang Anu away. The prince came to the side of the poisonous insect, looked at the still twisting body, and said with disgust, I didn't expect that there would be such a big poisonous insect in my mother's body. It's really terrible. Every time this poisonous insect wriggles, my mother must be very uncomfortable. At this time, Inutchjong walked in. Your Majesty, Concubine Zhao is here. Can you let the concubine come in? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshun nodded. Call her in. Concubine Zhao was wearing a pink floor-length robe and a white fox fur on her shoulders. There was not even a stray hair in the fox fur. She was holding a hot water bottle in her hands. Although she was in her 30s, she looked like a young girl in her 20s. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed with good health. Concubine Zhao said softly. Why did my beloved concubine come here today? Concubine Zhao looked in the direction of the queen's bed. I heard that Prince Bao invited a miracle doctor who could cure the queen's poison, so I came to see it. At this moment, she suddenly saw the white worm on the ground and was shocked. This is it. Don't be afraid, mother. Lingjun smiled. This is the poisonous insect that the miracle Dr. Lingjun took out of the queen's body. The queen mother was not poisoned, but poisoned. Concubine Zhao was stunned when she heard this. Poisoned? Isn't the poisonous insect only found in southern Xinjiang? Immediately, she hurriedly said to the emperor, Your Majesty, you must let the miracle doctor check you later. Then she heard Concubine Zhao muttering, This poisonous insect is actually in the queen's body. It's so terrible. If it were me, I'm afraid I would be scared to death. Emperor Tianshun was stunned when he heard this. Yes, just thinking about it makes my back cold. Emperor Tianshun looked at the bugs on the ground, then at the person on the bed, and a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. Concubine Zhao had been with him for many years and knew his every move very well. Seeing the look in his eyes, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. So, what if the queen is the most favored in the 6 palaces? It is said that the emperor is extremely fond of the queen and is infatuated with her, but today it seems that it is just so. It's just a poisonous insect, but he began to despise and hate it. I think that even if the queen recovers in the future, the emperor will no longer be willing to set foot here, let alone have any close contact with it. If this goes on, it won't be long before the queen is deposed. Shang Ruai bandaged the wound and checked the queen's body. After making sure there was no poisonous insect, she got up. At this moment, a palace maid came in with a bowl of medicine. The smell of the medicine came into her nose. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on the medicine bowl and asked in a low voice, Where did you get this medicine from? My lord, this is the prescription that divine Dr. Jiang wrote for the queen. Shang Ruai frowned, took the medicine bowl, smelled it carefully, and confirmed that she had not made a mistake. The queen is almost well now, and there is no need to boil this medicine again in the future. Yes. Upon hearing this, the palace maid took the medicine bowl and retreated. Divine Dr. Jiang and his daughter were standing outside. When Divine Dr. Jiang saw that the medicine was brought out intact, his heart sank slightly. Your Majesty. Shang Ruai stepped forward. The queen is fine now, and she will recover after a few days of good care. That's very good. Before Emperor Tianshun could speak, Concubine Zhao said, Please ask the divine doctor to check the emperor's pulse as well. The Emperor Tianshun also had this in mind. Shang Ruai looked at the look in his eyes, understood it in her heart, and hid the disdain in her eyes. It is said that emperors are ruthless, which is mostly true. It was just a poisonous insect, but he was so disgusted with it that he didn't even want to set foot in front of the queen's bed. Shang Ruai took his pulse and smiled. The emperor's kidney energy is insufficient. Perhaps he has been too overworked in recent days. He should rest more. Insufficient kidney energy? She did not lower her voice. On the contrary, her voice was louder than usual. Everyone inside and outside Fengyi Palace heard it. Everyone lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't hear anything. The Emperor Tianshun had an extremely ugly expression. He was so bold to say that he had insufficient kidney energy. Shang Ruai looked at him clearly, as if she didn't think she had said anything extraordinary. Do you need me to prescribe a prescription for you? The Emperor Tianshun was about to say no, when he heard her say with a smile, The medicine will definitely cure the disease, and the effect is remarkable. Hearing her say this, Emperor Tianshun coughed. Seeing this, Inach Zhang beside him hurried forward with a smile on his face. Please write down the prescription and give it to me. I didn't expect that you are so young, but your medical skills are so superb. At this time, Lingjun happened to be standing behind her. He was stunned when he saw her back. Why did she look so familiar? Shang Ruai noticed the gaze behind her, and her brows under the mask frowned slightly. She is now dressed as a man, so why does the prince look at her like this? In her memory, Shang Ruai should have no intersection with this prince. Your Highness, the prince is too kind. It's just the queen's illness, and I happen to know how to cure it. Shang Ruai smiled. I wonder if the notice posted by Your Highness the Prince before counts? Are you talking about medical books? Shang Ruai nodded. I set out for the capital as soon as I received the prince's letter, and I saw the notice from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on the way. Now that I have cured the queen, I shamelessly come to His Royal Highness to ask for the medical book. Lingjun smiled. What I said is of course counted. As long as my mother wakes up, I will definitely present it to her with both hands. Lingjun smiled. So before my mother wakes up, I will trouble Master Lingjun to take care of Fengyi Palace. Shang Ruai didn't want to leave immediately. After all, she still had to look for the emperor's private treasury. Only in this way would it be worth her coming all the way to the capital. Emperor Tianshun looked at the dead insects on the ground again, and said in a deep voice, Fourth brother, go and check for me. Find out how the poisonous insects from southern Xinjiang got into this palace. And how they got into the queen's body. Everything must be investigated clearly for me. Your son obeys your order. When concubine Zhao saw that Emperor Tianshun had recently frequently appointed the fourth prince, she felt a little uneasy. In the past, among all the princes, only the crown prince was valued by the emperor, so concubine Zhao didn't have to worry about anyone replacing Lingjun's position. But now the fourth prince has repeatedly made remarkable achievements, and the plague that had stumped everyone has been successfully resolved. Now he has invited a genius doctor to detoxify the queen. Each of these things is difficult for ordinary people to accomplish. As the first prince with a title among the princes, she had to be more cautious. Her eyes fell on Shang Ruai, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. She had participated in Lingqi's several meritorious deeds. If Lingqi had the intention of seizing the throne, she would be the biggest help. Such a person must not be kept. She looked at her belly, smiled, and stepped forward and said, I have never asked a genius doctor to take my pulse. I wonder if Master Lingjun can take a look for me? Shang Ruai heard that and couldn't refuse, so for a moment, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Concubine Zhao was actually pregnant. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are 2 months pregnant. Really? Concubine Zhao said in surprise. I am really pregnant? Yes, Your Majesty. Shang Ruai curled her lips. This concubine Zhao was really good at pretending. She had obviously drunk the medicine for preserving the pregnancy, but she still pretended not to know that she was pregnant. The women in the harem were really good at acting. Emperor Tianshun was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Your Majesty, I heard that Master Lingjun is a miracle doctor. Can you let the miracle doctor take care of my baby this time? Concubine Zhao smiled and said, The miracle doctor diagnosed my pregnancy when he first entered the palace. This child may be destined to be with the miracle doctor. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruai looked at concubine Zhao with disdain. Does this woman think she is worth gold and silver, and everyone loves her? Why should she let him take care of her baby this time? Very good, very good. Emperor Tianshun was very pleased. He was about to issue an order when he heard Shang Ruai smile and say, I came here because of the poisoning of the queen. I will leave after staying in the capital for 7 days. I am afraid that I will not be able to help the concubine take care of her baby. Concubine Zhao did not expect that she would refuse so decisively. Emperor Tianshun's face was particularly ugly. His words were as important as an imperial decree, but she rejected them casually. This behavior showed that she did not take him seriously and trampled on the face of the royal family. Doctor, do you want to disobey the order? Shang Ruai smiled and said, Your Majesty, I am not disobeying the order, but I am good at poison and not proficient in keeping the baby. I am afraid that it will not help the imperial concubine to keep the baby. Moreover, judging from the pulse, the imperial concubine's pregnancy is very stable and will not consume too much energy at all. Are you serious? Really? Shang Ruai looked at the father and daughter of the Jiang family who were still standing outside. Dr. Jiang seems to be more suitable for keeping the baby for the empress. Emperor Tianshun thought about it and winked at the enraged Zhang beside him. Enraged Zhang hurriedly brought the two into the palace. At some point, snow began to fall outside, and the two were covered with white snowflakes. Jiang Enur's face turned blue and purple from the cold. When he was driven out of the palace, he was not wearing a robe, but only thin clothes. It was snowing, and his hands were stiff. Dr. Jiang, concubine Zhao is pregnant, and her pregnancy is in your hands. I will do my best. I thought he would be driven out of the palace, but I didn't expect the emperor to give me such an important task. Concubine Zhao was dissatisfied when she saw that the person who took care of her pregnancy was replaced so easily, but she didn't show it on her face. After all, if she offended the emperor in public, he might think she had lived too long. But if she wanted to get rid of this Dr. Lingjun, she had to find another way. Emperor Tianshun looked at concubine Zhao's belly, then looked at the empress who was still in a coma, and whispered to concubine Zhao, I'll go to your palace. Concubine Zhao was overjoyed, and a group of people left in a mighty manner. Before leaving, Jiang Enur glared at her fiercely, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to pierce her body. Shang Ruai lived in a side hall. At night, she changed into night clothes and left from the side door nimbly. There were not many guards in the side hall, and the patrolling soldiers passed by here only once in a long time. When she came here with He Lingqi during the day, she had already remembered it in her mind. She passed by a palace, and the sound of stringed instruments rang out, and from time to time there were a few women's laughter. She rubbed the goosebumps on her body. She didn't expect that concubine Zhao had so much energy, even though she was pregnant. At this time, a team of patrolling soldiers appeared. At this time, there was no place to hide around, so she had no choice but to flash into the space. After the patrol soldiers left, she was about to come out of the space when she heard the voice of Emperor Tianshun. Reward. I will definitely reward you heavily. Shang Ruai was shocked when she heard the words. Since it was a reward, he would definitely open a private treasury. However, before the smile on her face could be expanded, she heard Emperor Tianshun say again, You can take any item in my Yangxin Palace, as long as you like it. Shang Ruai couldn't help but curl her lips. This emperor was too stingy. It was agreed that the reward was to choose one from the things he used. With his poor appearance, he probably didn't have any private treasury. However, since the imperial concubine was allowed to choose in the Yangxin Palace, there might be some priceless things in it. She continued to walk forward. She hid when she passed by several patrols. However, the Yangxin Palace was surrounded by guards everywhere, and it was not easy to get in. She also found several hidden auras around the Yangxin Palace. She thought about it and took out a few rabbits from the space. The movement quickly attracted the attention of the guards. Most of the guards in the Yangxin Palace had gone, and she finally had the opportunity to enter the palace. At this time, there was no lighting in the Yangxin Palace. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright tonight, so although it was not very clear, she could still see roughly. This Yangxin Palace was indeed magnificent, and the decorations and furnishings inside were all exquisite. No wonder the emperor said that if she could choose any one of them in the Yangxin Palace, which one would not be priceless. Just as she was about to go inside, she heard a voice from outside. Your Majesty, are you still going to Concubine Shu's place? No, I'm tired today. Send someone to tell Concubine Shu that I will go to see her tomorrow.
Yes.
At this time, a group of palace servants came in to light the lights, and the entire Yangxin Palace was instantly lit up, and Shang Ruai had already hidden in the space before the palace servants came. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Shang wants to see you. Emperor Tianshun frowned. This Shangnian, why is he not sleeping well in the mansion in the middle of the night and coming to the palace? Prime Minister Shang said he wants to see you for something important. Let him get in. Shangnian walked in quickly, holding a letter in his hand. Your humble servant greets His Majesty. Emperor Tianshun waved his hand. If you feel free, you can guard the city gate for me. I see that you are now old and strong, and you don't even need to sleep at night. Shangnian heard that, and cold sweat broke out on his back, and hurriedly knelt on the ground again. Your Majesty, I do have something important to report.
Tell me.
Shang Ruai was standing behind Emperor Tianshun at this time, and rolled her eyes at Shangnian, who was kneeling on the ground. The important matters her father mentioned were nothing more than calculating other people's things. I don't know which mansion will suffer today. Your Majesty, I was about to go to bed today when a flying knife suddenly flew in, along with this letter. He presented the letter. Your Majesty, the letter says that Prince Ding's leg has recovered. Shang Ruai in the space put away the smile on her face, her expression stern, and looked at the letter in Emperor Tianxuan's hand with sharp eyes. Not only did it say that He Jingheng's leg had recovered, but even Su Zilua was mentioned. Her heart sank. Who was watching their every move? Humph, the Dinghua Palace is really restless. Emperor Tianshun frowned. It seems that I was too kind at the beginning. Yes, Your Majesty, why don't we take this opportunity to uproot the Dinghua Palace and execute them all? Shangnian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Pull out your uncle. Shang Ruai almost threw the peel in her hand at his face. How could her father be so bad? Did the Dinghua Palace provoke him? Haha, my dear minister, you really put justice above your relatives. Don't forget that your concubine's daughter is also among them. Shang Ruai snorted coldly. Shangnian might have forgotten his concubine's daughter a long time ago. If I can share the worries of the emperor, let alone a concubine's daughter, even if it takes my life, I will not hesitate at all. Shangnian said righteously, but Shang Ruai sneered. Wouldn't hesitate at all? If he knew that the emperor had thoughts of getting rid of him, Shangnian would probably be the first to rebel. Now, those traitors in the Dinghua Palace have not made any noise in the place of exile, and Huan has not been found. It is not so easy to punish them. Although the Dinghua Palace was sealed, its influence in the hearts of the people of Tianshun still exists. If the cause is unfounded, it will probably arouse public anger. Your Majesty, why don't you just draft a charge like before? Shangnian said with a smile. Emperor Tianshun narrowed his eyes. It's a good idea. Shang Ruai heard the plan of the monarch and his minister clearly in the space. She rolled up her sleeves, with a faint smile on her face. If her teammates in the previous life saw her like this, they would definitely sweat for her opponents. Shang Ruai looked at the two people outside the space, and the gun in her hand was already equipped with a silencer. The two people were so close that she could their heads off as long as she pulled the trigger. After a while, she put her hand down again. If Emperor Tianshun was killed now, the prince would ascend the throne. Now He Lingqi has the intention to seize the throne again, and He Jingheng is also involved. If He Lingsheng is a wise ruler, it would be fine. If not, there will be another bloody storm, and the real victims are the common people. Thinking of this, she suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. She looked at Shangnian, this old man. It seems that he has to find something to do. Send someone to secretly investigate the Dinghua Palace. If it is true as the letter says, I will definitely eradicate it.
Yes.
After Shangnian left, Emperor Tianshun sat on the chair and suddenly turned around to look at where Shang Ruai was. Shang Ruai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he could see her? With a smile in his eyes, Emperor Tianshun stood up and walked over. She suddenly felt the hairs on her body stand up. Seeing that Emperor Tianshun was just an inch away from her, he raised his hand and pressed it on a white porcelain vase behind him. With a slight turn, the wall next to him slowly opened, and it was filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. Emperor Tianshun walked in, looked at the treasures in the room, and picked up 2 jade articles. After coming out, he turned the vase again, and the door closed automatically. Shang Ruai saw all this and was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the private storehouse of Emperor Tianshun was in this Yangxin palace. At this time, Inut came in. "Your Majesty, it's getting late. You should go to bed early." Emperor Tianshun handed him the jade in his hand. "Send this to concubine Zhao." He handed him another jade bracelet. "Send this to concubine Shu." "I'll do it right away." Just as Inut was about to turn around and leave, he heard him sigh. "Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions?" "Give me the bracelet. I'll go see concubine Shu in person." "Go in person?" Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly. Isn't this opportunity coming to her? After they all left, Shang Ruai walked out of the space, gently turned the white porcelain vase, and the wall opened again. Shang Ruai flashed in. When she saw what was inside clearly, her heart was slightly shocked. The private vault was very large, and there were countless rare treasures inside. Gold and silver became the least valuable things. TSK, 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 no wonder everyone wants to be an emperor. If I knew how rich being an emperor is, I would want to be one too. Without too much sighing, she waved her hand and put all the treasures in the private storehouse into the space. "This is the interest for your persecution of loyal people." She flashed out of the space and restored it to its original state. She returned to the side hall carefully. She just entered the inner room and was about to change out of her nightgown, when suddenly her fingers paused and a silver light flashed in her hand, and a handful of silver needles flashed. "TSK, your perception is really sharp." A man's voice came out. Shang Ruai felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" She looked at Lingheng, who was drinking tea in the inner room, and whispered, "How dare you walk around in this palace casually? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? You are a person who doesn't even have martial art skills, but you can come and go freely in this palace, aren't you?" He looked at her dress and couldn't help laughing. "Are you going to steal?" "Almost." Shang Ruai went behind the screen to take off her nightgown and put on a robe. As soon as she came out, a warm, hot water bottle was stuffed in her hand. "Is it true that the queen was poisoned by a goo?" Shang Ruai nodded. "It is indeed a goo worm. Those people in southern Xinjiang actually reached their hands into the queen's palace. They are getting bolder and bolder." Shang Ruai said nothing, and a puzzled look flashed in her eyes. Was this goo worm really planted by people in southern Xinjiang? She suddenly remembered the conspiracy between Shang Nian and Emperor Tianshun in the Yangxin Palace just now. "You mean they want to repeat the same trick?" Lingjun sneered. Shang Ruai nodded. "I think that's what they planned." A hint of anger appeared on Lingjun's face. After a while, he sighed. "You should rest early. I'll go back first." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and flew away through the window. Shang Ruai lay on the bed, looking at the hot water bottle beside her pillow, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, she came to Fengyi Palace early. At this time, the queen had already woken up. When she saw Shang Ruai, a smile emerged on her face. "You must be the genius Dr. Lingjun." "I am Lingjun, and I am here to meet the queen." "No need to be polite, genius doctor." The queen smiled and said, "I cannot accept the greeting from the genius doctor. If it were not for you, I would be in great danger." Shang Ruai said nothing, but just looked at her steadily. Seeing this, the queen asked, "Why are you looking at me like this, genius doctor?" She walked forward and put the medicine box on the low table next to her. Her voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it. "Why does your majesty want to put yourself in danger?" As soon as she finished speaking, the queen's face changed suddenly, and she winked at the nanny next to her. The nanny understood, dismissed the palace people, and retreated to the outer room. The queen's tone was not as gentle as before, and she said in a deep voice, "You are worthy of the name of a miracle doctor. You can even discover such a hidden thing. Actually, it's not difficult. There is a very small scar on the inside of your arm. It is a sign of women who raise goo. The scar is not easy to be noticed on the inside, and it is obvious that the scar was left by repeated punctures and repeated blood draws." The queen looked at her steadily and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that I had concealed the truth for so many years, but a little girl like you could see through it So easily. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. This queen was really not simple. She was wearing a mask and wrapped herself very tightly, but she could see that she was a girl at a glance. Does the queen want to make a deal with me? The queen looked at her with a smile on her face. I like dealing with smart people the most. She stretched out her hand. Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment. The queen looked at her. You have never served anyone? To be honest with you, Your Majesty, I have never served anyone. After she finished speaking, she helped the queen up. The queen sat up straight and touched her bulging belly. Is the child safe? Since Your Majesty knows the art of witchcraft, your medical skills must be very superb. Shang Ruai brushed her sleeves. Even if I don't come to remove the poison, you will wake up within a month. But the fetus in her belly might not survive. The queen looked at her. A dark light flashed in her eyes. I really can't underestimate you. You even know such things. It's just a guess. It doesn't count. Shang Ruai put her hand on her pulse. Your Majesty is in good health now. The dragon fetus in your belly is safe. Now that the poison has been resolved, Your Majesty can rest assured. She stood up and turned around to pack the medicine box. The queen looked at her back with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. She was just about to take out the dagger under the pillow when she heard Shang Ruai say faintly, Your Majesty has just recovered from a serious illness. It's better not to make too big movements to prevent injury. The queen's hand squatted in place, turned her head to look at her, and found that Shang Ruai didn't even look back and was busy packing the medicine box.
Who are you?
The queen's voice was cold. My name is Lingjun, and I have just introduced myself. Shang Ruai said with a smile. My queen, if you want to trade, you must show your sincerity. It is not good for you to try to hurt someone in the dark. Just then, there was a commotion outside, and Shang Ruai smiled. Perhaps the private vault was discovered. As expected, a group of guards surrounded the entire Fengyi palace. Go outside and see what's wrong with someone. As soon as the queen finished speaking, the palace maid opened the door of the outer room. Your Majesty, the commander of the Imperial Guards has been ordered to search for the thief.
How dare you?
The head nanny stepped forward and slapped the palace maid in the face. Your Majesty is still ill, and you are so bold as to open the palace gate privately to let the guards in. It's because Your Majesty is too lenient on weekdays, and you have allowed you to do whatever you want. The palace maid knelt on the ground and cried, I know I was wrong, and I beg Your Majesty to have mercy on me. The queen looked at Shang Ruai and saw that her hands were still calm and unhurried. She thought that the thief had nothing to do with him. She coughed twice and said lightly, Forget it, don't blame me. Just say that I am tired. There are no thieves in Fengyi Palace. Let them look for it somewhere else. Yes. The commander of the Imperial Guards wanted to leave when he heard the queen say this, but he thought that the palace gate was closed when he came in, and it was possible that the thief had already kidnapped the queen. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I am following the Emperor's decree to search all the palaces. There must not be any omissions, otherwise I will not be able to report. I hope Your Majesty is weak, and I will just take a look and leave. The queen frowned, and a murderous look flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden. The head nanny walked to the inner room and said softly, Your Majesty, change my clothes. When the commander of the Imperial Guards came in, the queen was sitting in the main seat, and Shang Ruai was standing below her. Lord Wen, you can send someone to search and see if there are any thieves in my Fengyi palace. The queen snorted coldly. Besides me and the head nanny, there is only the divine Dr. Lingjun invited by the Emperor for me. Your Majesty, please calm down. I am just following your orders. When Gang said in panic, I have no intention of disrespecting Your Majesty. The head nanny stepped forward and said coldly, If you want to search the palace, please hurry up. Your Majesty has just recovered from a serious illness and cannot be tired. Otherwise, if the Emperor blames you, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Yes, I understand. He waved his hand, and the guards walked into the palace with long swords on their waists. After searching, nothing was found. When Gang had a flattering smile on his face, Your Majesty, I have searched the palace. There are no thieves in Fengyi Palace. You can rest assured. I have nothing to worry about. I am afraid that it is you who is worried. The queen glanced at him. If there is nothing, I am tired. Lingheng hurriedly led his men out after hearing what the queen said. When he walked outside, his men cried and said, "Your Majesty, we have searched the entire palace from top to bottom. Where is the trace of the thief?" Of course they couldn't find it. After all, they had just left the thief. At this time, in the Yangxin Palace, Emperor Tianshun looked at his empty private storehouse, and his eyes were about to burst. The rare treasures, gold and silver bricks, calligraphy and paintings, jade wares and rare treasures from other countries, Dongzhu Yeming pearl and countless rare treasures, all disappeared. If you want to take the things in here away, it is impossible without dozens of people. However, the palace is heavily guarded at all times, and it is impossible to take things away under their noses. But now, the treasures in the room have disappeared. Emperor Tianshun forced himself not to fall down. Investigate. Investigate for me. No matter what method you use, you must catch the thieves for me. I will tear them into pieces. His treasures. The treasures he has saved for so many years were stolen overnight. How could he accept it? At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Shangnian had said. The treasures in the warehouse of the Dinghua Palace disappeared strangely, and his concubine's dowry was also stolen. However, the boxes of gold and silver were still in the warehouse, but the boxes in his private warehouse that were used to store these treasures were gone. Shang Ruai originally didn't want to leave the box behind, but before she left, she suddenly found that the boxes were surrounded by gold. It was worthy of the emperor's private warehouse. Even the boxes were gold, so she took them away. Each of those boxes weighed over 100 pounds. How could he walk out of the palace of tranquil longevity with the boxes in full view of so many people? Your Majesty, we didn't find any tunnels nearby, nor any suspicious footprints. Then tell me, where did all the treasures in the private storehouse go? He slammed the table hard, and the teacups on the table fell to the ground, and the scalding tea splashed on Lingheng without a drop falling. If you can't find them, you will be beheaded. Lingheng was horrified. This, let alone himself. Even if all the masters of the Dali Temple investigated together, there might not be a result. Now this task was given to him. Wouldn't it be like asking for his life? At this moment, a masked figure flashed before his eyes, and Lingheng hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I think there is a person who is very suspicious." "Who?" "The Lingjun doctor in Fengyi Palace." He whispered. He just entered the palace, and the emperor's private storehouse was robbed. How could it be such a coincidence? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshun shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can she move all the treasures in the storehouse by herself? Do you have a brain?" Lingheng was so scared that he knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, calm down. I, your humble servant, will check it now." Emperor Tianshun clenched his fists and looked at the door of the private storehouse. He couldn't help but hold his forehead, his heart pounding. He stood up, felt dizzy, and fell straight down. The news of the emperor's fainting spread throughout the palace in an instant. The queen and concubine Zhao were pregnant and could not serve him, so this hard job fell on concubine Shu. When Shang Ruai heard the news in Fengyi Palace, her eyebrows slightly raised. She didn't expect that the emperor could not stand such setbacks. It saved her the trouble of poisoning him. She originally planned to take a stroll in the Yangxin Palace when she had time and give the emperor some non-lethal but more torturous poison so that he would not have the energy to cause trouble for the Dinghua Palace in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, he fell ill by himself. The queen looked at her and whispered, "Did you take the things in the Yangxin Palace? Your Majesty really thinks highly of me." She handed the written list to the head nanny. "1 dose a day. Take before lunch." I am a commoner? How could she not see it at all? Since you can remove poison, you must have a master. Who is your master? Is it difficult to remove poison? Shang Ruai shrugged. To be honest, I really don't have a master. It's just that I liked to read some books on qi men dunjia when I was young, and I just figured out how to remove poison by myself. The queen leaned back in her chair, her eyes flashing with admiration, telling a lot of lies. She actually liked this girl's personality. Judging from your accent, you must be from the capital. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips. Your Majesty, you are from southern Xinjiang. How come you know the dialects of so many places? The queen was exhausted. I think you don't want this little life anymore. How dare you talk to me like this? Your Majesty, since you are from southern Xinjiang, the most important thing is to save your own life first. Shang Ruai's tone was full of indifference. If you hadn't done a favor to a certain family in the past, I would not even bother to look at the prince taking out the books left by the medical saint today, even if it was the medical god. The queen was stunned when she heard this. The next moment, she suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Shang Ruai. What is your relationship with the Dingwa Palace? Your Majesty, there are some things that it is better not to know the answer to. There was an intriguing light in the eyes under the mask. The head nanny stepped forward, supported the queen, and said softly, Your Majesty, take care of yourself and don't disturb the prince in your belly. The queen slowly sat on the dragon chair, touched her belly, and whispered, Okay, I only want to ask you one thing. The old princess, is she okay? The old princess? She was actually asking about the old princess? Shang Ruai frowned slightly. She thought the queen would be for Prince Ding Hyuan. The old princess is in good health. Your Majesty, don't worry. The queen closed her eyes, and a line of clear tears slowly fell. She said to the head nanny beside her, Bring me the handkerchief I put in the sandalwood box. The head nanny paused. Your Majesty. She looked at Shang Ruai, her eyes full of suspicion. That handkerchief is so important to you. It doesn't matter. The queen whispered, Since she already knows my identity, I have nothing to hide. She looked at Shang Ruai and smiled. Let me guess, are you here this time because Heng'a asked you to? Shang Ruai did not answer, and the queen knew the answer. What is your relationship with the Prince Ding's palace? You will know later. The queen looked at her with a much kinder look than before and said lightly, With your ability, if you were not disfigured, you would be a pretty girl. Marrying Heng'er would be a help, much better than the concubine of that old man Shangnian. When I think that the prince actually married a concubine as his principal wife, I feel as if I had eaten a fly. Shang Ruai looked at her, without a trace of ripples in her eyes. Your Majesty, is there a possibility that the disgusting woman who is like a fly in your mouth is standing in front of you? Have you seen that concubine named Shang something? What is her character like? What does she look like? Shang Ruai was angry and amused. This queen was actually quite cute. The crown prince's concubine is ugly and behaves in a manner. She is not much better than a countrywoman. The queen looked her up and down and nodded. That's true. Before she could savor the queen's words, she heard a noisy sound coming from outside again. Concubine Zhao led a group of palace servants and guards behind her into Fingi Palace. The queen sat on the phoenix chair and looked at Concubine Zhao, who came in with a smile. Noble Concubine Zhao, it's really too much for you to come here with such a big crowd to pay your respects to me today. This palace is not a den of tigers and wolves. Why do you need to bring so many people? I pay my respects to the Empress. Noble Concubine Zhao bowed, and before the Empress asked her to stand up, she stood up by herself with a smug look on her face. Your Majesty, I came here today first to pay my respects to you, and second, to catch the thief. She waved her hand and looked at Shang Ruai. Catch her for me and interrogate her severely. She must have stolen the treasures from the Emperor's private treasury. Shang Ruai expected that she was coming for her, and there was no panic on her face. She walked forward and sneered. Where is the evidence? If noble concubine Zhao wants to arrest me, she just needs to show the evidence. Humph. The treasures in the Emperor's private treasury have never been lost, but after you entered the palace, the treasures were stolen. If it wasn't you who stole it, who else could it be? Her eyes were fierce. I'm not afraid that you won't confess. Once I take you to jail, you'll confess everything. She waved her jade hand lightly, and the imperial guards behind her came towards her with swords in hand. At this moment, the queen on the main seat said coldly, Stop. I'll see who dares to take another step forward. Upon hearing this, the guards hurriedly stopped. Queen, are you in cahoots with her? The queen sneered. Concubine Zhao, you, a concubine, dared to break into my thingy palace with guards holding sharp blades. I think you've had enough of living. I'm here to track down the thieves. You're tracking down the thieves and you've come to my thingy palace? Concubine Zhao, you're overstepping your authority. Empress, I am the birth mother of the prince, and I have the power to assist the 6 palaces. How can I be presumptuous in tracking down the thief? Concubine Zhao raised her chin slightly, her eyes full of pride. So, what if she is the birth mother of the prince? I am the legitimate mother, so what if you are the imperial concubine or the imperial concubine? Without sitting on my throne, you are no different from those concubines to me, just a concubine. The queen handed the jade in her hand to the head nanny. How dare you, a mere concubine, come to Thingy Palace and make trouble? It seems that I am too lenient with you on weekdays. When concubine Zhao heard this, veins on her forehead were exposed, but every word the queen said made sense. She was just a concubine, and it was indeed presumptuous to want to take someone away from the queen, but now that the emperor was in a coma, this was the best opportunity to deal with the genius, Dr. Lingjun. She would definitely allow those who threaten her son's succession to the throne to live, and would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. After all, which emperor ascended the throne with a smooth journey? Who didn't step on the corpses of others to ascend the throne? She looked at Lingheng behind her, who understood what she meant and walked to Shangrui. Mr. Lingjun, please come with me. A silver needle slipped into her hand, and just when she was about to take action, the queen's majestic voice came. Today, I will put my words here. Without the emperor's order, no one can take anyone away from Thingy Palace. Those who violate it will be considered treason. As soon as the voice fell, no one dared to say another word. Treason means the execution of 9 clans. Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly. This queen seemed not bad. Concubine Zhao's face flushed, but she couldn't say a word of rebuttal. She turned around and was about to leave, when she heard the queen say faintly, "You are even more ignorant of etiquette. You left before you even greeted the emperor. Who taught you the rules?" Concubine Zhao had no choice but to pay her respects in a proper manner. She dared to leave only after hearing the queen's order to leave. The servants and guards who came with her left in disgrace. Concubine Zhao returned to the palace, picked up things and threw them down. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. She threw the vase on the ground, panting. She dares to humiliate me like this, relying on herself as the queen. I'm the mother of the prince. How dare she? How dare she? Bishi standing aside consoled her. Don't be angry, madam. You have to look at the dragon baby in your belly. Concubine Zhao touched her belly and sneered. Dragon baby? Oh, I tried every means to get pregnant with a dragon baby. But what's the result? The emperor rewarded me with a broken jade hairpin, and I ran to Concubine Shu with a jade bracelet. Everyone wants to compete with me. Why does everyone want to compete with me? Even if the dragon baby is broken, it can't compare to that which Concubine Shu. She swept the teapot on the table to the ground, and the splashing tea fell on her shoes. The slightly scalding temperature eased her out of control emotions a little. My queen, no matter how angry you are, you have to take care of yourself. When the prince ascends the throne in the future, you will be the queen mother in name only. The queen will not dare to do anything to you, but how to take revenge is up to you, isn't it up to you? Bishi's words made Concubine Zhao feel relieved. Yes. When the new emperor ascends the throne in the future, she will be the queen mother. When she wants to torture her, isn't it up to you? Seeing that her mood has eased a lot, Bishi ordered the servants to come in and clean up. At this time, Concubine Zhao said slowly, "What is the name of the fruit that the prince sent to me some time ago?" "My queen, it's called strawberry. Although it's a bit sour, I really want to eat it now." She touched her still flat belly. "I guess this child wants to eat it." "My queen, there is a folk rumor that sour boys and spicy girls, your baby may be a little prince." Bishi knew what Concubine Zhao wanted to hear. It would be good if it's a prince. She smiled. Send someone to ask where else we can get this fruit called strawberry. The news that the emperor was in a coma due to anger spread out of the palace, and people in the court and the country were in panic. The people of the prince's lineage were secretly waiting for news. In their view, if the emperor was bedridden, the prince would be involved in government affairs and it wouldn't take long for him to completely control the court. By then, it would be unknown whether the emperor's health could recover. In fact, they hoped that Emperor Tianshun would die at this point. Lingjun seemed to be extremely anxious, but in fact, the imperial physician and Dr. Jiang who treated the emperor were both members of the prince's party, and they naturally didn't want the emperor to recover. In the evening, Lingheng came to the side hall again, and Shang Rui asked in a low voice, "I see that you are very idle all day long. What do you think this palace is? You can come and go freely." Lingheng frowned and said in a low voice, "Can you cure the emperor's illness?" Shang Rui just took a sip of tea and spat it all out. "Cough, cough, cough, what did you say? Ask her to treat the emperor? The emperor's illness. He has harmed your Dingwa palace to this point, and you are still thinking about saving him. Are you a bodhisattva?" Lingheng sighed. "If he dies, the court will be in turmoil, and maybe disaster will come."
Disaster?
What disaster can it be? When the previous emperor dies and the prince ascends the throne, the Zhao family will rule the entire court. The prince is not yet fully grown and is not strong enough to fight with the Zhao family. At that time, the monarch will not be the monarch, the ministers will not be the ministers, and the foreign relatives will interfere in politics, and there will inevitably be unrest. Shang Rui drank the rest of the tea and curled her lips and said, "You are an exiled prisoner, but you still worry about the affairs of the royal family. When you were exiled by the Dingwa palace, people were not soft-hearted at all, and even wanted to put you to death. The monarch changes, the court is shaken, the world is in chaos, and the people are miserable. We in the Dingwa palace can ignore the emperor's life or death, but we can't put the people in dire straits." Lingheng's face was stern, and he said seriously, "As a sharp sword, the Dingwa palace will never be wielded against the people." Shang Rui's heart was slightly shocked. This sentence ran through her previous life. Because of this, she could better understand Lingheng's feelings. "Forget it." She took out a porcelain bottle. "Let someone give him this to drink, and he will wake up soon." The porcelain bottle contained spiritual spring water. When she thought that Emperor Tianshun was anxious, perhaps there was something extremely important among these treasures. Her mind searched in the space, and a square box caught her attention. When she opened it, she found that there was a seal inside. She blinked and asked a little embarrassedly, "That, a seal that is slightly larger than your fist, all golden with a dragon on it, what is that seal?" Lingheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you talking about the jade seal?" It was over, she actually stole the jade seal. No wonder the old emperor became ill due to anger. It seems that she has to find a chance to return the jade seal. Seeing the change in her expression, Lingheng did not ask, but he could probably conclude that the theft in the palace was related to her. However, if she really took the jade seal away, Lingjun would not be able to ascend the throne for a while. It is also a good thing. At this moment, the door of the side hall was knocked. "Divine Doctor, Divine Doctor." The voice of the guard Inren beside Lingqi rang. "Divine Doctor, are you resting?" "Not yet." She tightened her robe, and just as she was about to get up and open the door, her wrist was grabbed by a big hand. "What's wrong?" She followed Lingheng's gaze and looked at her somewhat messy clothes. She gathered them up casually and couldn't help but find it funny. In their eyes, "I'm just young Master Lingjun, a man." "What's wrong with being a man?" Lingheng said coldly. "Put on the human skin mask on your face." He didn't forget the looks those men gave her when she returned to her female body, making him want to dig out their eyeballs. Shang Rui opened the door, and Inren said anxiously, "Divine Doctor, Prince Bao is affectionate." "Wait a minute, I'll prepare the medicine box." Inren looked inside the room and saw Lingheng in a black robe sitting on a chair drinking tea. Inren's heart skipped a beat. Prince Ding was actually here. Lingheng looked over, and Inren hurriedly lowered his head. Shang Rui came out carrying a medicine box, and Inren hurriedly took the box. Divine Doctor, I'll carry it for you.
Thank you.
How could Inran dare to thank him? He led the way enthusiastically. Just as Zhang Ruai thought, Inran took her to the Yangxin Palace. Divine Doctor, you must have received the news in the palace that the emperor is seriously ill, and the prince specially asked you to go over. If you can wake the emperor up, you will be the benefactor of the entire Tianshan. Zhang Ruai smiled. It is my honor to do my best for the emperor and the prince. After saying this, she felt a little sick. As soon as she entered the palace, she heard Divine Dr. Jiang say, "The emperor's heart fire is very strong. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to wake up." Zhang Ruai couldn't help but roll her eyes. Isn't it just anger? How serious can it be? He still can't wake up. Is it really that he can't wake up, or they don't want the emperor to wake up? Royal brother, I have sent people to Fengyi Palace to invite Lingjun, the genius doctor. The two genius doctors can treat father's condition together. Maybe it will help. Healing Qi said softly. I believe they will be here soon. Fourth brother, don't trust genius Dr. Jiang? Lingjun said coldly. Genius Jiang is the personal physician appointed by father himself. The genius Dr. Lingjun has just entered the palace. His medical skills and character are yet to be verified. Father's dragon body is at stake, and not everyone can diagnose father's pulse. Healing Qi was about to refute when he heard Zhang Rui's voice. Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't trust my medical skills? She walked forward and saluted, then straightened up before he could speak, with a hint of disdain in her words. Since your Highness does not trust me, why bother to ask me to come here with the medical sage's book as a token? Lingjun narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Young Master Lingjun, after all, you are still young, and your father's body is precious. I will definitely not use a doctor who is not recognized by your father. Not recognized by the emperor? Zhang Ruai smiled and said to Anuch Zhang, who was standing at the door, Anuch Zhang, did the emperor take the prescription I wrote for him that night?
Yes.
Did your highness hear it? Zhang Ruai stretched out her hand, and Inren hurriedly handed her the medicine box. Your highness, I want to treat the emperor. I hope your highness will approve. Zhang Ruai looked at him with clear eyes. If I am unable to treat him, I am willing to follow your highness's orders. Lingjun thought for a moment and nodded. Since Master Lingjun has such great confidence, I will believe you this time. Don't forget your promise. Zhang Ruai came to the dragon couch with the medicine box. Dr. Jiang looked at her and snorted. Master Lingjun is really shameless. He dared to issue a military order in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If he can't cure the emperor, he is not afraid of being dragged out and beheaded and losing his life in vain. Haha, Dr. Jiang is really old and likes to worry about other people's affairs. Zhang Ruai sneered. My grandfather was extremely long-lived and lived over 100 years old. Does Dr. Jiang know the secret? What secret? As a doctor, he naturally admires longevity. Never meddle in other people's business. As soon as Zhang Ruai finished speaking, she saw Dr. Jiang's face flushed, and his beard was curled up with anger. The palace servants around him lowered their heads and held back their laughter. Humph, I have good intentions, but you don't want to listen. Zhang Ruai stepped forward, and after taking his pulse, it was indeed as Dr. Jiang had diagnosed. It was not a serious illness, but he was holding his breath in his heart, which was neither going up nor down, so he had not woken up for a long time. All he had to do was let the air out of his heart. Zhang Ruai took out the silver needles, inserted a few needles into the acupuncture points on his body, and another needle into his heart. She gently moved the tails of the needles, and saw that the silver needles trembled at the same time. Everyone was amazed to see such a scene. Even Dr. Jiang was amazed. Not long after, Emperor Tianshan, who was lying on the dragon couch, opened his mouth slightly and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Seeing this, Zhang Ruai pulled out the silver needles, took out a porcelain bottle from the medicine box, and poured the spiritual spring water into his mouth. Her movements were not gentle, and were even a little rude. Two of Emperor Tianshuan's beards were pulled out. The palace servants who were serving on the side were almost scared to death when they saw this. What did you give father to eat? Lingjun said in a deep voice. If there is any problem with the food, I will take your life. Shang Ruai glanced at him coldly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you know why those truly skilled doctors are unwilling to come to the court to serve? Her words made everyone present hold their breath. Among them, Dr. Jiang had the ugliest look. Didn't she mean that his medical skills were not high? What did you say? Lingjun said angrily. You must have the attitude of asking for help when asking for treatment. Do you think that people with truly superb medical skills care about the salary and status given by the court? Shang Ruai snorted coldly. In the eyes of doctors, there are only patients and healthy people. Commoners and dignitaries are all treated equally in the face of disease. Could it be that the plague will be scared away because the crown prince is in a high position? Shang Ruai glanced at him and saw that his face was livid as she continued. I have never heard of any miracle doctor in this world who starved to death because he had no money to eat. On the contrary, those who can be called miracle doctors will be treated as honored guests no matter where they are, whether in Tianshan, the western regions, or southern Xinjiang. They will starve to death if they leave you. Shang Ruai looked at Divine Dr. Jiang. Divine Dr. Jiang is different from those of us who yearn for a leisurely life. Divine Dr. Jiang is willing to kowtow at an old age. This is something we can't learn. Lingjun's face looked rather ugly when he heard this. If he could, he wished he could eat her alive. Divine Dr. Jiang also stared at her unkindly. When she said that, wasn't she saying that he was unworthy of his position and was a person who was seeking fame and reputation? He had finally climbed to his current position. How could he let her ruin his bright future? Mr. Lingjun's words are righteous, but whether it was the last plague or this time to detoxify the queen, Mr. Lingjun seemed to be willing to help because of extremely generous rewards. Divine Dr. Jiang sneered. In my opinion, doctors should be kind-hearted and should not be greedy for gold, silver, and treasures, nor should they be greedy for rewards. What a joke. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing out loud. So, Dr. Jiang has developed some new way of health preservation? Or a way of survival? Dr. Jiang paused. What do you mean? Isn't that what you mean? Shang Ruai snorted coldly. Don't you mean that you can live without eating? Doctors don't covet money and rewards, so how can they eat? How can they eat and dress warmly? How can they live? Do they rely on the belief of, I am a doctor, I must do my best for the people all day long? Dr. Jiang paused. Old man means that food and daily life are guaranteed. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shang Ruai. If everyone in the world thinks like you, wouldn't it be the heyday of the peaceful era? Your Highness, you really invited a miracle doctor with extremely high morals. You only need to ensure the food and daily life of Dr. Jiang and his daughter, and you don't even need to pay them a salary. Divine Dr. Jiang didn't expect her to say that. His heart sank. If she did that, wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot? If he didn't need the money, why would he come here to be humble? He was just thinking about marrying his daughter into the prince's mansion so that she could enjoy endless wealth and glory. If a Nur could become a concubine or even a queen one day, he could also benefit from it. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant? What does that mean? Shang Ruai sneered. I'm sorry that I don't have such a high level of awareness as you. I still have a big family to support. In the future, I will have to set up a new house. I have to serve my elders and raise children. If I do, as Dr. Jiang said, I'm afraid my family will starve to death. She cupped her hands. I think I haven't practiced enough and can't reach the level of Dr. Jiang, who is so free and easy. Shang Ruai sneered. You don't like gold and silver. You are willing to treat everyone for free. I will definitely help you publicize your behavior so that people all over the world will admire you. But by then, I estimate that many people will come to you for treatment. I hope Dr. Jiang doesn't feel annoyed. Shang Ruai's words shocked Dr. Jiang. He never expected that this seemingly young boy in front of him would have such eloquence. If he did as she said, he would be exhausted to death. Dr. Jiang's face flushed, and his hands began to tremble slightly. Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him. You are allowed to meddle in other people's business and to gossip. You are the only one who can respond. You are a person of high moral character. Now I will let you have a good taste of what I am going to do. That's enough. Stop arguing. He Lingsheng's face was very gloomy. The emperor is still ill. How can two great doctors keep arguing here? Propriety? Shang Ruai sneered and cupped her hands. I know that my medical skills are not good enough, and I am not worthy of being reused, so I request to leave the palace. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please seek other medical treatment for the Emperor's illness. However, I will cure the Empress, as the Crown Prince said in the notice to the world. I hope your Highness will fulfill your promise and pass on your medical skills to me. Hearing her say this, He Lingsheng was furious. Master Lingjun, do you think that without you, your father will not be able to be cured? I didn't say that. Dr. Jiang is a skilled doctor and can definitely cure the Emperor. The Crown Prince and Dr. Jiang both looked very ugly. They wanted to give her a warning so that she would curb her arrogance, but they didn't expect that she would ask to leave directly. He Lingsheng had been in the palace for so long, and he had never seen anyone who was truly indifferent to the splendor of the palace. Since Master Lingjun said so, I will not force you. Since you came with my fourth brother, just follow him and leave. I will send someone to deliver the book to his residence. Shang Ruai smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. She looked at He Lingqi, who understood what she meant, and bowed to the prince. I will take you away first. The two came to Prince Bao's residence, and Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to him. Your Highness, please send someone to give this porcelain bottle and the letter to the queen. She left the palace in such a hurry that the queen didn't know. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. I'll go. He Jingheng walked in, and Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. He went to deliver it in person? There were many questions in her mind, but because of He Lingqi's presence, she didn't ask them in the end. Jingheng, the palace has been robbed, and my father has ordered martial law. It will be inconvenient for you to enter and leave the palace. I'll let the servants take you there. He Lingqi whispered. Besides, the Fengyi Palace where the queen is located belongs to the harem. It's too conspicuous for a man like you to enter and leave the harem. If you are mistaken for a thief, you will be in big trouble. He looked at He Jingheng's legs. There shouldn't be many people who know that your legs have recovered. You must not expose it, otherwise there will be a disaster in the Dinghua Palace. Nothing. A meaningless smile appeared on He Jingheng's face. There's nothing to be afraid of those good-for-nothings in the palace. When He Lingqi heard him say that, an inexplicable meaning flashed in her eyes. Shang Ruai thought for a while and took out another porcelain bottle. The queen is weak. Eating this will be good for her. He Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly. She had only been with the queen for 2 short days, but he was so concerned about her. 100 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, He Jingheng showed a helpless smile in his eyes. He Lingqi looked at the interaction between the two and couldn't help feeling a chill. Inren told him that He Jingheng seemed to treat this Lingjun genius doctor very differently. He didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that he is indeed a little too intimate. He and He Jingheng have known each other for more than 10 years, and he has never seen him treat anyone like this. Could it be that he has other habits that he doesn't know about? His eyes moved between the two of them, and he couldn't help swallowing. Hiss. With this guess, He Lingqi took a step back. He Jingheng is willing to help him now. Could it be that he also? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Jingheng, while it is still dark, you go quickly. After saying that, he left like a fly. Oh, his brain is not used in the right place, thinking about useless things all day long. Shang Ruai smiled without saying anything, but her heart was not as relaxed as her face looked. After He Jingheng left, Shang Ruai sat by the window, feeling a little upset. The current situation seems to be a little bit off the expected development of things. When she was exiled, she was thinking about staying in the place of exile, and everything was settled, and then she would divorce He Jingheng. However, now not only did she fail to divorce, but she also became the head of the He family and had to save people for He Jingheng. The most important thing is that she is a little confused now. This He Jingheng seems to be a little different from others to her. In 2 lives, she has never been exposed to love, and she has no idea what love is like. In her last life, she only felt that love was a burden. It was impossible for someone like her to spend the rest of her life with anyone. How could someone who didn't even know where she would be buried in the end be qualified to talk about love? In this life, she originally just wanted to live in peace, but she didn't expect to be involved in this treacherous court. Now, it is really not what she wants. She looked at the mountains of gold and silver treasures in the space. With so much money, let alone Tianshan, she could go anywhere. The world is so big, isn't it okay for her to walk? At this moment, a baby's cry suddenly came from her mind. Shang Ruai was shocked. The child woke up. She quickly flashed into the space. I saw a baby crying loudly. Xiao Bai was very anxious in the space. Shang Ruai walked forward and picked up the child gently. Is this little thing hungry? This stumped her. In this situation, where can she find milk? If she was in Xia village, at least there would be milk to drink. Now she had no choice but to collect some spiritual spring water and drip it into the baby's mouth. Since she was rescued from the Biling people, she has been placed in the space. She didn't understand why the baby didn't wake up after entering the space. Shang Ruai had checked her many times, and the baby was fine. Waking up at this moment made her flustered for a while. The baby miraculously stopped crying after drinking the spiritual spring water. Soon, she fell asleep contentedly in Shang Ruai's arms. She put her down gently, looking at her blushing little face. Her heart softened into a puddle of water. Shang Ruai was taking care of the child in the space, and at this time, He Jingheng had already arrived at Fengyi Palace. The queen sat on the main seat, looking at He Jingheng helplessly. Look at the way you sit. You can't say that you left from the Dingwa Palace. And I haven't seen you for a few months. Why are you still nagging? He Jingheng raised his eyelids slightly. What is the reason why you must let me come back this time? What else could it be? The queen glanced at him. I sent so many letters to you, but I didn't receive a reply. Now in the capital, I don't even have a relative. I just want to know how you are doing. He Jingheng said lightly. Your letter, nephew has received it. No one in the palace responded before, and I was afraid that the letter would fall into the hands of others. He cupped his hands. It is my nephew who is not thoughtful. I hope Aunt will forgive me. I miss you very much. The queen whispered. Although your grandmother and I are cousins after many generations of ancestry, she is my only relative. I came to tea. He Jingheng said lightly. Your letter, nephew has received it. No one in the palace responded before, and I was afraid that the letter would fall into the hands of others. He cupped his hands. It is my nephew who is not thought. Your nephew will always remember it. He Jingheng's tone was slightly sinking, but now, the Dingwa Palace can no longer protect you in this palace as before. You must be careful in what you do, and you must never use the witchcraft again. Now, the appearance of the witchcraft that only exists in southern Xinjiang in this palace has caused a sensation, and the emperor has ordered a thorough investigation. Fortunately, everyone's attention is now focused on the fact that the emperor is seriously ill. Otherwise, if the relationship between the queen and southern Xinjiang is discovered, the general and his family who adopted her as a daughter will suffer a devastating disaster. When the queen was still in southern Xinjiang, she fled to Tianshan because she was unwilling to marry the barbarians. After several twists and turns, she established a relationship with the old princess's ancestors. At first, the old princess was unwilling to take care of these trivial matters, but when someone attacked the Dingwa Palace at night, she stepped forward to save the old princess. In gratitude for her kindness, the old princess kept her in the palace. One day, the old lady of the general's mansion came to visit. When she saw her for the first time, she said that she was very similar to her daughter who had just passed away 2 years ago, as if she was carved out of a mold, and she must recognize her as her adopted daughter. She went to the general's mansion from time to time to accompany the old lady to relieve her boredom. Who would have thought that when she and the old lady were walking in the garden, they would meet the emperor, who came to visit the mansion. The emperor was on a tour incognito that day, and no one in the back house of the general's mansion knew about it. The emperor fell in love with her at first sight, and was bound to welcome her back to the palace. In desperation, she had to agree. After a few years, the old lady died, and everyone in the general's mansion died on the battlefield. No one except the Dinghua Palace knew that Tianshuan's queen was actually a woman from southern Xinjiang. If people knew the whole story, the Dinghua Palace's disloyalty would be known to everyone. I know. A smile appeared on her face. You, the crown prince's consort, are quite interesting. Lingheng was stunned at first, then smiled. I didn't expect you to see through it. The queen took out a hairpin and threw it to him. This is the only thing I brought with me when I escaped from southern Xinjiang. It was given to me by my mother. For so many years, I have treasured it like a treasure. Now that you, the crown prince's consort, are deeply loved by me, I will give this hairpin to her. Lingheng looked at the hairpin. Then nephew will thank her aunt on her behalf. Leaving Fengyi Palace, Lingheng saw Wengang and Zhang Wei, the two commanders of the Imperial Guards, patrolling the palace with a team of people each. He curled his lips slightly and flashed into a palace. At this time, the lights in the Yangxin Palace were dim. In order to show his filial piety, Lingjun, in addition to handling state affairs, served the sick in the Yangxin Palace. At this moment, a weak voice came from the dragon bed. Water, water. The moment the voice of Emperor Tianshun appeared, everyone rushed over. Concubine Shu used a spoon to feed him 2 spoonfuls of water. Soon, Emperor Tianshun gradually regained consciousness. Father, how do you feel? Concubine Shu wiped his lips with a handkerchief a few times. Hearing the prince's question, Emperor Tianshun nodded slightly, his voice slightly hoarse. Where's the miracle doctor? Father, Miracle Dr. Jiang is waiting outside the palace. Emperor Tianshun shook his head. I'm talking about Miracle Dr. Lingjun. The prince's expression froze. How did his father know that Miracle Dr. Lingjun saved him? Could it be that although his father was unconscious, his consciousness was always clear? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his back. He kept reviewing whether his words in the past few days were out of line. Concubine Shu said softly, Mission Dr. Lingjun has left the palace. Now that the emperor has woken up, let's call Miracle Dr. Jiang to take your pulse. Hearing this, the emperor looked at the prince and whispered, Mission Dr. Lingjun's medical skills are better than Miracle Dr. Jiang's, but you drove her away?
Rebellion.
My body still needs her to regulate, and now you drive her away. Have you ever thought about me? Hearing this, the prince hurriedly knelt on the ground. Father, please calm down. Lingjun behaved rudely and looked down on everyone. She didn't take the dignity of the royal family seriously at all. That's why I drove her away. If she hadn't been credited with curing the queen, he would have thrown her into prison for disrespect. How could he have stayed here until now? Concubine Shu calmed him down, Your Majesty. The prince is young and hot-tempered. This treatment is also for the sake of the dignity of the royal family. Don't get yourself hurt by the anger. Please ask Dr. Jiang to come in quickly. After hearing what she said, Emperor Tianshun nodded slowly. I will spare you today. If you are so reckless again in the future, I think your position as the prince will be over. Lingjun didn't expect his father to say such a thing. Since he became the prince, the emperor has never said such harsh words. Now he even wants to abolish the prince. Could it be because of the 4th son? His eyes fell on Concubine Shu. Seeing that there was no joy on her face, and her eyes were full of worry, his heart sank. It seems that what the mother said is right. The restoration of the concubine's favor is of no benefit to them. Since the concubine's favor was restored, and the 4th son was conferred a title, the hearts of many ministers in the court began to waver. Although he is the crown prince, he is not a legitimate son after all. Whether to abolish or not is just a matter of a word from his father. Now that he wants to rest easy, he must use some means. The fierce look in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and he lowered his head and said, Father, I know my mistake. Emperor Tianshun glanced at him. Choose a day after the new year to carry the concubine into the palace. After a while, choose a main wife and a concubine. It's time for someone to take good care of your temper. Your son obeys your order. Get up. Thank you, father. Lingjun did not show any dissatisfaction on his face for Emperor Tianshuan's rebuke. Seeing this, Emperor Tianxuan's anger gradually subsided. Dr. Jiang and several imperial doctors heard that the emperor had woken up and hurried in. The emperor has just recovered from his illness, but he is a little weak and needs to rest. Dr. Jiang said, "Thanks to the emperor's strong body, he can recover so quickly." He never mentioned the fact that Shang Ruai treated the emperor. He didn't know that the emperor regained consciousness after Shang Ruai gave him acupuncture, but he was too weak to open his eyes. He heard their conversation clearly. Now, Dr. Jiang never mentioned it, and he wanted to take all the credit. The imperial physician standing behind him smiled and said, "You are worthy of being the divine Dr. Lingjun. You only used a silver needle to beat all of us. You are really a genius." Dr. Jiang's heart sank slightly, and he cursed those ignorant imperial physicians in his heart.
Pass on my decree.
Divine Dr. Lingjun has made great contributions to saving the emperor. He will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and a mansion in the capital.
Hiss.
This reward is really extremely valuable. Hearing this, Dr. Jiang hid the jealous look in his eyes.
I'm tired.
Please kneel down and greet me. We will take our leave. Lingjun looked at concubine Shu, who was still guarding the bedside of Emperor Tianxuan. My lady concubine Shu, you have worked hard these days. Shall I send a palace maid to take you back? No need. I will accompany the emperor tonight. It will be dawn in a few hours, and then I will return to the palace. Yes, I will take my leave. After Lingjun left, Emperor Tianxuan slowly opened his eyes, and he patted concubine Shu's hand. Thank you for your hard work.
This is what I should do.
How can it be hard? Concubine Shu had some fear in her eyes. You really scared me when you fainted this time. I am still scared now. She tucked her back corners. Her face was pale. Seeing this, Emperor Tianxuan said with pity, "In this huge palace, you are the only one who treats me sincerely." What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Concubine Shu said softly. There are so many sisters in the harem. Which one of them doesn't treat the emperor sincerely? I know it in my heart. Seeing her sitting on the bed, Emperor Tianxuan smiled. Why are you sitting here? Come and sleep beside me for a while. The bed in the Yangxin Palace is not for concubines to sleep on. In the past, even if someone's name was turned over, it would only be carried to the side hall of the Yangxin Palace. I dare not overstep the rules. Just sleep on the soft couch next to it for a while. Concubine Shu smiled. Your Majesty, please sleep peacefully. I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, the emperor did not insist, smiled, and fell asleep. Not long after, the sound of even breathing came. Concubine Shu tucked his back corner again, and then went to the couch. She turned around, her eyes full of coldness, and all the tenderness and affection just now disappeared. Not only that, the hands under the quilt kept rubbing, as if they had touched something dirty. Emperor Tianxuan, who was originally asleep, slowly opened his eyes and looked at concubine Shu curled up on the soft couch, and the corners of his lips curved. No one noticed that a figure slowly disappeared in the Yangxin Palace. The next morning, concubine Shu was promoted to imperial concubine. Upon hearing the news, imperial concubine Zhao smashed all the decorations that had just been replaced in Yangxin Palace. Imperial concubine. On what basis did she become an imperial concubine? She became an imperial concubine just by attending to the emperor? Then what am I? She said angrily. A few days ago, the emperor said that I was his most beloved imperial concubine, but in the blink of an eye, he promoted the position of a lowly concubine Shu. Bishi said on the side, Your Majesty, calm down. You still have to take care of the prince in your belly. Prince. Imperial concubine Zhao sneered. Now that the emperor has no shortage of sons, what does it matter whether I give birth to a boy or a girl? Your Majesty, you have a prince. What is there to worry about? Yes, the prince. I still have a prince. At this time, she didn't know that Lingheng had just been scolded by the emperor last night. Bishi looked at concubine Zhao, feeling a little uneasy. Before this, the queen's mood was very stable. Even if she encountered something, she would never be like this. Since she got pregnant, the queen's temperament has become a little crazy. Shang Ruai, who had been in Prince Bao's mansion, nodded when she heard the news. As expected of a king, he is really good at using power and tactics. He can check and balance the prince and Prince Bao without a single soldier. The emperor's family is the most ruthless. Even his own son and the person next to him can't be trusted. Is this emperor pitiful or pathetic? He Jingheng looked at her with admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect you to know so much. Is it difficult? Shang Ruai smiled. Seeing that the prince is becoming more and more powerful, if there is no one who can check and balance him, I am afraid that the next step will be to replace him. In fact, when he sent Prince Bao to provide disaster relief, it was a test. He Jingheng nodded, not bad. But now she has been promoted to the position of Shufei, which he did not expect. Not long after, He Lingqi came in with a book. Master Lingjun, this is sent by my brother. Thank you, Your Highness. She looked at the cover of the book, smiled, and instantly lost interest in reading. No wonder He Jingheng would rather support the fourth prince who has no power than the prince. It was clearly said that the medical skills left by the medical saint would be used as a reward, but now he used a fake book to fool her. Did he really think she couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake? This paper is clearly new this year. He Jingheng understood the key after seeing her actions. He sneered. He Lingsheng has always been like this. It's not that easy to take things from him. How difficult could it be? He had found the emperor's private vault, and it was just the prince's mansion. Yuntian sent a message, we should go back. He Jingheng's voice sank slightly. It seems that something is not going well. Shang Ruai felt a little sorry when she heard that. She originally wanted to take a stroll in the prince's mansion. He Jingheng handed the hairpin in his hand to her. This is a reward from the queen. Shang Ruai pouted. The queen seems a little stingy. I worked hard to cure her poison, and she gave me this golden hairpin to send me away. He Jingheng smiled, looked at the unsatisfied little woman in front of him, and explained, this hairpin is of great significance to the queen, and she told me to give it to you. Shang Ruai suddenly looked up and saw the teasing in He Jingheng's eyes. Suddenly, she realized that she was seen through by the queen. No wonder she said something like a concubine's daughter. Unexpectedly, this queen was still a little cute. She looked at He Jingheng and wanted to ask what the relationship between the queen and the Dinghua Palace or the old lady was, but she didn't ask it when the words came to her lips. She still didn't come up with an answer to the question yesterday. Looking at the man in front of her, if she said that she didn't have the slightest heartbeat, she would be deceiving herself. But choosing him means living in the calculations around her for the rest of her life. She didn't want to live such a hard life again. Looking at his constantly changing expression, He Jingheng thought she was uncomfortable. What's wrong? Nothing. Shang Ruai took the hairpin from his hand and was stunned. The weight of the hairpin seemed to be wrong. She wanted to study it, and then she heard Yunqi's voice. Master, the horses are ready. Shang Ruai had to put the things away. At this time, in the prince's mansion, He Lingsheng sat in the main seat, listening to the reports from his subordinates. Did you see it clearly? Did he really leave alone? To reply, Your Highness, he left by himself, and the subordinates followed him all the way out of the capital before returning. He Lingsheng frowned slightly, always feeling that something was missing. At this time, a palace servant stood at the door with a food box. Your Highness, the imperial concubine has brought you some snacks. The moment he saw the food box, he suddenly realized, where is the medicine box? Did the person you followed take the medicine box? The guard heard this, recalled for a moment, and shook his head. That person did not take the medicine box. Sure enough. Waste. You didn't even know you followed the wrong person. He Lingsheng said angrily. Are you all pig brains? She is a doctor. How could she not take the medicine box? Maybe she didn't leave at all. This Lingjun genius doctor is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Having such a helper to help his fourth brother is a great threat to him. He will not be able to sleep or eat until this person is eliminated. Check for me if you find any trace, you can report it. Yes. No one or anything can become a stumbling block for him to the throne. At this time, Shang Ruai was already on the way back to the place of exile. In the past few days, The baby in the space has been waking up for longer and longer. Shang Ruai has been running around all day, so how can she take care of her? Fortunately, Xiao Bai and other tigers accompany her, and she doesn't make trouble. At night, she came to an inn. Finally, she can stop and rest. She was really exhausted from running around all day. Just when she wanted to sleep, she heard the cry of a baby in the space.
She was hungry again.
She resigned herself to her fate and came to the space to feed her the spiritual spring water. The child in her arms blinked her big eyes and looked at her, and Shang Ruai's heart softened. This child has been raised in the space, which is not good after all. It must be exposed to the outside world. The next morning, just as they were about to leave, they heard a baby crying outside the inn. The waiter opened the door and found a child at the door. Hey, who the Hades abandoned the child here? He hurriedly took the child into the inn and coaxed him for a long time, but the child still cried non-stop. Her crying soon alarmed the people in the inn. The people who stayed here were all busy people. They were woken up so early in the morning and couldn't help cursing. Whose child is this? Why are you crying so early in the morning? Can you let me sleep? Several women came forward to coax the child, but it didn't work, and the crying became louder. When He Jingheng and Shang Ruai came down, they saw the scene. He Jingheng was not a patient person. Such a noise made him frown, but he was not as annoyed as others. Dear guests, I am really sorry to disturb your rest so early in the morning. Actually, the waiter saw an abandoned child outside the door. In this winter, if we don't bring her in, she will freeze to death. The shopkeeper said apologetically, Please forgive me. What do you mean by forgiveness? I am dying of sleep. In my opinion, just throw her away. The shopkeeper couldn't help but feel anxious after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he said, If there is a guest who can stop her crying, I will waive his room fee. At this time, Shang Ruai walked towards the baby. At this time, she was wearing a human skin mask on her face, and the silver mask had been taken off. The appearance on the human skin mask was very ordinary, and you couldn't find it even if you fell into the crowd. TSK, it was useless for us to try to coax the baby just now. She is plain looking. How could she really stop the baby from crying? It can't be said that it is because it is too ugly. The child is so scared that he dares not make a sound. He Jingheng frowned tightly when he heard the discussion of several women not far away. Yunqi looked bitter. What was the crown prince's consort going to do? Could she coax the baby? As soon as Shang Ruai stepped forward, they heard the baby's crying suddenly stop. Everyone was surprised to see this. The next moment, a small hand suddenly stretched out from the swaddling clothes and directly grasped Shang Ruai's index finger. The baby's little hands had been in the swaddling clothes, and they were still warm. Feeling the temperature of her body, Shang Ruai finally felt relieved. Although the child was discovered by her son when she was placed at the door, she was still afraid that she would catch a cold. He Jingheng looked at the baby in her arms, quite surprised. Yunqi whispered, Master, this child. You are not going to take her back to the place of exile. At this moment, the shopkeeper walked up to Shang Ruai and said with a smile, Girl, this child seems to be destined for you. Why don't you take her home? After all, it's a life, and I don't have a partner, so I really can't take care of her. Please be kind and take her away. Shang Ruai didn't say anything, turned to look at He Jingheng, and seeing that he didn't refuse, she walked towards him with the child. If I want to adopt her. Okay. Before she could finish her words, He Jingheng smiled and said, Since you like her, you can keep her. Shang Ruai was slightly stunned for a moment. Why is he so easy to talk to? The Dinghua Palace is so big that it can afford to raise not only one child, but even 100 or 1,000. But he rarely saw such an expression on Shang Ruai's face. Joy from the heart. On the way back, Yunqi found a carriage. There was a thick layer of cushions inside, which was warm and comfortable. When he got on the car, the baby was already asleep. He Jingheng sat opposite Shang Ruai, looking at her face, which was always indifferent, with a look of love and pity that he had never seen before, and his heart moved slightly. If he loves the child he picked up so much, what if it is his own flesh and blood? If it is their child, it must be more beautiful and lovely than this baby in the cradle. Feeling his gaze, Shang Ruai coughed lightly. What's wrong? Nothing. He Jingheng looked away, not knowing what he was thinking of. His face looked a little unnatural. If they used a fast horse, they could arrive in 10 days, but now they were using a carriage, so the speed naturally dropped. New Year's Day is next month. If we walk slowly, we might miss it. Shang Ruai patted the child in her arms, and at this moment, a gray bird landed on the car window. This is the bird used by Dahuang Village to deliver messages. This bird is extremely sensitive to smells. The birds in Dahuang Village have been raised since childhood and can track smells. Previously, Dahuang Village sent over a purse, and the smell of the purse would attract the birds in Dahuang Village. Shang Ruai took the note off the bird's leg without any hesitation in front of He Jingheng. When she saw the content above, she couldn't help but frown. What happened? Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. We seem to have to go back quickly. It seems that a group of Biling people are wandering around the village. Biling people? He Jingheng whispered. They must have been sent by the Emperor of Biling. They killed the general and deputy general of Biling and sent the bodies of those people on the emperor's birthday. The Emperor of Biling must have found out their identities. Now they are around Xia village and they must have some plan. They were right. The general of Biling received the instruction of the Emperor of Biling and must wipe out the entire Dingwa palace. They explored the surroundings several times and found that there were many secret guards ambushed around the He mansion, and there were many snow bandits on the nearby hills. General, why don't we send a few skilled brothers to explore the He family tonight? General Biling glared at him. Explore the way? Is your brain on your? He Jingheng is still in the mansion, and there are so many secret guards around. Wouldn't it be a surprise if we go there? He kicked the deputy general. We are no match for He Jingheng at all. We can only wait for He Jingheng to leave the mansion and take the opportunity to slaughter the remaining He family members. When he comes back, he will only see their corpses. Then we will find a chance to bring him back to Biling and hand him over to His Majesty for disposal. The deputy general nodded when he heard this. General, you are wise. General Biling waved his hand. Send someone to keep an eye on it, or we will be discovered by He Jingheng's people before we fight. Yes, General. He Jingheng looked at the letter in his hand and said in a deep voice, It seems that we haven't taught Biling enough lessons. Is there any deep hatred between you and Biling? The Prince of Biling died in my hands. Hiss. Shang Ruai blinked, so that's it. If she were the Emperor of Biling, she would definitely try every means to take revenge. The Prince of Biling thought he was extremely talented and invincible. He had to lead the troops in person when the two armies fought. There was no eye on the sword on the battlefield. I didn't want to kill him, but he was too useless. I killed him in just a few dozen rounds. He Jingheng was quite helpless when he mentioned this matter. Since then, Biling has forged an indissoluble feud with the Dingwa Palace and even the entire Tianshan. There have been many assassinations overtly and covertly over the years. Last time, He Yuan was kidnapped and almost killed in the chaos, and He Jingheng was almost crippled. Now it seems that he wants to take the opportunity to uproot the Dingwa Palace. It seems that we have to speed up our pace. At this time, in Dahuang Village, Lin Mu listened to the report of his men and frowned. The people of Biling are definitely going after the He family. A light flashed in Yenye's eyes. Brother, how about we try the mantis stalking the cicada this time? The mantis stalking the cicada? That is, we wait for Biling to slaughter all the He family members, and then we capture the Biling soldiers, rob them, and take all the money of the He family. What do you think? Yenye thought his approach was very smart and waited for Lin Mu to praise him. Is this called the mantis stalking the cicada? Lin Mu picked up the wineglass on the table and threw it on his head. This is called the oriole behind. Yes, the oriole behind. Yenye rubbed his head and asked for credit. Brother, what do you think of my proposal? Isn't it great? Good. Listening to Lin Mu's words, the smile on Yenye's face had not yet expanded, and a shoe sole flew over and hit him right in the mouth. What? Lin Mu said angrily. We are bandits, not fools. Even if we are bandits, we are Tianshan bandits. How can we watch the people of Tianshan being slaughtered by those biling people? Use your brain before you speak, don't just think about eating all day long. Hearing this, Yanyi smacked his lips and said dryly, Brother, then will our Qinglong village only be servants of the He family in the future? Hearing the word servant, Lin Mu's pupil shrank slightly, and the other's shoe flew out. Shut up, next time you say such depressing words. What flies over is not a shoe. Why don't you get out and let the brothers watch it down the mountain? Yes, I'll go now. Yanyi ran out in a hurry. Shang Ruai and others changed to fast horses again. The baby was held in Shang Ruai's arms and covered with a cloak. It seemed that she had a child in her arms, but in fact, she had already taken it into the space. They hurried all the way, but it still took them 2 days to get there. On this day, General Biling was drinking in his tent when a soldier ran in. General, the He family seems to be different from what we expected. What's wrong? General Biling put down his bowl suddenly. Did He Jingheng find out about our whereabouts? As soon as he finished speaking, his hand fell on the big knife on the table, and he was actually ready to retreat.
No.
The soldier said hurriedly. It seems that He Jingheng is not in the mansion. I heard the conversation between He Jingheng and the guards around him. It was not He Jingheng's voice at all. It should be a disguised voice wearing a human skin mask. General Biling heard this and stood up with a knife in his hand. Are you serious? Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Okay. He couldn't help laughing wildly. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, come on. He waved his hand. Take your weapons and follow me to take down the He family. At this time, everyone in the He family was having dinner. The old princess supported her head and frowned. Seeing this, Qin asked hurriedly, Mom, are you feeling uncomfortable? The old princess nodded. I don't know why, I always feel weak. Maybe it's because I didn't rest well yesterday. He Yuni's eyelids were also twitching, and she always felt that something was happening. At this moment, a guard ran in a panic. Madam, something bad has happened. There are assassins. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of fighting outside the gate. The old lady's heart sank. He Jingheng and his wife were not at home. Now she could only put her hope on the guards guarding the mansion. Yuntian brought dozens of secret guards to protect the entire mansion behind him. Who are you? Tell me your name. Yuntian said in a deep voice. You dare to come here. I think you are tired of living. Haha, is that so? General Biling laughed. Today I want to see who is tired of living. Hearing this very familiar accent, Yuntian's pupils shrank slightly. Are you from Biling? Ha, you actually heard it. General Biling sneered. Since you already know, I might as well let you die more clearly. He shook the big knife in his hand, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his lips. I will use your blood to commemorate the Biling soldiers who were massacred by your Dingwa palace. He waved his hand, and hundreds of soldiers behind him stepped forward. Yuntian looked around obscurely and couldn't help wondering. Biling surrounded the He family with such a large battle. Why didn't the officials come yet? Ha. Are you still counting on reinforcements? General Biling said, Don't dream. No one will come to save you. He looked at the secret guards behind him. You and your brothers will be buried with the He family. He waved his hand, and the soldiers swung their swords and slashed at Yuntian and others. The battle was about to break out. Yuntian was the best among the secret guards, and he fought with General Biling, and they were evenly matched. After dozens of rounds, General Biling found an opportunity and slashed him in front with a knife. The wound was very deep and blood was pouring out. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and his body staggered a few steps and almost fell. Ha. The secret guards of Dingwa Palace are just so. Under this general's hands, they can't even get through a few dozen moves. General Biling held a knife and walked forward slowly, looking at Yuntian with a playful look in his eyes. Are you still waiting for reinforcements? Don't dream. No one will come to save you. I believe that Emperor Tianshan also hopes that this Dingwa Palace will completely disappear between heaven and earth. When those officials saw that you were surrounded, they had already hidden far away, waiting for us to leave and collect your bodies. Due to their large number of people, the secret guards of Dinghua Palace gradually showed a decline. General Biling looked around and laughed. Today, I will use you as a starter, and when your disabled master comes back, I will personally kill him. After speaking, he raised the big knife in his hand high. If he chopped it down, Yuntian's body would be in different places. Yuntian touched the grenade on his waist. It was left by the crown princess for him in case of emergency. As long as he pulled the ring, he could die with General Biling. Yuntian spat out a mouthful of blood. It was worth it to exchange his life for a general of Biling. At this moment, an arrow came from behind him. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, General Biling quickly dodged to the side. The arrow landed exactly where he had just stood.
Who?
How dare you sneak attack from behind? He shouted angrily. Come out if you dare. I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw movement in the woods to the east. Looking carefully, he saw a group of people in white robes standing at the edge of the woods.
You.
Before he finished speaking, he saw more and more people in white robes coming out. Snow bandits? How did they appear here? Brothers, listen up. Lin Mu said loudly. We will protect the people of He Mansion until our death. We cannot let any thieves enter the gate of the mansion. Yes. The uniform voice shocked everyone present. How could these snow bandits stand on the side of He Mansion? According to the information they received, in recent years, the snow bandits here have been suppressed by the Tianshan court, and they are mortal enemies with the Dinghua Palace. The people of Dahuang Village surrounded He Mansion and looked at the Biling soldiers with vigilance. At this time, their numbers were almost the same. Lin Mu helped Yuntian up. This big brother, are you okay? He didn't know Yuntian's name, so he asked in the tone of their Dahuang Village. If it were in the past, Yuntian would definitely not bother to pay attention. In his opinion, the snow bandits were just a group of rabble, bandits. What good things were there? I didn't expect them to be so loyal. It's okay, thank you. Lin Mu smiled and said, Brother, you don't have to be polite. We are a family. We are all a family. Seeing them like this, General Biling couldn't help but get angry. Came here to make friends? And brother, look at your flattering face. Why don't you call him Dad? I was wondering why the Dinghua Palace was confiscated and exiled. They were mixed up with these bandits. What kind of loyalty?
Bah.
General Biling sneered. Where is he, Lingheng? Let that come out. I will teach him what loyalty to the emperor and the country means. He Yuni heard the movement outside the door clearly in the dining room. He Jingshi stepped forward, holding a sword in his hand, and said angrily, These grandsons of Biling dared to insult my He family. I will kill them. After the words fell, he rushed out with a sword without waiting for everyone to stop him. Jingshi, come back. Lin wanted to chase him, but how could she catch up with He Jingshi's pace? When she chased him out, He Jingshi had already arrived at the gate with his sword in hand. He Jingshi came to the door with a sword in his hand. How dare you, a villain, insult my family?
Haha.
General Biling narrowed his eyes and sneered. Why? Isn't He Lingheng very powerful? Why did he send a waste like you? Why should my brother take action to deal with you? As soon as He Jingshi finished speaking, a secret guard came to him. Young master, it's dangerous here. You should go back quickly. He Jingshi didn't know where he got the strength from and pushed the secret guard in front of him away. Brother can protect the He family, so can I. He whispered. Although the He family has been demoted and exiled, it will never allow others to bully. You are not my Tianshan soldiers, but you have crossed the border and invaded my territory without permission. Now you are still clamoring in front of the mansion, and you don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Hearing this, General Biling sneered. This general is too lazy to listen to your nonsense. He waved his hand, and dozens of arrows shot out suddenly. The secret guards and the members of the Qinglong gang quickly swung their swords to sweep away the arrows in front of them, but the Qinglong gang was just a gangster after all. They had a large number of people but poor martial arts skills, and many of them were injured by arrows. Lin Mu's face turned pale. He didn't expect that they actually brought so many bows and arrows. After several rounds of arrow rain, many members of the Qinglong gang were killed and wounded. General Biling sneered, "It's just a group of rabble. If you surrender now, I will consider leaving you with a whole body." Yuntian took out a pill and swallowed it. The color on his face recovered a little. He held the sword and said to the secret guards behind him, "Take the third young master back and lock the door. Even if you die in battle today, you can't let anyone in." The Biling people were cruel by nature. If the women of the He family fell into their hands, I'm afraid they would have a hard time dying. Yes. As expected of He Jingheng, he is a tough guy. General Biling's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Now, they didn't know where He Jingheng was. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, the reputation of the Prince of Dingwang was terrifying. In this case, this general will fulfill your determination to be brave and martyred. He waved his sword. "All soldiers, listen to my order. Whoever can first attack the He family, this general will reward him with the young lady of the He mansion." The eyes of the Biling soldiers lit up when they heard this. You know, there are many men in Biling but very few women. Moreover, the people of Biling are tough, and the women's personalities are as rough as men. How can they compare to the gentle women of Tianshan? Most of the men in the army have not married. Hearing such a reward, they are more excited than getting gold and silver. Yuntian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the long sword in his hand turned out a sword flower and stabbed directly at General Biling. He was already seriously injured. How could he be a match for General Biling? After a few rounds, he was slapped to the chest. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Unable to withstand a single, he sneered, swung his broadsword and flew forward, ready to chop off Yuntian's head. At this moment, Lin Mu swung his long sword and collided with his sword. A mere ant dares to block the way of this general. He swung hard, and Lin Mu's figure was bounced out. He drove straight in with his sword, came to the front of the gate, pushed hard, and the gate did not move. He snorted coldly, flew over the high wall, and as soon as his body fell, the dark guards guarding the courtyard surrounded him. Several people fought in one place, and it was difficult to tell who was better for a while. It must be said that the General Biling who was sent this time was extremely skilled in martial arts. Among the He family, I am afraid that only He Jingheng's internal strength was better than his, which was why he was afraid of He Jingheng. The sound of fighting spread to the backyard, and the He family was terrified. "But they broke in?" the old princess whispered. "It should be." Inghua drew out the long sword in her hand, her eyes heavy. At this moment, there was a sudden violent tremor outside the courtyard, and flames shot up into the sky. More than a dozen Biling soldiers were killed. Yuntian woke up from his coma and saw that those Biling people were still trying to draw their bows and shoot arrows, so he pulled the fuse and threw it at the group of archers. However, he was seriously injured and his aim was not good enough, so only a dozen people were killed. But such a big noise was enough to shock the Biling people. General Biling, who had already entered the He family courtyard, wanted to fly away, but the several secret guards in front of him were really difficult to deal with, and he couldn't get away for a while. At this moment, there was another loud noise outside the door, and the screams of the Biling soldiers came into his ears. He was extremely anxious and accidentally scratched his arm by one of the secret guards. The pain on his arm made him extremely angry. After swinging a knife, he flew over the high wall. When he saw the scene in front of him, his breath stagnated. Many limbs and arms were scattered on the large scorched land. Could it be that this was caused by the thing that made the loud noise just now? His eyes were full of vigilance. Yuntian had used up all the grenades on his body, but he was full of momentum. General Biling did not dare to move forward for a while. However, the Emperor of Biling gave them a death order, and they must bring the heads of everyone in Dinghua Palace back to Biling. If they failed to complete the task, he would have to bring his head to see him. Thinking of this, he whistled to the sky, and soon a group of vultures came from far and near, hovering over their heads. These vultures are extremely ferocious birds unique to Biling. Most of them are raised in the army. The beak of the vulture is as sharp as a knife. Although it is large in size, it is extremely agile and flexible. Its claws are sharp, and it will leave a deep scar on the body. If it is not facing a very difficult opponent, Biling will not release the vulture. After all, it is extremely rare to tame a vulture. Others may not know how powerful these vultures are, but Yuntian knows it very well. A few years ago, they were tricked by Biling using the vulture formation. Yuntian felt very depressed. These vultures could not be hurt by hidden weapons. The birds raised by this general are hungry. Today, I will use your meat to feed them. He blew the whistle again, and the vultures that were originally circling in the sky suddenly became irritable. The next moment, the vultures swooped down fiercely. In just a few breaths, before everyone could react, the vultures had already come close. The sharp claws and sharp beaks always caused a fatal wound every time they landed on the body. Seeing this, General Biling laughed and said, "Charge." The Biling soldiers rushed over with knives. Seeing that the big knife was about to fall on everyone. At this critical moment, a deafening roar accompanied by a tyrannical force exploded beside the Biling people. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, and countless wailing filled the world. Before everyone could come to their senses, they heard, and 4 vultures fell from the sky. A scornful laugh came from not far away. General Biling's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The smoke dissipated, and only 3 figures appeared in front of him. The woman in the middle held a dagger he had never seen before, and there was a round hole in front of her. The woman's chuckle came from her mouth. "Lingjun, I spared your life a few years ago. I think you have forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed." Lingheng smiled, exerted force under his legs, and the horse raised its hooves and came. Lingjun's eyes fell on his legs. He was terrified. Wasn't Lingheng's leg disabled? How could he still ride a horse? Could it be that his leg was not disabled at all? Shang Ruai put away the pistol and held a baby in her arms. The baby slept very soundly and was not affected by the sound of the gun at all. Several people rode their horses, and Yuntian's tense nerves finally relaxed slowly. Great, they caught up. His body was overwhelmed and slowly fell down. Lingjun watched Lingheng approach step by step, and beads of sweat unconsciously oozed from his forehead, looking at him vigilantly. "Your legs are not disabled." Lingheng sneered. "How can you think of crippling my legs? You really overestimate yourself." Lingjun saw this and took a step back. Lingheng looked into the distance. There was such a big commotion here, but no one came to investigate, let alone reinforcements. A dark color flashed in his eyes. Lingjun looked at Shang Ruai, who came back with him, and said coldly, "Did you make the noise just now?" Shang Ruai said nothing. She looked at Yuntian, who was seriously injured, and then looked at the bodies of the brothers in Dahuang Village. A hint of red appeared in her eyes. The small pistol turned twice in her hand, and she pulled the trigger suddenly. Before everyone could react, the bullet shot into Lingjun's kneecap. "Ah!" The big knife in his hand flew away, and he hugged his leg and wailed on the ground. What kind of hidden weapon is this, and it is so terrifying? It was the first time that Lingheng saw her use a pistol, and he was very curious. This hidden weapon seemed to be different from anything he had ever seen in his life. Yunchi looked normal. After all, he had seen the crown prince's consort holding it and killing people everywhere. The moment Shang Ruai picked up the gun, her temperament had changed drastically. It was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, flashing with cold light, ready to give the opponent a fatal at any time. "You dare to kill people in front of my mansion. I think you are tired of living." Shang Ruai raised the gun, this time aiming at Lingjun's heart. "Stop!" A man's voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. I saw that Biling Deputy General Wu Shihan was holding a dagger against a woman, and that woman was Hyuni. Shang Ruai's pupils shrank suddenly, and she saw that her arm was covered with red clothes, and blood was flowing down. Hyuni's face was pale, and she didn't even wear an outer robe, shivering in the biting cold wind. "Hand over what you have in your hand," Wu Shihan said in a cold voice. "Otherwise I will slit her throat." "Sister-in-law," Don't listen to him. As soon as Hyuni spoke, Wu Shihan grabbed her neck. His hand was very strong. In just a moment, Hyuni felt difficulty breathing and couldn't say a word. Let go. Hand over the hidden weapon in your hand first, otherwise I will break her neck directly. After the words fell, Wu Shihan's men exerted force, and Hyuni's face began to turn blue and purple, and she was about to faint. Shang Ruai whispered, "The hidden weapon is for you. Let her go." After the words fell, she threw the gun in her hand directly to the ground. Seeing this, the Biling soldiers hurriedly picked it up. Wu Shihan saw that she had no support in her hand, so he thought he could control them at will. He loosened his hand that was pinching Hyuni's neck, but did not put down the dagger in his other hand. "Bring out all the gold, silver, and jewelry in your house to me." Lin Mu curled his lips. "Just now you said we were bandits and a mob, and now you start robbing. What is that?" Shang Ruai smiled. "Isn't it just silver? I have as much as you want. Release the people, and everything will be fine." "Ha ha ha, release the people?" Wu Shihan couldn't help laughing. "I forgot to say that I have another request, which is to let this delicate and tender young lady in your family be my maid." Upon hearing this, Shang Ruai could no longer suppress the murderous intent that she had been hiding. "Looking for death. Looking for death?" "Ha ha ha ha," Wu Shihan sneered. "Now that this hidden weapon has been confiscated by me, let's see what else you can do." "Really?" Shang Ruai flipped his palm, and a black pistol that was even bigger than the one before appeared in his palm. Without giving anyone time to react, he shot him in the wrist holding the dagger. The moment the dagger fell to the ground, He Jingheng flew forward and kicked Wu Shihan in the chest. His body flew backwards, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Seeing that Hyuni was not seriously injured, Shang Ruai's heart was slightly relieved. Shang Ruai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Looking at the Biling soldiers, she smiled coldly. The barbarians of Biling first slaughtered innocent people in the village. Even babies in swaddling clothes were not spared. Later, they came to the He family to burn, kill, and loot. They really regarded human life as worthless and thought that we could bully them at will. Shang Ruai stepped forward. "For things like you who are not worthy of being human, it is a blessing for you to fall into the animal path in the next life. But I don't want to kill in front of this mansion. Get out of here."
"What?"
"Just let them go." The Biling people were overjoyed when they heard this. They didn't even pick up the weapons on the ground, but turned around and ran away.
"Wait."
"Wait for me." He Lingjun got up from the ground, but at this time they were all running for their lives, and no one paid any attention to him. After running about 100 meters, Shang Ruai took out a few grenades from her arms and handed them to He Jingheng. "Would you like to try the hidden weapons I developed?" He Jingheng took the grenades and saw her pull the fuse and throw the grenades directly out. 100 meters away, the grenade fell to the ground and exploded. The grenade landed right on the Biling soldiers. He Jingheng also threw the grenade in his hand out. After a few loud noises, the Biling soldiers who had just been released were basically killed. He Jingheng looked at such a powerful firearm, and a light flashed in his eyes. "A poisonous woman," He Langyun said angrily. "Poisonous woman. Didn't you promise to let them go?" "Haha, leave. I just said I don't want to kill people in front of the He family's door. Now they're already 100 meters away. What's wrong with me doing this?" The smile on her face suddenly disappeared, staring at him and said word by word, "I also want you to know that if you offend my He family, you will be punished no matter how far away you are." He Langyun was frightened by her aura and couldn't help feeling frightened. The eyes of this woman were even sharper and more fierce than the vultures they trained. It was really frightening. He Jingheng looked at the flames rising to the sky in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Firearms are popular in all countries, but the bombs they made with saltpeter are not only weak in power but also difficult to store, and even improper handling can cause explosions. After suffering a few losses, they no longer use firearms on the battlefield. If they are lucky, they can win a battle. If they are unlucky, their camp will be blown up before the enemy attacks. However, the firearms in her hand are completely different from those they used before. He Lingjun looked at the smoke billowing in the distance, and the light in his eyes dimmed. It's over, it's all over. The soldiers he brought were wiped out. The next moment, several figures stood up from the smoke, supporting each other and walking away. At this moment, a group of people in black robes appeared, waving their long swords directly, and beheaded the Bailing soldiers who survived by chance in front of them. Lu Qin brought the brothers from Yunxue village and quickly came to Shang Ruoi. Master. Shang Ruoi looked at their messy appearance and said in a deep voice, "What happened?" Master, we heard the noise down the mountain and wanted to go down the mountain to support, but we were ambushed halfway down the mountain. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his voice. That group of people were very skilled and killed many of our brothers. Later, the noise down the mountain became louder and louder. I don't know what instructions those people got and flew away. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would all die there. Shang Ruoi's heart sank when she heard this. It seems that there are too many people who want to wipe out the Dinghua Palace. She came to Lingjun and kicked his injured knee, causing him to scream in pain. Your people are actually setting an ambush on the way? Lingjun was sweating in pain and rolled over with his knees in his arms. What ambush? Didn't you up all my brothers? It was already at this point. There was no need for him to lie. Shang Ruoi knew it in her heart. She waved her hand and said to the secret guards beside her, "Watch them carefully." Lingjun was only injured in the knee. Wu Shihan was seriously injured, but still alive. After imprisoning the two of them, Jingheng and Shang Ruoi came to the backyard, where the old princess and others were waiting. Seeing that the two people came in, they finally let go of their worries.
Hang up, you'll be back.
Qin rushed over, tears streaming down her face. Those thieves just now. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly found that Jingheng was standing at this time. She said in shock, "Hang your legs." Everyone's eyes fell on Jingheng. "Brother, are your legs healed?" Jingheng smiled and glanced at Shang Ruoi behind him. "Thanks to the treatment of the miracle doctor, both legs are now healed." Qin followed his gaze and fell on Shang Ruoi, and she suddenly realized. It seemed that the miracle doctor his son was talking about was his daughter-in-law.
Ruoi.
Mom, it's getting late today and everyone is exhausted. You should go back to your room and rest quickly. Where's Yuni? Have you seen Yuni? Qin said anxiously. Just now Jingxi ran out to kill the enemy, and Yuni followed him out of concern. Who knew that Jingxi came back, but Yuni is still missing. Shang Ruoi comforted. Mom, don't worry, I have saved Yuni. She just suffered some skin injuries and is not seriously injured. Hearing Shang Ruoi's words, Qin's heart was completely relieved. Now she only has this pair of children. If something goes wrong, she really can't survive. Jingheng, what was that horrifying fire outside just now? The old princess still has lingering fears. The women of Dinghua Palace are much stronger than those of other palaces, but they have never seen such a horrible scene. After all, they are women in the boudoir, unlike those men fighting on the battlefield. Even the secret guards like Yunqi, who have been with Jingheng through thick and thin, were shocked when they suddenly saw the firearms thrown by Shang Ruoi, let alone these women. Grandma, don't worry, this is the firearm developed by Ruoi. Thanks to her, otherwise it would be difficult to get away today. Hearing this, the old princess said to Shang Ruoi, Child, thank you very much today. You saved our family. Grandma, we are a family, there is no need to be so formal. At this time, Yunqi walked forward, holding a child in his arms. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Jingheng, this child. The old princess hesitated to speak. She looked at Jingheng and saw him hanging his head. Her heart sank. Could it be that this child was his illegitimate child outside? Thinking of this possibility, the old princess couldn't help but get angry. For the first time in her life, she picked up the crutch next to her and was about to hit Jingheng. Everyone was shocked to see this. You know, Jingheng has been the eyes of everyone in Dinghua Palace since he was born. Whenever the old princess mentioned her grandson, her face was full of pride. What happened? What made her use the crutch? Unfilial son. How could you do such a thing? Are you worthy of Ruoi? Are you worthy of the ancestors of the He family? The old princess said angrily.
Grandma.
Shang Ruai took the child and said with a smile, "Grandma, you misunderstood. We picked it up." Picked it up? The old princess looked at the child's face. At this time, she was staring with big eyes and looking around curiously. "Oh, this child is so cute and well-behaved." Lin smiled and said, "Don't cry or make a fuss. There has been no child of this age in Dingwa Palace for many years." Everyone gathered around. Even Song Fengji looked over curiously and then touched her bulging belly. "The child in my belly must be so cute after it is born." Her eyes were full of love for the child who was about to be born. Shang Ruai originally wanted to give the child to Qin to raise, but Qin's body had not recovered after her last illness, and everyone found that the baby would not cry and make a fuss only in Shang Ruai's arms. She had no choice but to take it back to the yard. When everyone dispersed, it was already late at night. Shang Ruai treated the wounds of Hiyuni and Yuntian and distributed a lot of pills. She returned to the room, feeling very tired. He Jingheng sat at the desk, his eyes fixed on the book, but he did not turn a page for a long time. The firearms thrown by Shang Ruai and the extremely small black hidden weapon in her hand kept flashing before his eyes. That was clearly another kind of firearm, one that could be held in the hand and had extremely strong lethality, several times more powerful than hidden weapons. Where did she get it from? Shang Ruai looked at the book in his hand and couldn't help laughing. "I didn't expect that the prince had the habit of reading books upside down." He Jingheng came back to his senses and found that the book in his hand was actually upside down. He was stunned for a moment, couldn't help but smile, and put the book down. "But are you thinking about the hidden weapon I gave you today?" He Jingheng was not embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed by her. "I just think my wife is very amazing. She can actually develop firearms. Could it be that this is also taught by my mother-in-law?" Shang Ruai knew that He Jingheng never believed the words she said before. She smiled. "The saint said, it's rare to be confused. Why do you live so smart all day long? Asking questions like the gossip woman in the village." He Jingheng smiled and shook his head. "My wife is right. It's rare to be confused." As soon as he finished speaking, a delicate and small hidden weapon was placed on his table. "This thing is called a fire gun." Fire gun? He looked at the fire gun on the table, but didn't pick it up. He remembered that the front end of this thing could spray fire. According to his previous experience of using firearms, it would be safer for him not to touch it easily. "Do you want to try?" He Jingheng whispered. "It's late at night now, and the sound of the musket is so loud. I'm afraid it will scare Grandma and others." "That's easy. If you want to make no sound, just install a silencer. In this way, there will be no sound." "Firearms, no sound? How is this possible? I have traveled to the 4 countries and have never seen such a sophisticated hidden weapon." He Jingheng looked at her and smiled. "I guess my mother-in-law got it by chance when she followed my grandfather to do business abroad." Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she heard it. She never expected that He Jingheng would find such a good excuse for herself. After all, her mother and grandfather are dead. Who can confront her? "What do you think about what happened today, Prince?" Shang Ruai said in a slightly sinking tone. "I think that the Dingwa Palace is being targeted now, or rather it has been targeted a long time ago." "What do you mean?" "Few people know that your leg injury has recovered. Even your grandmother and mother didn't tell you, but it was secretly revealed to the emperor. Don't you think it's strange? There was such a big commotion around the He Mansion today, but not a single official came to support, and someone even intercepted and killed people from Yunxua village on the way. He knows everything. Either this person is extremely powerful and has great magical powers, or there must be spies in our He family." He Jingheng nodded when he heard this. "I think so too. I have sent someone to investigate. It seems that my wife and I are really in sync." Shang Ruai, who was originally serious, had a shy look on her face when she heard him say this. She coughed twice. "I'm tired and want to rest." After she finished speaking, she left without looking up. After Shang Ruai went back, He Jingheng looked at the musket on the table for a long time without coming back to his senses. The next morning, just after dawn, Shang Ruai was awakened by Xiaoyao knocking on the door. Miss, wake up quickly, the government is coming." She was exhausted from the long journey in recent days, and she had just returned home and experienced a fierce battle. The huge physical consumption made her want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. If it weren't for the support of the space spiritual spring, she would have been exhausted and unconscious. Now, let alone the government. Even if the emperor was here, it would not affect her sleep. Just say I'm not here, let He Jingheng deal with it, I want to sleep. Miss, the son-in-law is already in the front hall, and the official must ask you to go over. Seeing that she didn't respond, Xiaoyao had to push the door in, walked to the bed, and saw that her young lady had fallen asleep long ago. Miss, wake up. After a while, Shang Ruai sat up angrily, her eyes full of murderous intent. Who is the short-lived ghost who came to visit today? Short-lived ghost? That's right. Shang Ruai said angrily. How dare he disturb my rest? I will kill him now. When Shang Ruai came to the main hall, Zhang Wenyu was sitting in the hall drinking tea. He Jingheng sat in the main seat, still sitting in the wheelchair as before. There was also an old man in white standing next to Zhang Wenyu. The old man's eyes were like torches, and he exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. Shang Ruai smelled it when she walked into the main hall. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes moved away from the old man and fell on Zhang Wenyu. Her tone was not as gentle as before, and there was a sharp look between her eyebrows. I wonder what brings Lord Zhang here? Zhang Wenyu was about to speak when he heard Shang Ruai continue. I guess there are fewer things happening in Qingzhou these days, and Lord Zhang is really free to come to someone else's house, so early. She looked him up and down. I guess Lord Zhang is over 70 years old. He sleeps so little, but I am young after all, and I used to rest at this time. Zhang Wenyu smiled awkwardly when he heard it. Shang Ruai looked at He Jingheng. Why are you getting up so early? She took the blanket from Yunqi's hand and covered his legs. Even if your legs are numb, they can't be so cold. What if you get sick from the cold? Hearing this, He Jingheng just smiled and let her cover his legs without saying a word. Shang Ruai turned her head and looked at Xiaoyao. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go to the kitchen and light a fire to cook? Miss, the cooks haven't gotten up yet. Not to mention the cooks, even the guard dogs. Xiaoyao swallowed the words after looking at Zhang Wenyu, who looked a little unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. Shang Ruai glared at her. How do you put Lord Zhang when you say that? Zhang Wenyu gritted his teeth, knowing that she was doing it on purpose, but he couldn't afford to offend this person, so no matter how unhappy he was, he could only bear it. What is the purpose of Lord Zhang's visit today? Shang Ruai glanced at him and said in a low voice. Zhang Wenyu saw her asking and thought to himself, we are finally getting to the point. I have met a doctor with very high medical skills. He is very good at external injuries. I think the prince has an old leg injury, so I took him to see the prince. Master Zhang, please be careful. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. The Dinghua Palace has been sealed, and there is no prince here. If it is spread out, we will be disobeying the order and will be executed. Zhang Wenyu heard her say this and smiled and said, It doesn't matter. There are only a few of us here, and we will definitely not spread it. As the saying goes, walls have ears. Doesn't Master Zhang understand this principle? She walked to He Jingheng, gathered the blanket on his legs, and said in a reproachful tone, Look at you. You are so old, but you can't even cover yourself with a blanket. She took the opportunity to tap He Jingheng's legs twice. He Jingheng only felt that his leg was pierced by a very fine needle, and the next moment, his right leg felt numb and swollen. His eyes darkened, and he looked at Shang Ruai with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Haven't you been taken care of by your wife for so long? You're used to it? Zhang Wenyu looked at the two people interacting and smacked his lips. Did they forget that he was still here? Shang Ruai stood up and looked at the old man in white. The miracle doctor that Mr. Zhang mentioned must be this one. The old man in white stepped forward and said, My medical skills are shallow. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Shang Ruai smiled and said, You are too modest. I believe that he must be very good at medicine since he was recommended by Lord Zhang. She looked at He Jingheng and said, Many doctors have come to see him for his leg, but they always give the same answer. It has been so long, and we no longer have any hope. If you can cure him, you will be a hero of our He family. Hearing Zhang Ruai say this, Zhang Wenyu couldn't help but think about it. Could it be that his leg is really useless? The old man in white stepped forward and bowed to He Jingheng again. Who in the world doesn't know what an excellent man the Prince of Dingwa Palace is? Someone once described him as riding a horse on a slanting bridge, with red sleeves waving all over the building. How many noble ladies in the capital city admired this elegant young man. But now he has ended up in such a miserable end. It was really sad. The old man in white looked at his legs carefully. After a while, he sighed and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid your legs will never recover." Zhang Wenyu heard this, and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. It seemed that He Jingheng's legs had not recovered at all. Maybe someone was talking nonsense and deliberately creating panic. In this case, there was no need to worry about it in the future. Zhang Ruai looked at the changing expressions on his face and understood. She remembered the news she had seen in the Yangxin Palace before.
Who was it?
Who was watching them in secret? Zhang Wenyu bowed his hands. "I'm really sorry that I can't help you too. We are grateful that Lord Zhang can think of us. It is expected that we can't recover." Zhang Ruai smiled, with a little sarcasm on her face. "This is not the most important thing. There is one thing I want to ask you, Lord." "What is it?" "Yesterday our house encountered thieves and made such a big commotion, but no one from the government came to support us. Did Lord Zhang know about it?" Zhang Wenyu's expression was very surprised. He had known that Zhang Ruai would ask about this. When the Biling people entered the territory of Tianshan, they got the news and also received the gold, silver, and jewelry they handed over. Their goal was only the He family, and the He family was a thorn in the emperor's eyes and flesh. He wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible, but there was no suitable crime to eradicate them all. Now someone is willing to catch them all in one fell swoop, so he is naturally willing to do a favor. Yesterday, the fire was soaring into the sky, and the earth was shaking. How could they not know? He deliberately didn't come to support. Not only that, he also detained the newly appointed official who had proposed support in the government office. He originally thought that they would collect their bodies the next day, but they survived such a fierce battle. Instead, the brave and combative Biling soldiers were repelled. Zhang Wenyu had no idea that the Biling soldiers were not repelled, but all buried here. To be honest, the Japanese officer is still ill these days. If he hadn't received the report from his subordinates late at night, he would not have known that such a dangerous thing had happened. Zhang Ruai knew that this was just his excuse. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, but those bandits actually had firearms. If we hadn't fought back, we would have lost our lives. Zhang Ruai had a frightened look on her face. He Jingheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. She was talking nonsense seriously. I'm afraid only she could do it. The firearm was from Biling. If He Lingjun were here, he would definitely curse. If Biling had so many firearms, it would have swallowed up other countries long ago. Why would it wait until now? This is really a false accusation. There is always a pretext. Zhang Wenyu was shocked. This was the second thing he wanted to ask today. The crisis of firearms is undoubtedly huge. Any country wants to manufacture firearms in large quantities, but no country has succeeded. Now Biling has made so many firearms first. If we don't take precautions, there will be endless troubles. However, the He family, who can win among so many firearms, seems to be more to be feared than Biling. Zhang Wenyu came in a hurry and left in a hurry with the doctor. Seeing this, He Jingheng couldn't help laughing. Today I have seen what it means to be eloquent and to confuse right and wrong. Zhang Ruai raised her chin, her face full of unsatisfied expression. She smiled. What's this? I also gave him a big gift. Who asked him to disturb her sweet dreams so early? She was just a slight punishment. On the way back, Zhang Wenyu suddenly felt unwell. His abdomen felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his forehead, and the old man in white who he had brought to the He family hurriedly checked his pulse. Not long after, The old man frowned and said, "Sir, you have an upset stomach." An upset stomach? How is that possible? Before he could think about it, he felt an even stronger pain, and he just felt that something was about to come out of his body. The next moment, there was a very loud noise, and the old man in white got off the carriage in a panic, covering his nose, looking at the carriage in shock. He had never seen such a stinky in his life. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhang Ruai smiled coldly. It's what he deserves. He has almost lost face now. This was the consequence of disturbing her sweet dream. Zhang Wenyu became famous for this, and people would mention this matter when talking about the imperial envoy of Qingzhou. In the courtyard at the edge of the county town, Ling Feng looked at Qian Jinyan standing opposite him with a sharp look. "Did you do it?" Qian Jinyan lowered his eyes and said nothing. "I'm asking you." Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Without my permission, you dared to mobilize the dead soldiers privately. What crime should you be punished for?" The group of people with extremely high martial arts skills who robbed and killed Lu Qin on the road that day were sent by Qian Jinyan. Qian Jinyan's drooping eyelids slightly lifted, and there was no turbidity in his old eyes. After a while, he whispered, "Young master, have you forgotten what we are doing? We have persisted until today just to see the day when the Dinghua Palace is destroyed. There is such a good opportunity, but the young master did not take action. Is it because of the benevolence and morality that the young master talks about, or is there another reason?" He looked at Ling Feng with a little more inquiry in his eyes. "Another reason?" Ling Feng sneered. "What do you think the reason is?" "The young lady of the He family." Qian Jinyan whispered, "Young master, could it be that you have other thoughts about her?" Ling Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but angrily said, "Do you think I will have feelings for my enemy who destroyed my clan?" Qian Jinyan didn't say anything. He watched his young master grow up, and he knew his character very well. If he didn't care, he would definitely not hesitate to take action. If it wasn't the young lady of the He family, could it be the prince's consort? "I know you are anxious to take revenge, but if you act privately without my permission, don't blame me for disregarding the years of master-servant relationship." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Qian Jinyan narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and murmured, "Young master, since you can't make up your mind, this old will help you." For a period of time, no one came to trouble the He family again. He Yuni stayed at home after being injured, and the shop in the county town could only be left to Zhang Ruai to manage.